Welcome back, YouTube. Welcome back. Welcome back. Goes guns again. When this shit starts to J-hook like this, starts to give me memories of the old days.
What's that second line up there between 035 and 036?
It's just one of our old supports. But there's not a whole hell of a lot. At this point, keeping it from high 30s. Beam looking like it wants to do a thing too. Interesting. Alright, let's go, baby. See some liquidations. Yeah, I'm starting to see it bubble up, Cole. Starting to see the signs. Waiting for it to lose bullish momentum here, at least on the 1 minute. But we can even consider a retracement.
I could really use a retracement.
By the way, I don't know if you meant to, but on YouTube it says the stream is scheduled for 2:23 a.m.
Oh, that's an extra stream. For some reason, whenever he makes a stream, there's an extra one that pops up.
I'm looking
And
at it
it's not
now.
the
I
full
don't
stream.
see it. I just looked to see to delete it, but let me see. Let me refresh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Yeah, I
reset.
refreshed it and it says fixed.
Okay.
I just saw that. I was like 2:23 a.m. That's wild. Oh, you might have meant 2:23 p.m. and it just got set wrong.
Drew, new points go up. New points go out every hour. So you're not getting no XP. Click on your crown and then you can look at the XP. But I think it only gets rewarded once an hour.
I was trying to style on these MCs, man. Trying to snatch that crown.
You could buy XP for super chat, so every dollar gets you 1 XP. No, I'm talking shit.
I gotta figure out. I gotta figure out a way to hook up my some kind of like visa to my YouTube thing.
That'd be crazy if YouTube did that. People would just come in here trying to buy the crown.
Dude, YouTube should just let you throw down crypto. Like, come on, it's 2025. YouTube, what you doing?
They'll get there eventually, right? You figure they would want a way. Well, I mean, I guess they already have a way to tip. It works for them. You know what I mean? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it's got to be cheaper than using Visa
I was just
rails
gonna
and
say,
shit, right? They're
yeah,
still paying that
Visa rails
percentage.
are so expensive. Yeah, dude, Visa rails are expensive to operate, and the service provider usually ends up paying 5%.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I was just helping my girl get a car, and homeboy didn't want to do a digital transaction. I'm like, dog, it's 2025. What are you talking about? He's like, well, they eat us with 5%, and 5% of that. What if she was putting like 10,000 down? It's like, that's a lot of money right there. And I'm like, all right, well, you guys got to figure it out, man, because I'm not running back home and getting a checkbook. Like, we got to do this somehow. It's like I can't wire it. You guys can't just give me your bank account number and I'll send it to you. Like, what's up with this like archaic? I got to give you guys a check thing. It was
Yeah.
Volkswagen too. I was like, come on, you guys are Volkswagen. Like, what's up?
Yes, like we were talking about that gambling, what it meant for gamblers earlier. I didn't know the specifics though.
What it meant for us, you mean? It's like, no.
Yeah, no, right? Um,
Eh,
but I mean, damn, all right. Everybody that's not in the U.S., just close your ears right now. Let's be real. Being able to write off 100% of your gambling losses is crazy work. It's like almost like the government like bailing you out on it.
I'm not. If that's true, I'm not gonna have to pay taxes for like another 10 years.
Well, this
'Cause I
isn't.
got the,
These are collectibles now. This isn't gambling, right? So
I got some
no,
L's,
yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah. No, I hear you. If you're a professional gambler, this is gonna hit different.
Wait, we're not professional gamblers?
I mean, some of us are.
I mean,
You speak for yourself.
if we're successfully living off of trading, if that's our profession, we're successful professional gamblers, right?
If you're gambling,
we're gonna start this conversation up again.
every time someone says the word gamble,
I don't know why you guys like look at gambling like it's taboo or something. Like gambling's part of life, man.
I'm not
It's just
putting a
kind of,
negative thing on it. I know when I'm gambling and when I'm not gambling. My body feels it when I'm gambling. There's no buzz off of what I do on the day to day.
well, it's to the extent of what risk you're gambling, but no matter what, you're gambling.
Well, gambling, the risk is that's the gamble.
Yeah, but it's either
Without
high
risk,
risk gamble or low risk gamble. It's
without
still a
risk,
gamble.
there's
Is
no
what I'm saying.
gamble. I'm not gonna do this for an hour, Drew. You got it. You
My bad.
gambling,
I'll
I'm
stop.
not. We'll
All
just
right,
agree
I'll
to be
stop.
doing different things.
All right, all right.
The point of making the difference for me is to teach people that this doesn't have to be a gamble. Like some of you are gambling, but every edge that you peel off of it makes a difference.
That's going on my resume. Professional gambler.
Professional. So Dbloc, do you think this will chill around up here, or do you think it will cascade down at some point
You
to
talking
pick up all
about
those?
guns?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's got to retrace at some point. We're trying to figure out where that middle part of the W is going to be, like we said earlier.
What else is you think that's the top around that 618?
No, I think we haven't put in a top yet. There's no confirmation of it being a top. Possibly a top. This isn't the type of thing that you can predict. You got to trade the momentum.
I'm gambling less when I go out for a ride, looking like a knight right now. But it's still a gamble. I can still break my
Did
neck.
you cut yourself off, or do you have any new pieces coming in?
No, I cut myself off. My girl was cracking up when I showed her what's coming in. She's like, yo, you need to chill. I got an exoskeleton. I got an underskeleton thing. I got the elbow
She
knee
doesn't
pad.
even fit on the bike with you no more. It's just like a bubble. Well, let's hope you never have to test any of that shit out. But it sounds like you're well protected.
My bad. I just had a phone call. I didn't hear anything you said. My bad.
I was just talking about your gear, saying at least you're well protected.
Oh, yeah. I had it already, like, I bought this neck brace that just looks like I'm not even going to be able to move my neck, so I had to return that and got
Neck
a different
brace
one.
is a little extra.
Yeah. I just got a neck collar now. Instead of the brace, that was a little extra, yeah. But I want to ride, like, heavy. That's why I want to, like, go in on these next videos I do.
You like over there trying to jump shit?
Yeah, that's what I'm slowly building these jumps, actually, right, not too far from my house. I got two friends who are actually working on it right now. My bike doesn't jump that well. My boy's bike, it jumps a lot better. He got like a real MX. Mine's kind of like a dual. But yeah, I'm trying to do some wild videos. Wow, boys. I don't get up like my friends do, though. They get up.
Yeah, you can make all that shit look good in editing. You'll be all right.
Oh, yeah, just put the camera on the ground, tilt it up a little. You look like you're 20 feet up there, and you're only like 2 feet up. Get the fisheye lens. Oh yeah, having kids is definitely gambling. That's like, I mean, it's not really gambling because you're going to lose money by having kids. So, but you can also make money having kids too. A lot of people do. They put their asses to work.
Forever.
The only short I'm in is my shorts. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of bullishness in there, which sometimes is bearish when you have too much bullishness in there. But I think there's a justified bullishness in there this time. Maybe try to hedge. Yeah, NFA, maybe try to hedge your way out of it or something. Is it high leverage? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it looks like we're finding a little range here, but it's it's very possible. But I don't think we're gonna go too far below 106 if we do retrace from here. Like I think that 106 area, 105 is getting pretty solid. There's a lot of speculation on 95 still. Might get lucky. You never know, but. Yeah, I mean, spot and what I do when I'm in those positions, I'm like, all right, if it's something that I have little conviction in that it's going to turn around a little bit, just DCA my way out of it. And I guess you can do that with your short too somehow, right?
Well, don't they use stop loss or something like that?
Stop loss, what's that?
Oh no, man. Might need to figure it out.
I don't mess with those. Those are dangerous. Stop losses have saved some people money, but they've also shook people out of positions, especially when you're sleeping. I mean, at least from my experience in spot trading, majority of the times when I'd set a stop loss, and there's times I'd be like, all right, let me just set it at the shit panic level, and it's like, let me give myself some room before it triggers. It'll get triggered and I wake up and we're back above price, and I'm just like, just got wicked out, and that happened so many times. I was like, you know what? Either I believe in this trade or I don't. Going in it raw dog, baby.
That's horrible
No
advice
chips.
for new people, though. You know that.
I know. I know. It is. I'm not.
1 o'clock in
Yeah,
the
I
morning.
wouldn't suggest that. But that's just like me. I just got wicked out so many times, and I do spot trading, accumulating coins that I'll sit for a month trying to accumulate. So it gives me time to DCA my way out of it. But yeah, I don't like stop losses for my spot trading, my style of trading. I wouldn't recommend anyone doing my style of trading unless they're gangster like me.
I was putting my take profit, just being careful with it. And I guess it was like last week. I don't know if it just kept on going up or if it was like earlier this week. But yeah, I put my take profit and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be careful about it. I took a loss actually because of the fees, about $14, and just kept on going up. I was like, damn.
Slick shoes. Why would you not use stop loss if you're accumulating? So imagine if I'm accumulating, all right, and I'm like, all right, let me go to sleep. Doge's at 17 cents. And let me just set a stop to be safe, right? Let me set my stop a little bit under 17, right? Or no. Doge is already Doge is only at 16 cents, and I think it's gonna go up. But let's say to be safe, I set my stop loss a little bit lower. So if I go to sleep, there's many times that stop loss will get triggered and price will go up by the time I can activate anything. So it's just like I don't even do that anymore when I go to sleep. It's just like I go to sleep raw.
That could be a product too of putting the stop loss in the wrong place, like not giving yourself enough cushion. You got to give the trade enough room to breathe, right? But you got to cover yourself from the biggest oh shit scenario that you
Well,
could think of.
that's what I said. I even stretch it out to like, oh shit scenario, and there's times it's like, why is it even there? And or I'd get stopped out, and it's like, all right, I don't know. I just didn't like the losing position factor of it. There are times to say it helped me, stop some losses because that's what it is, stop loss. But a lot of times just stop me from accumulating. And for a while, I was feeling like they were targeting me, especially when I was on Gemini. And it's like, I don't know why you'd want to target someone on spot, but I guess, the market makers, they look where the buys and sellers are. And if they see you lined up there and they got a big sell there, like, I can snatch that real quick.
I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, to most people, it should be worth it. I'm just saying, like, I have a totally crazy style. Like, I'm wild style. There's no method to my madness, man. I'm just a madman. Don't listen to me. One thing I did like using trailing stop loss. So I've had good experiences using trailing stop losses on an uptrend, of course. That's the easiest time to do it. Set like a 2% trailing stop loss. But that's when you already know you're kind of like in a nice macro uptrend. Even if the exchange doesn't allow it, you can use an API and use your own trailing stop loss. But yeah, a lot of the trailing stop losses on exchanges do suck. I would say experiment with using some API stop losses like Crypto Hopper. They have great trailing stop losses. Crypto Hopper's dope. I mean, it depends. If you're an investor, maybe traders stop loss, but what if you're just investing and you're stacking up your bitcoins in your wallet? Are you going to put a stop wallet in your stop loss in your wallet? No, there are no stop losses there. You're going to sit there and scramble, when you're having fun, markets, doing something crazy. You got to either pay attention or you don't. You just ride it out. But people that are self-custodying large amounts of crypto, they got no stop loss on their wallet. That's just how we roll, baby. But yeah, on centralized exchange, I guess it can make sense when you're trading. But if you're just like accumulating, like, I don't know, just getting something that you believe in. And if it drops in price, buy All right, maybe down all the way. Maybe I'll even set some like all the way at like 9 cents, 10 cents. I shouldn't even say that because watch, someone try to whip me out. I'm like, oh, Drew's got a stop loss at 11 cents. Let's get that bastard. Sometimes I'm paranoid like that. If I do it on Coinbase, they got beef with me. I mean, do you believe in your project if you got a stop loss? Nah, I'll quit. You guys think Warren Buffett got stop losses? Warren Buffett be chilling at the buffet with no stop loss. Guarantee you Warren Buffett had no stop losses on any of his trades. I'll bet someone on that. Alex, aim bigger. Why be like me when you can be like Michael Saylor? Uh-oh, Alex took the #1 spot. Got some buys coming in Bitcoin. Watch out, you dirty bears.
Bring them on. Bring them on.
We're still cooking that barbecue.
I can see the top of the water.
All right, markets closed though, what, 5 minutes ago?
Market closed early. It closed like 4 hours ago. It was at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, is that because of 4th of July tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay, interesting. And we're still getting a little bit of buy here at 4 p.m. Let's do it.
A little festive buying, have we?
I mean, we got to see some rockets for 4th of July, some fireworks and all that good stuff, right? Or maybe a little pre-4th of July fireworks. Big sell on the 4th while everyone's having a blast, spending their money. Big pump tonight.
Prime it up.
Yo, it's Mr. Dbloc here.
He stepped away from the building for a few seconds.
Word.
Yo, was that Mr. Crazy Fool I heard?
Yes, sir. Who's that?
What's going on, my dude?
Is that Kawhi?
Yeah, what's good, bro?
Yeah, I found my way over here somehow.
Let's go, dude. Yeah, a lot
Yeah,
of cool people over here. I think you'll fit right in.
I want to say what's up to Dbloc. I've heard a lot about him.
Yeah, dude, he's one of those guys. His reputation precedes him.
Yeah, I was told him and I are similar in many ways. I want to pick his brain.
Yeah, I mean, he goes a lot into like market maker activity, momentum, liquidations, open interest
Hey,
orders, stuff like, stuff like that. He likes chart patterns a lot.
Hey, until D-Block gets in here, can you lower your volume on your voice just a little bit, and he'll regulate it for YouTube after that, because YouTube's saying you're blowing out their ears.
oh, it's really loud. Hold on, I'll turn it
Yeah,
down.
yeah. There's a setting on Discord. You could turn it down a little bit.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, YouTube, is that better? YouTube's saying, you're all good. You're just excited to meet the man, the myth, and the legend.
Yeah, man. I mean, not only him. There's a lot of new people in here I haven't seen around. I've been around the Discord parts for a little bit.
Word.
Oh, yeah. So another thing that you guys have in common really is, or the biggest thing probably I would say is he is looking a lot into like the global liquidity index, like the M2 money supply, and stuff like that, like interest rate decisions, macroeconomic stuff. I think that's probably what you guys mostly have in common.
Oh, you mean the global liquidity, the thing that drives 98% of the price of everything?
Yo, speaking of
Yeah, pretty
liquidity,
much.
there was 1 billion was just minted at USDT Treasury.
On what chain?
Ethereum.
It says it doesn't say chain. It's just minted at USDT.
Everybody knows USDT.
Oh yeah, it was
made
Ethereum. It was Ethereum. It was Ethereum. Yes.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, by the way, crazy happy birthday. I don't know when I was supposed to be in the next couple days or something.
Yeah, it's coming up here. Thank you, though.
And I did I meant to tell you, I remembered yesterday that there is a Sublime song that I know how to play on guitar. I just got to remember how to play it.
Which one? Let me guess.
Down by the pawn shop.
Let me guess. Bad Fish.
Nah, Drew got it. It's Pawn Shop.
How'd I
That's a
get
good
it?
song.
I knew it, man.
Damn, the
Badfish
first
is a
try.
good song.
Yeah, Badfish is a great song too, though.
They're all good, man. I mean, how many bad
I
songs
like
did
the
Epic create?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got
I
no
like the
bad songs.
Badfish version from Stand By Your Man. That was a good one.
All that shit is classic, man.
You guys down with Bad Brains?
Yeah, none of the old. I've heard them. I used to listen to them back in the day. Like I had a
They got
buddy
it.
that
They're
was into
good.
them.
Yeah, I had a couple of like actual records. Pretty good.
Yeah, they got some really good tracks. I'll be right back. Big Brad's coming in. Watch out.
When the big sells.
But
So
yeah,
wonder
dude,
what.
I'll practice that one. I'll have to play it.
Yeah, man. I'm sure you could do it. I know you could sing it.
Oh hell yeah!
You
That's
play
why it's one of my favorite
guitar?
Sublime songs to sing. That's why I started learning. It's probably one of my favorite on guitar too.
Like, are you coffee shop good or campfire good?
I don't know, probably on the coffee shop side.
Nice.
I've played live
It's more
gigs before.
refined.
Kawhi's really talented, man. He's got a really good voice. Really like classic voice. That's the way I would label it. Maybe a little bit too
Nice.
vanilla of a label, but you got like that classic white dude voice.
Nice.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
That
I'm
beat.
all campfire guitarist. I'm very sloppy, but you know, I've been in like punk bands and metal bands and stuff like that. So I don't sing. I don't know. It's very weird singing for me like clean. I can do it, but just it feels weird 'cause it's all harmonious.
Yeah, we got some big buys coming. Yo, 1 billion minted. They're about to send it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the volume, man, especially on Ethereum. I wish it would pick up a little bit here. It's looking a little limpy, but that could change.
They're prepping, dude. They're prepping. And earlier, like a few hours ago, they minted like 500 million too on USDC. I think on Solana.
I'm just hopping back on after some calls. What are they minting?
There's just a lot. It was like $1 billion worth of USDT was just minted. Usually, that's an injection, but I don't know.
And keep your eyes on JP Morgan stablecoin because I don't know. That's going to be some competition for Circle, I think.
Yeah, I meant to
Keep your eye on XRPL. That's going to be the competition for the dollar.
I thought it was RLUSD or something.
Whatever
I
the
heard
hell it
That
is.
was
Yeah,
their
they're
stable
stable.
coin.
Whatever
I
the
heard
hell it
Doge.
is. Yeah.
I heard Dogecoin was going to be competition for the dollar. That's just me though.
What do you mean? It already is, man. It already
Yeah, I
is.
was gonna say it is already.
It's the best. It's the best currency in the world. Everybody knows that.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I didn't get it
Doge
tatted
Army,
on my left butt cheek for nothing.
Doge Army, XRP Army, unite.
Everyone knows that Pepe was the one that's going to replace the dollar.
Man, that crooked frog ain't going nowhere.
You don't have a Toshi cat tattooed on the other butt cheek, do you, buddy?
I will soon enough.
You don't need dogs and cats fighting together right down the middle there.
Well, who got more hype? Toshi, Popcat, or what's it called? Mog.
How are you gonna say Mew?
I think Mog has more of like a Twitter presence.
Right.
I think all
Toshi's
that
like
shit
a
is.
hidden. Toshi's like a hidden like base only coin. Like it's like a Coinbase type thing. And then Popcat is like a Solana sister to With. I guess it would be the cat of Solana.
I'm waiting for Dog Whiff Dick to really make itself known on the scene here.
You guys haven't heard of Dog with
Hopefully it
Cheese Dick?
goes straight up.
Yeah, Dog with Cheese Dick is the one that's going to pump.
Yo,
Oh, yeah.
Whiff's fine, dude. Don't sleep on Whiff.
By the
Why
way,
I see
crazy. What?
I see Harane's in here, and I've been DMing this motherfucker for like not
Oh,
that much. I sent him a couple
No
DMs.
effort.
Watch the
And he don't
language.
even answer me.
Language,
my bad.
effort.
language.
My bad. No bad language. I didn't know. Yeah, my boy Harane though, he's just ignoring me.
Yeah, I don't know what's the way. I've talked to him a few times. I talked to him earlier today.
He'll chime in. I'm sure he'll hear my voice. He'll come in here crazy.
Yo, what's up with B? Where's B at?
He's MIA, bro.
Did he dump his B fight on you guys?
B's pouring concrete.
Yeah, I heard he dumped his B fight on you guys, man. Is that true?
I have no idea. I don't do any meme coins whatsoever, so I wouldn't know.
Good. Well, whoever, anybody, quiet. Did you buy any of that BFUD?
I've got BFUD.
Oh, you still holding? You're a holder. Trader alert. Say no, I just messing around.
I mean, when the meme apocalypse happened, that pretty much killed everything meme wise, and the little tiny memes, they weren't gonna make it anyway. So tough, but you play with fire, you get burnt.
I thought Tame Token was gonna make it, man.
Oh my god, come on.
I'm being sarcastic though.
Yeah, all 3 people that were trading it, we're gonna send it to the moon.
Damn, I gotta go stock up. I gotta run to the dispensary. I'll be right back.
I just got back.
Pretty soon I'm gonna be doing some harvesting, but I gotta wait. I gotta be patient for the harvest. Till then, I'm going to the dispensary.
Nice. Yeah, I've got a couple plans going myself. I'm going to be away though, like for surgery. So I'm gonna probably just clone them and give them to my buddies, take care of them. So at least maybe I can have one when all the surgery's done and stuff.
Yo, so crazy. What are you thinking about on Bitcoin here? You think it's gonna try to touch the previous all-time high or what?
Yeah, I think it's gonna break out here within the next probably week, man. I was saying early in the week, it looks like it's got what I look for it to do that. Obviously, I'm no fortune teller, and I don't care if it does it now or next week or the week. I don't doesn't make a difference to me, but I think it looks like it could. Yeah.
Yeah, I think with
It's
that
gonna
bill
try to
passed in a
swing
day
fail.
and that bill passed in a day and knowing the economy is going to go right in the shitter, it's just going to push up Bitcoin that much more.
What do you mean? The economy has always been in the shitter, hasn't it been? I mean, you listen to the news enough, you would think that we're over here scraping up excuse my French, scraping up pennies to buy beans and rice.
Well, it's going to be that way once everybody starts losing their insurance and everything, and losing their jobs and everything else. It's going
No one's
to get ugly.
losing
Yeah,
insurance
they
and
pumping that
jobs.
fear, man. I ain't scared. I work my
Yeah,
tail
man.
off. I ain't scared of nothing. I got money. I got 3 kids. I ain't worried about nothing. Bring it on. I'm ready to go to work,
Rubber,
whatever I got to do.
you
That's
gotta
happening.
stop watching the news and reading the news.
Shit.
Yeah, all that stuff is there to drive your emotions through the roof, man. To be honest, all of it. But one thing that would bring solace that I would recommend is just studying the global liquidity index and understand the way that the debt cycle works. And it is most definitely a sinking ship, but I think we have a lot of time.
Exactly. Oh,
It's
yeah, it's going to
always
be 6 months till it all rolls out.
Oh, I mean, it'll probably get better before it gets worse. I mean, you look over the last since the pandemic, man. You look at just the new. It's been constant fear. I mean, how many world wars have we had in the last 5 years? Are we on World War IX now?
Oh, we've had 50 of them since I was a kid.
I know, man. It's ridiculous, man. I mean, I have faith in Jesus Christ, so I'm not worried about any of that, to be honest with you. But I think the big thing is over the past 5 to 6 years, you've just seen constant fear narratives. And what do you see with the markets? 98% of the market behavior is based off of the debasement of the US dollar rather than anything else, rather than, all the narratives that are drawn around every one of these things. All of it is tertiary at best. But what
Yep.
really drives liquidity is the debt cycle and the debasement of the leading world currency, which is it ain't stopping anytime soon. So that's why all this stuff goes parabolic, man. It's because the money's funny.
That's my point. The dollar is just going to keep going down, and the importance of Bitcoin is just going to keep going up.
Yeah, exactly. And by design, it goes down, but it's okay because it's down 99% since the Federal Reserve was founded, and it's still the number one currency in the world. So it's, I think that we're moving away from, without getting too deep into it, I think we're moving, the writing is on the wall. We're moving away from um, that type of financial system. It's very clear.
Well, anyway, I gotta go.
Yeah, it passed.
Unfortunately, yeah.
We knew it was going to pass. Everybody knew it was going to pass. Every bill gets passed from every president. It's no mystery.
It's the best bill.
Yeah,
It was the best bill. It's the most beautiful bill. It's the biggest. It's the biggest bill. It's the most beautiful bill.
Like nobody's ever seen before.
Yep.
You heard about that bill? It's a good bill. It's the best
I
bill.
wish he'd talk more about how deep he's getting into digital finance, man. I mean, the digital currency market. Him and World Liberty Finance are digging their teeth in pretty deep, and I think that's for a good reason.
Things seem to have really sort of slowed down here.
Go on the daily; it'll look real slow.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be slow all weekend. I think until the market opens on Monday.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's gonna be any more intense action today or not.
What are you in, Kwai? What are your trades right now, buddy?
I haven't ordered a short Bitcoin up above.
Oh, you're playing Wick Hunters, huh?
Yeah.
Good for you. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's the way the market makers been dishing. Just go get the wicks and swing fail a million times for weeks.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's gonna try to swing fail like the previous all-time high or not, because my order is below there, but I think it has a
You
good
look
chance given the sell walls that are up there.
you look at the liquidity heat map.
Yeah, I'm taking that into account as well.
Yeah, you got a big old pocket up here, and I think it's getting taken out. That's what I was looking at earlier in the week. I'm like, yeah, that pocket's getting touched. I don't know what happens after that, but I mean, to me, you look at the global liquidity index, it's very clear that this thing's going 120K plus uh, at some point within the next 5 to 6 weeks at most, I'd imagine. I mean, I'm no psychic like I always say, but global liquidity index has not been lying.
Yeah, we're probably gonna push up into this liquidity overhead. Maybe 11.6 or
If
something.
we make a push,
111.6.
if we make a push, I feel like it needs to be explosive and get to that 118 area.
Well, there's also some sell walls on spot that are coming up too. So before the all-time high. So I'm trying to keep an eye on that too, but I'm also gonna just keep stops really tight. I got stopped out twice yesterday, so I took some hits, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah, I've been getting shit over the last 3 months. Am I allowed to say the SHIT word, or is that banned as well?
Yeah, no, it's just the F word, and
Gotcha.
obviously
Okay.
any other word that's like really,
Really profane. I got you.
yeah,
Yeah, I gotta watch my mouth. I got a potty mouth. But yeah, you look at these alts though. You look at if you look at the delta volume, you can see a lot of absorption over the last couple months, man. When we're just banging on the floor here, these alts, somebody's accumulating, and I don't think it's any hidden mystery. There's some accumulation going on here. You see these spot ETFs and all this other litigation that's going on through the SEC for these alts. It's pretty obvious to me what's going on.
I didn't look too much at the CDV, but for alts, but I have noticed some bullish divergences happening on the weekend with the weekly with some
Yeah, for
altcoins.
sure. Yep, I was looking at that yesterday. There's many of them, many bullish divergences on the weekly, which is good, man. It's really
Yeah.
good because these things are. I mean, you got a handful that have held their own, and specifically XRP, SUI, and a handful of others, but a lot of these things, I mean, good promising projects that have good partnerships for what they are, they look pretty good, man.
Yeah, I think a lot of them have actually like found a bottom. But whether or not it returns to those bottoms again, I'm not sure. But good reactions off some levels, like on a few alts there, after making new lows.
I mean, you look at the timeline though. I know that you've been pretty you've been paying attention to the timeline like many of us, but you got about a 6 to 8 month window that we're already kind of at the doorstep of before this cycle is gonna round itself out. So I think you got a good window here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people speculating that the cycle might actually run into next year.
Yeah, I think it could. I mean, it would be a lot like 2021. I mean, your real cycle top was, even though the price, everybody's so price sensitive, and I understand, we're here to make money, but the real cycle top was much earlier in 2021 than November, even though you had I don't even know if I call it a blow off top, but you had your last push to kind of swing fail. I think if I had to guess, like gun to my head, I would say, we top sometime late this year, and then you have a little push at the beginning of next year to round it out, and then that's probably it, man.
Yeah, maybe the alt season will start and conclude like it'll start by the end of this year, and it will conclude by like mid next year.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is just because it is a market, right? So these alts are a market in themselves, by themselves, they're their own market. And to see things like XRP, you see your clear winners at this point. It will change, I'm sure. But to see things, blue chips that are still pretty low, like Cardano, Avalanche, these things are still relatively low, not even close to price discovery. You would think that would change for many of these, and they would head well into expansion. If this would be anything like the previous cycles, you're going to see. I mean, I've been saying these things for years, Kwai, uh, and I think it's obvious. I don't think it's anything that takes a brainiac to understand, but many of these things should push into expansion.
Yeah, man, we're all waiting for the parabolic alt season. I think just when it's gonna happen, when everybody gives up on it.
Oh, we're there right now. Sentiment is floored, man. You see people online. I got my head all in Twitter looking at, I don't see anybody talking trade setups anymore on alts. I don't see any interest in alts whatsoever, and you really haven't in months. And I think that tells you a lot. Tells you enough right there.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a home stretch, but Bitcoin dominance needs to chill out. Either Bitcoin needs to find the top, or Bitcoin dominance needs to chill out.
You see it hit 70% though when you include stables. Bitcoin dominance hits 70%. Or I'm sorry, when you take away the stables.
How do you do that? Bitcoin dominance minus USDT dominance?
Yeah, you just do that little calculation that you're good at doing that I don't even bother doing. But I saw somebody else do it. I just peeped it. I think it was actually Cowan. He posted the dominance hit 70% minus stables.
Probably did. Bitcoin.D minus USDT minus
Did you see all those? Did you see all those indexes that TradingView offers now? They give you the um, AI index. They give you the real world asset index. I mean, there's like a whole list of them. The Polkadot ecosystem, Ethereum ecosystem. It's pretty cool.
I haven't seen that. I'll have to look into that. I know I was looking at the GMCI 30, which is like an index for like the top 30 altcoins.
You got Made in America index. I mean, there's like 12 of them. They just released them a few days ago. I added them all to my list.
That's sick. Yeah, if you got time, send me a list of the tickers.
Just yeah, I got you.
Right, thanks, man. I actually gotta go. As stupid timing, but I actually gotta go outside because I got some work to do outside. But welcome to the group, crazy.
Yes, sir. I'm waiting for my man Dbloc to step in. If I don't catch him now, I'll catch him at some point.
I think y'all are gonna like this guy. He's a good guy. He's got a pretty good sense of humor. He's good at charting. He likes the long term stuff. He knows his shit.
Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, I can definitely be sarcastic, but hey, you gotta have fun, man. That's right.
All right, brother. Welcome to the group. I'll be listening. I just gotta go outside, so I won't be able to talk.
All right, brother.
I'm sure Dbloc will be back in a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'll be around for a little bit.
Yeah, Crazy's pretty good at doing like a long term, like low leverage swing trades too. So if you're that
Yeah, I'm no Discord hero, that's for sure. But wherever I can bring value, I'll do so. Yeah, I've been around. I've been around. I know a couple things. I'm no psychic. I'm nobody that will fill you with an idea that I'm something supernatural. That's for sure. Just somebody that looks at the data. That's all.
All right, I believe the move is about ready to be on its way. I have to be leaving, so I'm setting it up as much as I can. Good luck, everybody. Happy trading. I'm going to the lake.
Thanks, BJ.
Enjoy, BJ. Be safe.
Thank you. I'll check in if I can. I hope the chart doesn't go down on you, but good luck. Profits. Don't forget to take them.
Well done.
Have fun. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yo, just give us that God candle Bitcoin. Yo, Sui is picking up some steam.
So what's the movie about? Isn't it still due for? Oh, 2024 it was released. Okay. Oh no, it's which was released in 2025. Okay. Okay. I'll actually watch it over the weekend. Hey, how's it going? I like my survival movies, Western stuff like that. Good. Actually, my favorite is a sci-fi. It's called AI. It's the one with two directors, Steven Spielberg. I forgot the other guy's name now. They collaborated on you can see where one took over, AI and Blade Runner, and then I'm into a lot of Clint Eastwood westerns. I like all these stuff. I'm old school. I like the silent bits in the where they. Sorry. Yep. Yep. Yeah. AI, artificial intelligence. Yeah. 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 I also like the lighting that they use in the movie itself. It's got a nice feel to it. And then Blade Runner, obviously. Yeah. 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 It look cool. And then I'm very much into my older movies, westerns, any survival movies, stuff like that. I just like the silence in the movie sometimes when they just do a stare off and things like that. You know, they actually speak volumes just with their faces and just the stillness of that moment. I'm into that. Yeah. Or desert. That kind of. What's that one? Is it Reverend? The one with what's his name? Jeez. See if someone got it here on. I think it's called Reverence or something like that. The one with Leonardo DiCaprio in it. Yeah, yeah. It was actually quite cool. Revenant, there we go. Have you seen it? I used to be into horror heavy, especially the Japanese ones like The Ring and The Grudge. You know, those were really good. I actually haven't seen that. Audition. Cool. I always said if I can do two movies, I want to do a survival movie and I want to do a Western movie, then I'll resign. That's it. I'm done. I'm happy. Those are the movies I would like to do. I actually got casted. It was a while ago, but then the director and the producer got beef with each other. But in the end, the director bought everything out, and I had to go and do a reading about 3 weeks ago again for the role for the lead, and I got it. So they start shooting now, beginning of next year. It's like a Second World War survival movie in the desert, and I'm a German fighter pilot. Can't say too much about it, but they're basically going to aim for like Cannes films and stuff like that. So it's not mainstream kind of thing. Oh yeah, yeah, that was good. Yeah, Defoe, he also and Belushi, they go for kind of the more artsy or Cannes kind of movies, you know, that doesn't go mainstream. And I think those are actually really cool.
Is it taking a beating? Gun. Guns is taking a beating. Yeah. No, it seems to be dumping.
Nah, that's because the market's about to pump.
Yeah, hopefully you're right.
And it's just giving a little buffer for what's to come.
Gun's about ready to hit my.
USDT dominance looks like it's gonna shit, man, over the next few weeks. Minimum.
Next few minutes, dude. About to get a god candle.
I just threw something in general. You got it. You got a clean test off the weekly 50. I think you're headed to 2 to 3% over the next 6 months, man, on USDT dominance. That would mean big activity in the market to the upside.
Bitcoin 1099.
Let's hope this breakout is violent, dude. Violent to the upside.
That'd be fun.
If it is. Fourth head.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's weird.
Where's your short entry?
Nah, dude. I'm looking at the 30-minute. There's no head and shoulders there.
What's your what leverage? What leverage you on? You have some good margin behind it? Oh, so you're on cross. What's your What's your invalidation? If you don't have a stop loss, what's your invalidation? And I'm not being judgmental. I'm just making sure that you have your guardrails. Yeah, I'm just making sure you're protected. That's all. So you're pulling it if it hits that number, regardless, or you're gonna let it get liquidated. That's what I'm asking, essentially. If it happens, obviously, I don't know, and nobody knows. But I'm saying you don't have a stop loss, but do you have a number that it's gonna hit, and you pull it regardless? Oh, you're good, brother. You're good. That's your invalidation. Is that That's your liquidation, is what you're saying. Oh, so you do have an invalidation where you're gonna say, "I'm getting out of here if this hits this number." Oh, good. All right, cool. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, everybody's got their own method. No judgment. I mean, I definitely if you were to ask me what I recommend, I'd say definitely have a stop loss at all times, and I wouldn't even push it past 10 to 15%. But I'm not. You'll never catch me using any type of massive leverage, only because I learned that lesson the hard way, and I usually don't really fool with leverage that's much higher than 15x. That's pretty high for me. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I'm not over here trading lunch money, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm long on I don't have any shorts. I'm long on ETH from my original entry was like 1490, and I bumped it up. I bumped it up when we corrected a bit. And I think my average is somewhere around 1690. I'm long on some alts too, but yeah, I mean, futures is hard, man. So it is what, you know what I mean? I'm not Yeah, it's all good. How much experience do you have on futures, if you don't mind me asking? How many years or months or whatever? No judgment. Absolutely. Wow. You got pennies to the dollar.
Why not, right?
Well,
And
way
I'm
to be
just
transparent, man.
oh no, dude, I'm transparent about everything. That's the only way you can get advice. You know what I mean? If you go to a psychiatrist and you don't tell them like what's wrong and stuff, and don't be honest, they're not
Yeah,
going
the
to give you
biggest
good
thing is
advice. Same thing
the
with your
biggest thing is
investing.
keeping it real with yourself, bro. You know what I mean? Because if you're lying to other people, you're lying to yourself firstly, and it's yeah. But you got that on lock, man. That's brutal with Celsius, though. I mean, I know a few people that went through that. I didn't. I've been around since 20 late 2018 in this market, and it's I've taken my lumps as well. I never got liquidated or anything on in any of those exchanges, but I definitely walked back some profit, just like everybody does. If anybody tells you anything different, I wouldn't trust them at all, honestly, because that's just the way that the market works. So don't feel any type of way about that. But man, um, do you have any type of, and this is just me picking your brain. I know that you're trading on futures and you started your journey investing long term. Do you have any type of foundation set with a long term allocation that you can kind of fall back on?
No, essentially, okay, what had happened was about 10 years ago, I was in a really bad forklift accident. And yeah, it was probably about 8 years ago that I didn't know what a Bitcoin was. I thought it sounded cool. So I looked it up and I thought it was an actual coin. And, I just got into it and just stayed with it. And just, you'd hear about ETH and you hear about Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. And I had gotten a settlement, and that's what I needed. About 30, 35,000, 40,000 into the crypto. But essentially, I'm disabled now, so there's that. But I got my place, and I have the land. You know what I mean? That
Good for you, man.
was my. I was like, I had to have something because I knew it was going to go down. I didn't know when, but I knew it was going to go down. I didn't know that I was going to get liquidated at 16,000 when I think my liquidation was at 18,000. So it was 2,000. And the messed up part is I had capital in crypto.com. I had about 10,000 in there worth of Bitcoin. And that whole day that it was going down, I couldn't transfer from crypto.com. So I lost most of that, but I still got this place, and I'm trying to kind of work up to get enough cash to fix it up, probably sell it, like flip it, sell it, go back to my hometown because I'm about to have a bunch of surgeries this coming year. It's like a procedure. After 10 years, it's the same thing. It's all maintenance, and yeah, see what happens with the surgery. If worse comes to worse, I'll have to sell this place. But hopefully it gets better. Hopefully the short comes under 109.21. That would be cool.
You're not just jumping in and
Sorry
plugging
for the
everything in one trade. No, you're good. I'm listening, brother. God bless you, first of all, with the incident and everything. I'm a good listener. God bless you with all you've been through.
thanks. I appreciate it, man.
You're not plugging everything into one trade though, are you? Like you're not dumping the
No,
whole truck in. All right, good.
No, I'm actually on 3 different exchanges right now. I'm underwater in both of them. On shorts, surprisingly. One from 89, one from 98, and now this one. So if it retraces, I'm good. If it doesn't, whatever. But I still have a bit of capital in my PayPal account. And worst comes to worst, I'll wait till the other ones get to around like $500 or something like that, and then I'll just be out of those. But I have the liquidations. Like I know liquidations on all of them. And I'm just monitoring. It's just constant monitoring, which I don't mind because I have really bad ADHD, so it's all good. Thanks for the chat, though. Way cheaper than a psychiatrist.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, you've been through a lot. So in this market, it'll do it to you, man. I mean, you went through that whole capitulative stage of the market, which a lot of us went through. I think that you're just learning, just like all of us. You know what I mean? You're no different than anybody else. I've heard way worse stories than that. You got land and property, so amen, man. I mean, just keep it pushing. You're learning, and I'm learning, and everybody's learning. The thing that always bothered me about Discord, the thing that bothered me the most, I would say, is just the fact that sometimes people think that they don't need to learn still, and to me, that could be problematic. You know what I mean? And I think that mindset, the mindset of just learning, is important.
Yeah, unless you're making every trade and you know what's going to happen beforehand,
Nobody
like
does.
you could always
Nobody does,
learn.
brother. Nobody does, brother. Anybody who tells you they do, block them.
They bots.
Yeah, that type of confidence gets you burned down real quick. I mean, all the people that I look up to, which are people that are much more well off than I am, because I'm just a regular guy, uh, they don't use that type of language where they know what's going to happen and all these other things, and that can get a little dangerous in this market. So for me, when I hear somebody speak like what you were just saying, you have to know where it's going, and that shit doesn't work. It doesn't work in this market, man, where you play psychic and all that. It's just about risk management and taking healthy risks. Taking risk, you can't avoid taking risk in life in general. Not to be too philosophical, but uh, yeah, I mean, this market is robust, man. There's so much to it. If you deal with the stock market like I do as well, and all of the markets, real estate and everything else, I mean, it all holds it. They hold each other's hands, and there's always stuff to learn, man. But futures is a sticky place, man. It really is. You hear on these discords, you hear some really bad stories, man, of people that really ruin themselves with futures.
Oh,
It
yeah.
can get really really ugly. You know what I mean?
I've heard I remember people would be like, I'd be on Reddit and people were just like, I just lost my house.
Man, that makes me angry though when people, you know what I mean? Like hearing that, because we work so hard for our money, man. I don't know. I mean, I would assume that most of us, we didn't get everything handed to us. So when you work for your money and for the things that you have, to just kind of be degenerate and blow it up like that, you imagine your son or your daughter doing that, like, oh my goodness, man, that's terrible. And you don't have to do that. I think that the biggest thing about it is that you don't have to do that, right? There's always a choice that you have, and this market is so fruitful, even though at times it doesn't seem that the fruit are abundant. But when you allow you allow time to pass, people that capitulated during the crisis, all the narratives or whatever it was during the bad moments, a lot of times you'll see if they would have just kind of held on and just stayed put and continued to work, whatever they were doing in order to make money, whether it was trading or a job or whatever it was, you just kind of stayed the course and didn't try to rush things and be degenerate. a lot of times you see that the ship doesn't sink and that you can plug the holes and keep sailing. The market really does make it easy for us though, man. That's the crazy part that I always I come to the conclusion of like, over the years, I've been the guy on the 15-minute time frame doing my thing there, and there's no judgment for anybody that does that. It didn't work for me. I kind of turned into more of a zoomed out macro approach over the years just because it worked better. I've traded the futures markets in the legacy market, trading MNQ, MES, the SPY and the Nasdaq, and I've traded everything, man. And every time I go in with a shorter term mindset, the money's there. You can drill out money and you can make it happen. But over time, I'm just like, man, if I would have held those positions on the MNQ that I bought in late 2020, or the floor in 2023, I was buying contracts there. I was just explaining this in another Discord to a couple people in there that I communicate with. If I would have held those positions and I still had them now and just rolled over the contracts, then I would have made much more money than nickel and diming it. And I still made money. I did well, but I would have done a lot better if I was just more patient. And for me, that's crazy because I'm a pretty patient person as it is and more macro. But the time and time again, the market has just taught me patience, man. And I think that you'll hear that uh, when you talk to people that have done really well, you'll hear that's kind of like a common theme, is just allowing the market to kind of help you rather than trying to dictate the market and make the market do what you want it to do. You know what I mean? Whether it's go up, go down, or anything in between, doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think a lot of people like they're really emotional and like the adrenaline and the dopamine and stuff like that. I'm like, oh man, oh it's all or nothing kind of thing like that. I think the exhilaration from that kind of clouds people's judgment. It's basically huffing on hopium. You know what I mean? But beyond
For
that, it's
sure.
like addiction to hopium.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's all emotional, man. I mean, I talk about it all the time amongst people that I communicate with. Just you gotta, it's kind of a life lesson too, just to ignore your emotions a lot of times. Like, don't trust, your emotional swings, because everybody's going to go through it without making it too philosophical or too deep. But I think the market, it teaches a great lesson in that, and just, not really trusting the ebbs and flows of your emotions, because a lot of time, I mean, we just saw it, man. They were telling us World War IX 6 weeks ago. I mean, it was like the ninth world war in like 5 years, and they're telling us everything's going to end. The apocalypse is coming. And then all of a
It's
sudden
all
the market,
psyops.
yeah, I agree with that. We could get into that too, but you see the chart speaks volumes because it's a V-shaped recovery every time. And when, not to play psychic, because I'm not a psychic, but when we did have that capitulation event in the stock market with the tariffs, and then it was the war and everything else, it just it rhymed a lot with the COVID scenario to me. And it's just, you kind of see the way that the banks conduct business, because that's who drives these markets, is the banks. It's not guys like you and me, it's the banks and the people, the liquidity providers that run the market, that own 80% of everything that is conducted in these markets. And when you understand the way that they move, they don't give a shit about us, man. And I know that everybody knows
Oh
that, it
no
should be
way.
obvious. So they want to take your money.
We're
Yeah.
I was gonna say we're the homeless person on the corner. Like we're the untouchables to them.
Well,
Like
the
they
crazy thing though is that the market provides so much opportunity, and I think that it's kind of like a sensory overload for most people, like especially when you're newer in the
yeah.
market,
When you
is that,
barely get into it, yeah.
yeah, I mean, you see opportunity every 5 minutes. You could short here, long here, short here, long here, and you
Yeah.
just see
Yeah.
it becomes too much. But when you zoom out, you kind of see the game as the way that, that you got to follow the money in the way that the bigger players play. They're not over here jumping in and out 7 million times. I promise you that. They just don't do it. It doesn't happen. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's
It would
difficult.
be cool to have like enough, like to have the liquidation point so far down, that you could handle it and stuff like that. That'd be cool. And mostly, like, I haven't used any of my like for anything I've won. I've just thrown them back into trades. Like, I haven't taken anything out, which kind of like pisses me off because when I do lose a trade, I was like, damn, I could have taken that, $300 or $600, and you bought a new couch or something like that, you know?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Because there's so much opportunity, right? You see the market, whether you're trading, Apple, Nvidia, or Bitcoin, or some random shit coin, or whatever it is. There's money to be made at every second of every day. And like I was saying, I think that that's kind of where people get captured into that train of thought that maybe that there's an opportunity every second, and then you kind of get into this pattern of trying to time everything, and it can get really messy, man. I mean, I'm only speaking from experience because obviously I've been there. I think everybody who's traded has been there, and it can really capture you, man. It's tricky.
Getting lost in the sauce.
Fucking hey, brother. Oh, I said the F word again. I gotta watch my mouth. My bad. No, but it's too much, man. I mean, the market it's a crazy place, man. It really is. I mean, but like I was saying before, what an opportunity. I think people forget the opportunity that the market provides. They kind of they miss the forest for the trees because people are making a lot of money in these markets, man. And I've made significant money in these markets. I've lost significant money as well, and everything in between. But I think the market kind of teaches us over time, just looking at the charts, the natural progression of the market is one direction, man.
I feel that. I'm twisting one up right now, hoping it goes down.
Yeah, with the way it's been, man, I mean, it's gonna go up and down a lot. You know what I mean? It's gonna go down and it's gonna go up. When people call me and they'll be like, "How's the stock market doing?" I'm like, "It goes up and down, man." It's that simple. It's up and down.
For like exchange, do you do forex?
I dabble here and there. I'm not big on
Like,
forex. I do trade
oh,
currencies though.
we're like, do you do it on TradingView or
I use
where do you do it?
I use Thinkorswim. I'm on TD Ameritrade.
Oh, TD Ameritrade. Huh? Yeah, because I
Yeah,
was wondering how much different the exchanges are, like the layout
oh, they're all
versus the
different.
futures layouts.
They're all
Oh yeah,
the futures layout is a little bit more kid friendly
user
is the way
friendly.
that I would.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's all the same. I mean, it's the same thing, just a different skin, I guess. It's the same buttons though. You know what I mean? Buy, sell. It's the same thing essentially.
I don't know how people would do this with a white background. That's crazy. There's no way I could stare at that all day.
What's going on, good people?
There he is. I've
Hello,
been trying
sir.
to
Give me
I've
one
been trying to
second. I'm
leave.
just getting back to the office. I'll be right back.
Yeah, man. There's the man, the legend, huh? Yeah, the way they've been swing failing though, brother. I mean, I hope you do well with your short.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I was hoping for. That's what caught me off guard because I was waiting for another swing fail. You know what I mean? And I was like, all right, cool. And then it started to go up a little bit. I'm like, oh, that's fine. It's just trying to fake me out. I'll wait for confirmation. Confirmation doing that weird stuff where it throws the candle and have like the bearish hammer, like spinning top candle. And yeah, it totally faked me out. Kudos to them, though. That's what they're supposed to do.
it's hard, man. Futures is hard. There's no way around it. Anybody who tells you it's easy, they're lying, man.
Or arrogant, just like, oh, it's so easy. You can't get this, huh? Huh? Yeah.
Some people are really good though. You know what I mean? Some people. I'm not one of the ones that'll tell you that I'm some phenom on futures. It's just not the case for me. But some people are really good, man. But you know, some people lie too. We are on the internet, so it's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Some people kind of try to, it's, you know, they try to boost their pride. I don't know. It's a weird thing for me to do that on the internet, but hey, if that's how you get your little kick, then so be it. I'd like to see ETH get some juice here, though, man. That's what I'm looking at. The altcoin daddy needs to wake up because these alts are on the floor, man. It'd be nice to see them get some life. I don't know if it's hopium going into the holiday. I don't really care. Neither here nor there for me. If it's today or next month or whenever, doesn't really matter. I do have futures positions though, and if they get stopped out, they get stopped out. It is what it is.
Good afternoon, guys, and happy 4th.
Is that my boy Wimpy?
Damn right. I thought this channel went AWOL.
You heard my voice. You're like, uh-oh. How you
Everything
doing,
good?
brother?
Crypto going up? I'm doing fine. Hotter than hell in North Carolina, and I'm sure it's hot there. So.
Oh, it's
Oh
cooking, bro.
shit, we got Wimpy in the house now too, huh?
Is it humid over there?
What
We
part
got
of North
Manny too.
Carolina?
Hickory's the closest town, about 20 minutes.
That's why I was out in Charlotte, Concord area.
Oh hell, that's where B's from. Is this B?
Nah, Black Mac.
I didn't think it was, but just.
I heard North Carolina had to hop on. I'm out in Tennessee right now, though.
Wimpy's
How's the markets doing? I've been around today, and what was that crazy?
I said Wimpy's playboy. He's out there shaking hands with some pretty high net worth individuals I've seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, that was a freaking funny story, man. The way it happened was in March or April. He sent me a text and said, "Hey, I want to come to the racetrack." And I'm thinking, first of all, why the hell are you texting me to come to a racetrack I don't even own? But we got it all worked up, and hell, they made him the grand marshal, and I met up with him and talked. But I first met him when he was with Fox, because they would always come down and do Fox and Friends, and we've always been friends. I just told him not to send me none of them shitty emails.
You deserve it, man, to be shaking hands with people like that. You are a very good man, very kind man. You deserve that type of experience, man. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, well, the general manager asked me, he's like, "Why is Pete Hegseth reaching out to you?" And I'm like, "Well, because sometimes it's just that first impression that you make on people that, you know, build your trust." And I said, "Hey, he wants to be a part of this Coke 600 show, and he's over all of this military stuff that we do. Let's get him here." Oh, he was ecstatic. It was crazy.
That's awesome, man. Yeah,
How
do you
you
meet
been? How's the family? How's everything?
Oh, everything's good, man. Everything's good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm having the best year of my life, man. Not even just money. Money is probably on the back burner, but for me, everything's good, man. I'm just grateful for everything, to be honest.
All right. So how's everybody else in Discord? Haven't stays pretty quiet. Can't really find
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't
going on.
know. There hasn't been a lot of drama. I'm thankful for that, but I don't really this is the first time I've been on voice and I don't even know how long, man. It has been quiet though, but I think that the market kind of dictates the noise for the most part. You know, a lot of people were invested in some questionable things, and a lot of people were investing their time in some questionable behavior. So, you know, the market kind of does its thing, and you know, we all get to spectate on that.
Yeah, I still play the same game. Every time it would drop 10%, I'd dollar cost average. I'd throw 50 or 100 or whatever I could, 20 or 10, I'd buy it on the way down, and it's way back up.
Same deal for me, brother. I'm looking at. I mean, I've been pretty aggressive in futures, looking at the weekly MAs and everything else here recently. But for the most part, I'm working my tail off and just accumulating as well, because that's what the market dictates in these choppy moments. You know, you don't want to get in here and be too aggressive on futures when it's not really giving you that play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta know how to read it, read the sentiment, and it just depends on your game. You know, everybody's got a different game.
Yeah, I think the important thing that people forget is just that the work is never finished, man. You know, no matter what, you gotta keep grinding, and if you gotta make money, then use your talents to make money, whether it's trading or whatever you do for money. But I think that that's what a lot of people forget in this market is no matter how much money you make, the work is never finished.
Hell yeah.
All right, I'm back. What's going on, family?
What up, man? I've been trying to meet you, Dbloc.
Who's this?
I've been hearing about you, brother.
Hopefully good things. Hopefully good things.
Yeah, all good things, brother. Somebody sent me an invite though, and I was like, let me go tap in and meet my man. I heard about you for a couple years, and I was waiting to cross paths.
Nice,
I've been
welcome.
around these discords a little bit. Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yeah, Dbloc, me crazy fool. He was part of our splinter group pretty much, I think, since 2022, right?
Yeah, about then.
Crazy. Yeah, full-time trader, great analyst. He likes the long-term
Look,
stuff,
long walks on the
macro
beach.
stuff.
Like you're gonna give me as he's right here. He can talk, bro. He trying
My
gonna
wife
give me
is my
like
wife is
long
talking to me.
walks
One
on the
second.
beach. He's a Sagittarius. Nah,
I'm
welcome,
thinking
brother.
he's
Welcome,
Sagittarius.
welcome. What's going on, YouTube? I appreciate you guys keeping Bitcoin right where it was when I left. That was really nice of y'all, but you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, you gonna send it up to those cell walls now that you're back, or what?
Could have just let it pump. Wow, this thing looks weak, man. We got a half day tomorrow. I don't expect too much. I'm really just focused on guns retracement here. So I can get back in position and sort of looking at ETH sort of curling up. I don't expect too much from Bitcoin. Not right now. We're sentiment neutral, man. We got a double hit today. You know, we got the negative sentiment of everybody's hopes and dreams of a cut in July getting swiped. And then they got a massive spending bill on their lap. People don't know how to feel right now.
Well, for the record, I enjoy long walks on the beach.
Nothing wrong with long walks on the beach. As long as you got a phone on you so you can check the charts. Want to be irresponsible.
What's your major?
Hey, I just want to reach out to Dbloc. Been kind of floating around in the background, listening and learning. I kind of know everybody. I don't say a whole lot. I never have. I think I met you back in a day, in another time, in another place of a
Yeah, the
Discord,
voice rings a bell.
and I got to say it's one of the classiest Discords that I've listened to. I mean, I don't, I don't, you know, stir up any trouble. I don't want any trouble. I want to learn. I want to
Yeah.
listen. I want to respect, and it all goes down here.
Nah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's been hard work keeping it that way, but that's the plan.
And I wouldn't recommend starting anything with Wimpy because this dude is jacked.
Nice. Okay.
I just know good people.
I appreciate it, bro. Welcome. YouTube, how we feeling? Still in trades, waiting to take profits, or we over trading?
waiting for a better place to enter.
I'm over waiting on a short entry.
I need a little retracement.
Yeah, we could look at ETH real quick.
All right, I'm back.
Little Girth, you need a crash, my man. you need a full out. You need like a full out market crash.
That would be great. That would help out so much.
ETH looks good, man.
But I
ETH is
don't mind.
just
You know, I don't
consolidating like
mind
everything
waiting.
else is. It got back into that range that we needed it to get back into with a bubble. So that's good. Right? We locked in that deviation underneath. We were talking about reclaiming this range.
You talking about ETH?
Yeah, but we do have some liquidity issues to the downside. Well, not issues, depending on who you are. If you're a market maker, that's not an issue at all. That's a
I'm
buffet.
looking at the volume. I'm looking at the volume. The volume needs to pick up, man.
Everything
You
is
got a little
dead.
bit of a
And
yeah, man.
we're looking at a dead tape all day. I've looked at this tape like 3 or 4 times. It's been completely dealt on you, just a completely black tape. It's all good. We can
Yeah,
count on the degens to fix that problem for us, though. Eventually,
how they
one
do,
side or
though.
the other will get too froggy and it'll push.
You know how when the volume low, how they do though.
Yeah, what time is it? 5:30. I keep thinking it's later than it is.
He's sitting up on the 50, on the daily 50 though, sitting on top of that. You need to build some volume though, for sure. It's not exciting right now, that's for sure.
The easiest way to test your alt, if your alt's sitting above your 50, you're in good position. If it's not sitting on its 50 or above its 50, it better at least be making an attempt. If not, you're looking at a pretty weak alt that's probably got a very weak Bitcoin pair.
I think ETH on the macro is what's more exciting. I think that's kind of like the whole picture right now. Like the macro looks very exciting, and then the micro is just kind of grindy, and it sucks kind of for the people on futures for sure.
Nah, screw
Myself
that.
included.
Accumulation, man. ETH is a long
Oh,
play.
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. For
ETH
sure.
is a
Yeah,
long
it's
play.
definitely that's exactly what it is in a nutshell. It's accumulation time.
This genius bill gets passed, the amount of stablecoin transactions that are going to come through Ethereum is going to be ridiculous.
Ethereum's gonna take over the whole financial. We ain't even gonna go into that unless you want to.
I've been telling people for years that if Nasdaq goes anywhere,
We gonna
it's not
build
going to
everything on that.
not going to
Oh, you already
Solana.
know.
Oh, please, people, can you be less bullish?
Hey,
This smells top signal. This
Zusi.
smells top.
It don't matter how we feel. It
Smells.
don't matter how we. It don't matter
signal.
how we feel.
Nah, I'm
Woke up a
talking long
giant.
term. What's going on, Zusi? You good?
Hello, hello.
I'm just hanging
Wow,
out
good.
while
How about
Bitcoin.
you?
Good. Just hanging out while Bitcoin goes sideways. Guns stole the show today. For the most part.
I
Looks like
think
it's
it's
gonna keep
Nasdaq.
going.
Gold showing weakness is good though. I peeped that a little bit ago. Gold trying to be weak, but she's been tricky.
I'm holding gold to 4K.
Uh-oh, you ain't rolling none of that? Where'd you buy
I
it at?
already took out at 3.3. I've been in this trade for 2 years.
Amen.
I bought at the breakout of that bull flag from that cup and handle 2 years ago.
Amen. Good man. Yeah, gold to me is not exciting. It never will
Nah,
be.
nah.
I'll probably never buy it. It is a good safety valve, but I'm too young to be messing with gold, man.
War
I
is what got
need
me
risk.
into gold. It was just a defensive play that ended up. You know, funny thing is, once things get hairy, you don't, you know, you can kind of count on them getting worse, and that's one thing they've done for sure is just get worse and worse, and gold's done nothing but go up. But gold runs 1-to-1 to global liquidity, and global liquidity has been on fire. So until global liquidity tops out, I'll be holding on to gold. If they're gonna keep printing, they're gonna keep buying gold. They're definitely not gonna hold that monopoly money they're printing.
It's about performance too for me. It's like
Yeah, there's
that's
not
what
a
I never
lot
really messed
ROI
with.
in it.
Yeah. I mean, it's good though if you're gonna put a nice if you're gonna park a nice amount there for sure, and it outperformed everything for months now. So
Between
which
me
is
and
crazy.
you, it gives me an excuse to just buy a bunch of gold, bro. I trade physical, so like an excuse to just go crazy.
You don't think Bitcoin needs gold going up to also continue going up? Because on the weekly, monthly, they seem to be correlated.
Well, gold. Well, if gold runs 1-to-1 to global liquidity, then yeah.
Well, to be fair,
It
they've
doesn't
just all
mean it
been
has to
going up
keep its
since.
sort of. It doesn't mean it has to keep its sort of trajectory, right? It can consolidate for a while. But
When
I
you
don't
zoom out,
think
they're
gold's
doing the
done
same
that.
thing. They're going up since November 22, and that's also what's Bitcoin doing.
Oh crap! You know what I just realized? Zeusy and Crazy Fool, you guys are gonna be ABC brothers.
Oh yeah.
Someone PM'd me today, and he was like, "Where did everybody go?" His name is Slottenheim or
What?
Yeah, I'm looking at my conversation history with him, and last time I spoke with him was in 2021, 22.
There's probably a
And
reason
Guy
for
gets
that.
around.
should I send him the Discord link?
I mean, if you
Hi,
haven't talked to
Zusi,
him
long
for how
time no
many?
see. Do you have any idea where everyone went all of a sudden? Did team ban everybody?
I have no idea.
But
I mean, yeah, it's fine. You can send him invite.
Yeah, I think your USDT dominance is kind of the elephant in the room right now. If you look at that weekly chart, I think it's telling you that we got a little bit of a run coming here.
Yeah, that just goes to show Dbloc. His audience was never really his audience. It was your audience.
You reap what you sow, I guess.
The drama runs deep on the Discord Landia, doesn't it?
USDT dominance. What's my chart? Look like.
Yeah, throw on your MAs on the weekly.
Oh yeah, this does look like this. Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for this bear flag to play out. This was our sort of danger zone. And we warned early if USDT dominance pops into this red box, alts are gonna get smacked, and smacked they did.
Depends on what alts you got, though. If you in some good alts, you might be alright.
They might not have been smacked as much as the other ones, but they got smacked. I've only been in high mark. In December, I sold all my alts for Bitcoin, and then I loaded back into Bitcoin on a dip, and then I bought very few high market cap alts. I'm not playing with anything underneath 750 mil, 500 mil, except for one, and that's at like 30 mil. Just my little degen play.
I've been jumping into dexes, man. You got your Solana dex, you got Orca, you got Uniswap. Oh man, Uniswap's gonna eat too. Oh boy. These dexes are the picks and the shovels, man. It'll all play out, like you said, global liquidity. If you ain't tracking global liquidity, then you need to go learn about it.
I'm completely out of the loop here for a few days. What did I miss? All I know is my lungs are still alive, so that's kind of cool.
We had
They started
unemployment come
print even.
in way under expected, so those little dreams of a cut in July sort of fizzled away today. But we also got
Good.
that's
good news.
Big beautiful bill passed, so we can say goodbye to the.
That's also good news. Both
Yeah.
of them means more inflation, right? So
Well, it
more,
means it
like,
means more liquidity, but the deficit's about to get blown sky high.
yeah. Eventually, we know where bear market is coming. But
Yeah,
look at
that's the one.
how
That's the
things
one
have
positive I
been.
was looking at it though, right? Because timing wise, the way that they're trying to accelerate it, timing wise, everything should break down right when everything else is breaking down. Right before the 18.6-year real estate cycle breaks down right after crypto and equities sort of take a tumble. I'm seriously looking at metals, man. And I'm not even talking about huge returns or anything, but
As a
the
hedge, you're
pain
good.
that's coming, yeah. I'm pretty heavy silver right now.
More.
Yeah, I know.
So that doesn't sound
I'm
exciting.
a
I don't know
strange
why.
bird. It's not exciting. It's not exciting at all. That's why it's a defensive play. We got all the volatility over here to make money on.
You ever looked at performance of the equities and risk on post final rate cut?
People, I'm really not sure these rate cuts will have a bullish effect on the chart because look at
Give
what
me
the
1
hikes
second. I'll be
did
right
on the
back. Sorry,
chart.
guys.
Like to
Yeah,
me, it just makes sense. We might see the opposite effect. People are gonna be bullish like hell if there's rate cuts. Why not
Well,
stop the
we're already
bear market
we're,
at that
we're
point?
already 3 rate cuts in though. Remember, they've already cut rates 3 times. We're already mid rate cut cycle right now. We're not waiting for the first rate cut. We're waiting for the fourth.
We've pumped amazingly with high rates.
Yeah, this is typical as well.
Any change is dangerous, right?
If you back test rate cuts though, so we've had 3 rate cut cycles since they changed the monetary policy, right? But if you back test rate cuts, the first rate cut and the final rate cut, I think everybody should look into that a little bit, especially the final rate cut.
No, but long term, you're right. But you know, medium term, short term, they can only break this trend. They can't make it continue. Like they can't make it go quicker up. They can only break it.
What do you mean by break it?
The trend shift is to stop going up. Since 2022, yeah. That's the trend shift that worries me. It's if we stop going up, and we've been going up for 3 years.
You've been going up for way longer than 3 years. You've been going up for 60 years.
Not if you look in gold. Not if you look in gold. Bitcoin is actually not going up anymore in gold. Same for other charts.
Gold has performed over the last 5 years is up 200%. Bitcoin in that time is up probably 3,000% if I had to guess.
Yeah, it did better in percentage, but you know that it's right now it's at the like because gold is so high, we're actually lower than the previous high. We're even lower than 69K right now in gold.
Let me give you my little
We're even
let me give you my little spiel on metals real quick. And this is not a right now thing, right? So this is gold, right? This is when we got into gold at the break. This cup on this cup and handle started building in 2011. We didn't finish building the cup till 2020. Like this is actual macro shit, right? But still follows the same rule as if this was a 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart, no different. So we're now at our measured move, right? For the most part. So this is already played out. But take a look at silver. Now, my point is you waited almost 15 years just to get a move on gold. Right? And then you had that move in about a year. Still not a big deal. Percentage wise, you know, you can do better on crypto. As safe? I don't know. Now take a look at silver. Silver is right about to the bear flag or to the bull flag sort of area that I got in on gold before its move, right? The only difference is that silver started building this cup in 1979. Finished building the cup in 2011 and should finish the handle sometime 2026. So my thesis is, as real estate's coming down, as equities are coming down, as crypto's coming down, for the most part, we're probably going to be in a recession by that point. Metals seems like the only sort of defensive play. Unless you want to go into bonds. Bonds market is probably going to be completely wrecked anyways, to be completely honest with you. So my sort of thesis is that this will eventually play out on silver. I'm not saying it plays out right away. You saw how long the pattern was. That could take several years. But I'd rather have my funds protected in something that's close to a breakout, right? Or at least mid breakout.
But fundamentally, it's two different assets, don't know. So what's silver used
To
for?
stay on that same, hold on, just to stay on that same sort of ideal, take a look at platinum. So
Platinum
you see where I'm
topped with the
going.
stock market in 2000.
Yeah, you see where I'm going with this though? I feel like the metals are leapfrogging each other.
Yeah, but
Now,
maybe we
it's going to
invested
be
in production like
years.
hell.
It's going to be years and years and years until I can prove my thesis. But we were talking about it from way down here, and this move on platinum recently has been pretty impressive, actually.
The same way we look at Bitcoin pairs, isn't it interesting in amongst metals to look at their pairs? Like platinum.
Silver is used in
gold.
AI chips and data processors.
Silver is,
heavily.
listen, I'm not here to shill a commodity, and I get it. It's actually impossible to give financial advice on a commodity, but I'll be buying plenty of silver from now until the end of 2027.
Yeah, but selling gold to buy silver, basically, that's increasing risk, right?
No, my gold's mostly going to go into Bitcoin.
At the bottom of the bear market? No, now.
Yeah. No, not now.
You guys are crazy.
Money always finds a home, Zusi. It's all about rotational plays. My money can't just sit there and not work for me.
Well, you can get 8% APY.
Nah, I can do better than that. But this is what we're talking about is rotational play here, right? This is obviously what we're doing right now is obviously the main play here. But it doesn't hurt to think, where do you know, all right, so during the bear market, what am I going to do? Am I just going to short on the way down and stay in this market? Or am I going to, what's the plan? Am I going to rotate? Am I going to buy real estate? Wait, but the 18.6 year real estate cycle is about to end. Maybe that's not the best. Maybe that's not the best play at the end of this bull market. Unless you need a house to live in, obviously, and then that's always the best play. So it's just knowing where you're at in the cycles and knowing what the good rotation is at any given time.
Well, when things go down, everything goes down. Whether it's gold, Bitcoin, SPY, NASDAQ, they all go down together in the end. We see that in the platinum chart. Look at what happened to it in 2000. So if we're expecting a downturn in 2026, finding that safe asset where your money will actually grow and not go down is going to be a bit hard, but
Braveheart is one rare
possible.
gem. A real dozy
Even
man.
BNB
Cool
dropped
face
75%
emoji.
last time, right?
Saluting face
That's probably
emoji.
going to be one
You.
alt that doesn't drop too much next cycle. But
yeah,
it's probably true for legacy too. You'll have stocks that don't suffer as much as others, but overall,
what's interesting to me, the one that stands
everything
out
goes
to
down.
me, is Chainlink. And the reason I say it is because if we really have this influx of stables, and I want to show you this thing that I read because you would geek out on it. The numbers are pretty cool. But they were talking about if you can bring the total transaction of stables or the total stable market cap up to 2 trillion, then that would ensure dollar dominance for at least 30 years. and it would make stablecoin companies the number one and number two holders of bonds. So for me, I'm running off the thesis that the government's going to try to push that. Right? They're already supporting it. So if that's the case, and the banks have already been given the right to start their own stables and to do it, so there's going to be certain amount of transactions that don't go down during the bear market. Right? People will still be using stables if they're buying shit day to day and it just happens to be on rails. And the one thing that all of these banks, all of these stable coins have in common is that they use Chainlink as an oracle. So like if I had to pick one that, because then you're talking revenue at that point, right? Like this will be the first, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the first year that they'll be positive.
Making money, providing prices.
Yeah. There's CCIP. It's more than just the oracle. It's the CCIP that's gonna sort of grease
your
the
real
chains.
world asset tokenization stuff. It's happening. There's like shit coins all over the place with like Apple. I saw that on Bybit the other day. I can trade Apple now through crypto.
Robinhood
I can
too.
trade
Right on
Nvidia.
Robinhood. They were like, here, you want to trade these tokenized? I know you could buy the real thing right here, but if you come through this door,
Yeah, I wonder which one is gonna bring which one down.
and
But yeah,
remember, hold
all
on,
you have to do is
remember how we always talked about if they tokenized stocks that it would be on Ethereum for the most part. That's what they did. They went Arbitrum. Funny enough,
The True
a
Musketeers
strange
and
pick,
Voice
but yeah, they
Now is
went
awesome
Arbitrum,
good.
and then Robinhood's coming out with their own layer 2 under Arbitrum.
yeah, if it's still too expensive, right? But Apple, yeah, like right now I can trade Nvidia, Apple, but I don't know if these like the price is the same, but I have no clue how reliable it's gonna be. Yeah? But you have like spot Apple, you have Apple X, Nvidia X on Bybit, and you can just
McDonald's. You do
spot buy it.
McDonald's.
They been had
What?
that, man.
Zeusy, apparently YouTube chat's been putting together a song list for you. He's not gonna understand why, because he's never even heard his intro song. They're
I'll
like
check
putting
it
a
out
list together
eventually.
of like classic French songs.
Ooh.
Zeusy probably listens to like death metal, bro. Y'all don't know. Y'all are being racist right now. You don't know what Zeusy listens. You don't
I
know what
won't
Zeusy
say.
listens to.
Gold is up 200% since 2015. That's crazy, man.
For gold specifically, yeah. That is unheard of. I mean, you have to go back a lot of years. And they,
Yeah, I
the
mean,
same people that
you
were.
just had a bull from 2002. You had a bull from 2001 to 2012, 600%.
Don't forget, gold is the measuring tool.
The same
So
people
gold
that
is
are telling me that silver is just gonna triple top and that's a forever, top on silver. The same people that were telling me that gold wasn't gonna pump.
I think that the thing to key
didn't.
into, especially for investors, or I mean, investor, whatever you are, trader, investor, it doesn't matter. It's just performance, man. You're talking percentages. That's not impressive for 10 years. Not at all, really.
No,
I
it's
think that
not
it's
meant to
better.
be a gainer.
For sure. It's defensive, like you were saying,
Yep.
but I think times have been defensive for the last 5 years, really. I mean, not 5 years, maybe 3.5 at least. We've been pretty defensive, unless you're talking tech in the NASDAQ specifically. But even then, that's just a deviation of the debasement. The 98% of the gains that we see on the indexes and in equities is just from debasement alone.
Yeah, but when it comes to gold
Exactly what I wanted to
specifically, like
say.
gold is where you put the money that you're not investing, right? It's not an investment. You've got your
No,
investable funds, you've got your
Bitcoin, brother.
portfolio. That's where you
Bitcoin.
sit. That's what, well, we know that,
Right.
But the majority of the world, when shit gets scary, Their wealth
Well,
goes
yeah,
into, you know.
they can't handle a red daily candle, brother.
Yeah,
But the
yeah,
thing
yeah.
is, Bitcoin though, the thing that'll be, because I was listening to you and I enjoy the information and all the data. For me, I'm a data guy, but you're looking at Bitcoin versus gold. We know it's not close.
Nah,
Everybody knows that.
first time.
And then you bring in Big Daddy ETH, who ETH has not even begun, man. It's not even begun. It's tirade in this market. I was buying ETH at 600 last cycle, and I was hella late. And people crying it was at $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, man.
For me, it was the suppression. Seeing that level of deliberate suppression of price was like, oh,
Well, we know what they're
you're
doing.
gonna make, you're making me buy this. Even if I didn't want to buy this, you're making me buy this.
We know what the banks are doing, though. I mean, anybody who pays enough attention, you know what the banks are doing. The writing is on the wall. They even have it through the legislation now. They're not holding your hand, but they're telling you everything that you need to know. I mean, you look at XRP, look at all this shit, man. I mean, the writing is on the wall.
Well, I'm just glad that the group stuck it together, ignored all the idiots on Twitter telling y'all that the bull market is over, focused in the don't F it up zone, made those hard buys when it was difficult and everybody was calling you crazy. You know, now sitting floating around 110K is when we feel comfort, right? While everybody else is scrambling, looking for entries, and do you think it'll go back to 90? We're comfortable with a bubble underneath us.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. This whole market is it's a shit show, man. The sentiment is always misleading. We know that. Everybody should know that by now. You've been around though. You know this party's just cracking off here, man. I mean, they just told you World War IX was popping off like 6 weeks ago, and then they bought everything right underneath your feet, and then they told you, haha, thank you. That's what they do. That's what they're good for. They're good for making you emotional, washing you out right before they light the candles.
One thing I always tell the group is that the one setup you don't want to ignore is high levels of FUD at macro support. There's one thing that's never failed me is buying the biggest FUD day possible at macro support. They pull the same shit all the time. I don't care what the news story is. Insert news story here. I literally, for that World War III shit, I literally had a box underneath price before we got there that said insert news story here with a picture of Trump, a picture of Putin, a picture of a nuclear explosion going off, a tether symbol, all the normal FUD that they throw at us. We didn't know what the story was going to be, but we knew there would be one. We knew if they
Yo,
flushed
you need
those
the
licks that there would be one.
You need the trigger. That's the
But
trigger.
but Dbloc, all we did is a tiny lower low of 2%, and typically when there's Bitcoin FUD, we done more than that.
That was just enough to shake everybody out, man. You forget that this whole move started when we went down to 49. This whole thing started with the largest liquidation event in Bitcoin history. So you already got 65% of the people you needed to get out. Every other flush out after that has been taking weak hands, taking their Bitcoin, and then strong hands pick it up. Weak hands have to buy higher, they get flushed out again, strong hands pick it up. Eventually, Bitcoin's sitting in enough strong hands to where we don't sell on retracements anymore, and it's up and to the right.
You know the liquidations. So the C19 liquidation event, I don't remember the number, but I know that since then we've had single day liquidation events larger than that at least a dozen times. At least a
No,
dozen
but
times.
it's
Larger than COVID-19.
Pigs
no,
get
but
slaughtered,
in
man.
dollars it's normal because the crypto market cap has grown too, right? So
It's
Right, relative.
the levels of speculation. Like I personally, in all of my cycles, haven't seen this level of speculation from futures traders at this level of Bitcoin. meaning this resistance, this desire to short every single green candle. And I understand why, obviously, right? Institutions are buying IBIT and they're shorting on futures, right? It's what they do. They buy ETFs and they short on futures.
The institutions are doing
Since
that
the
though. They're
ETFs,
buying and then shorting. They're hand in hand. That's what they do. They'll facilitate their buys on spot, and then they'll load a future short. That's business as usual.
stocks too, same shit.
Yeah.
It's only naked shorting in stocks.
It's
But
systematic
eventually they
though. They
remove
need to.
those. Eventually they remove those shorts and they let the
Right.
train go for the blow off top.
Right.
Well, you guys wanted the wolf in the hen
So
house. These are the games you got to deal with.
It ain't even if you've been around though. This shouldn't be any. I mean, I know that many of us have, but for the people that haven't, this is all business as usual. None of this is anything new or unique.
No,
The-
of course not.
Man,
But you
it's
know, when you trade ABCs, you typically don't have World War III potential doom on top of your head. You typically have
Oh, you absolutely do. You absolutely
no,
do.
no. Typically, you have crypto-specific stuff. You know,
You
like
don't have to
going
worry
on
about any of that
saying
shit if
crypto
you just trade
pollutes.
liquidity.
Yeah,
exchanges
we haven't had a crypto specific like FUD
crash.
session.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
I'm gonna
Thank.
it's all bullish news on crypto. Like all
What
the news
what
are
Don't
was
worry
it?
bullish.
about
You
the
have
news. Don't worry about
you
the
have
news.
your
Would be
No,
my thing to say.
no
Don't
Sam
even pay
Bankman.
attention to it.
Yeah, but fundamentally, you do got to pay attention to that. Right now, I mean, we got a
yeah.
vice president that's like a Bitcoin maxi. We got new SEC chair that's crypto friendly. We got framework that's
They've
about to
been
be
that
Yeah,
put
way
out.
but
though. Look, I'm all
No,
on
no,
board
they
Drew.
with
haven't
it.
been that way. They
I'm
haven't been
definitely
One
that
at
way.
a
paying
time,
attention.
guys. One at a time, because we can't
Yeah,
hear
go
if
ahead.
we
Go ahead.
talk over each other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they've been that way because they've been standing with their boot on the neck of crypto, and right now they finally let it off.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Till the
tricky though.
next.
The big players though have been involved in Bitcoin for a long time. I mean, you think that BlackRock just bought Bitcoin when they told us they did? No.
But they didn't have the
Drew, you're
control
so
over it that they do now.
I
Drew,
don't
you're
know. I
so
think they
bullish.
did.
It's
I think the banks have. What's that saying? My bad. I didn't mean to talk over you.
no. I interrupt. I just laughed because last night me and Drew were basically the only ones discussing crap. But he's so positive, it scares me. He's so bullish. It's like, oh man, is something gonna happen that I'm just
It scares me
thinking
too,
about
man.
that. I
That's why I
know.
try
It's
to
like,
stay level headed, man. This what's gonna play out is gonna play out because the 4-year cycle plays out. Men lie, women lie, the 4-year cycle doesn't. Long as liquidity is running, the 4-year cycle will play out the way it's supposed to. Right now,
hey,
I'm bullish to
Ray,
people that are saying I say we're going to 150, 175. That sounds bullish. When we get there, I will be the bear because everybody else that's saying it's not going to 150 will be saying 250, 350, 450.
We now have the same targets almost. Interesting.
I've had 150 from since we were at 20K.
Yeah, but I remember some debates between 130 and 180, and
yeah,
you just said
130 was the
150
number.
to
Yeah,
175. That's close enough to 180.
Now 150 is my base case. My
by what?
bullish case is 175 to 2, but the US has to buy a Bitcoin. Just one single Bitcoin bought with US funds added to that strategic reserve that wasn't already seized changes the game. My opinion.
Well, how do you know they don't already have?
Because we have the
With
wallets.
all they confiscated all all that stuff that was going on, the exchanges that were crashing. They confiscated a lot of Bitcoin,
Yeah, that's the
and they
Bitcoin
said
that
they were selling it.
no,
Yeah, they said they were selling it last year.
that's the Bitcoin that's in the strategic reserve. What I'm saying is if they use taxpayer funds to buy a single Bitcoin, if that bill passes,
Gotcha.
then that's different, right? Because that starts the nation state sort of game theory to scoop up Bitcoin. That's perpetual buy pressure.
Well, think
And
about the
that's
U.S.
also
too, right? Think about the U.S. I mean, our economy is ran on big business. You have big business starting Bitcoin reserves already. So, in my opinion,
That's the underneath buying from the U.S. government. The U.S. government is ran by big business, by big tech specifically. So you could make that argument as well. We've
As
already kind of seen that being built.
as soon as they started announcing the National Strategic Reserve, I told the group, pay attention to the states. The states are the big ones here. The Federal Reserve is cool and all that, but the federal government works very slowly. The states are what you want to watch, and slowly the states started getting their reserves. Texas just got their reserve. Texas, the 8th largest economy in the world if it was a country. That's a big deal, and nobody even talks about it. But they'll slowly go fill in those reserves.
Well, with all this bullish news, I'm starting to wonder how we're gonna have
That's
another bull
long-term
market.
bullish. Not that we're going sideways for right now. We're going sideways for right now,
September.
probably into tomorrow. People are going to be partying. Maybe we get another lick sweep up into these liquidations and shit. I don't think we get above all-time high. Even if we get up there, we don't pass all-time high, in my opinion. So,
You don't think 112 will break and go right to 115?
now with the
At
amount
least
of
for one
volume,
set?
now with the amount
I
of
don't know.
volume we would need. Tomorrow's a day off, so you can already assume half of America is not even going to be at the charts. Market maker is going to be off duty during the U.S. session, and then we go into the weekend. We know how the weekend is. We'll trap and all that. So Monday is like the next time, unless something happens during the weekend.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Tomorrow we
this
get
is a
that
good.
signature. Tomorrow we get the bill signed, and Trump will have a victory lap. And if he talks nice, like if he really starts leaning into how much liquidity is coming, we could get a reaction.
He's
I reckon you
talking
could get some
tonight.
silly kind of pumps. You get some altcoin pumps like that are going to be pretty wild. Because when everything's sleeping, the alts play. You know what I
If
mean?
Bitcoin
It's like the
goes,
little
yeah,
weekend
if
game.
Bitcoin's going sideways and Dom is going down, also pump. If Bitcoin's going down, I mean, if Bitcoin's going up and Dom's going down, also pump. The
Yeah,
important thing is
especially the
Dom. The important thing to watch this weekend is going to be Dom.
We've
Dude,
seen the
Trump's
reaction today on Bitcoin. We've seen it. You know, you had pretty bullish order flow, but it got absorbed. I think a big player has been exiting today, and that's why Bitcoin is not already at 120, 130, because we're, you know, there's breakout after breakouts on legacy, and we're doing like, well, what Bitcoin is up like.
Remember that
Obviously,
Bitcoin had to dig
it's
out of
just
a
back where it
hole.
was.
Well, remember that Bitcoin took the brunt of all that World War III shit. All that happened on the weekend. We took that dip. By the time Legacy came in, we were already at peace. So they didn't take the dip. They got to pump from where they were. We got to pump back up to where we were. That's why they're higher.
The liquidity providers are the ones who conducted that business, because anytime that there's a narrative, they go ahead and use their heavy hand because they hold a very large amount of everything, and they can go ahead and do the thing. And that's what they do. Anytime there's a narrative, that's why you see the sporadic nature. Most of these alts, man, 80% of the supply of most of these alts are held by exchanges, and they do their thing, man. Until that changes, it'll be more of the same.
Yeah, I keep on hearing
So
to the. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just trying to say that tonight is big, and so is tomorrow, Dbloc. I mean, Trump's speaking in Iowa tonight, and they just had shootings there and whatever else is going on there. It's crazy that he's even doing this, but he's taking a bow for the win, right? What happened today on passing the big, beautiful bill. But
Yeah.
the 4th of July would be an opportunity for any outside, terrorist action going on. So I'm watching out for that. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to scare anybody.
I don't know about all that. I just know that
I mean, they ain't gonna fuck with. They ain't
I
gonna
know
mess
that the
with. Excuse
speech
my
tomorrow
French.
will be
They're not gonna
what moves the market.
I got an open mind to all that shit, man. I'm
You
just
should
saying.
always be ready for anything, but yeah, I mean, you
Well,
can't live on the edge. You can't be waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, you do anymore.
No. I mean, if you're out and
I mean,
about, maybe, but I don't know.
but you
You
guys,
can't
what
even
do you
take
think
an
about
F.
August? What do you guys think about like it's going to accumulate until August, because a lot of talk is about the Jackson Hole, Wyoming meeting in August. So I'm thinking that might be the Southern news, maybe around August, and just accumulate till then.
Well, I
Damn
was
rolls over
saying
in
earlier
September,
that
brother.
the chances of us getting that cut in July are gone. No meeting in August. Next is in September. So yeah, I would expect lower market cap risk assets to struggle for the next 2 months.
But I think that would be a good meeting though, because everybody's on board except for like so far Canada. But is that because Trump wants to, you know,
Tax the shit
change
out of
their
them.
whole friggin'
Return.
yeah,
Threatening to turn
it's
them
like
into a
crazy.
state.
Yeah. It's like what the hell what you know, Canada I was saying this today. Canada's I love Canada because they got the best comedians and you know, but we'll see. But yeah, I always keep an open mind to this crap because like New York, you know, I have to deal with a lot of stuff there that's going on there. And it's like turning into California.
I hear
Sorry for
you.
all you
It's not that I don't
Cali.
it's not that I don't worry about it. It's that I don't live under that. So I don't live under like a false sense of security. I've got friends from all over the world, and I mean, just in this Discord, you know, we had Discord members that had to sleep through sirens and rockets flying overhead. So it's like that sense of security that we have in this country. That it's like we shouldn't feel safe anywhere. You know, like, and not to be like paranoid or be like spooky, but we do walk around like shit can't happen all the time. It's not like that for people in most countries in the world. They live in a different reality.
Yeah, but it's like I don't you know, that's the whole funny kind of thing about it. It's like it's only because what does it affect our crypto? You know, through your life, it's like, all right, well, it's going to disrupt the stock market for a few months,
That's the
or
nasty
you
part
know,
of being
any,
invested, man.
you know,
Sometimes you root like
yeah,
look at
yeah.
what happened with jobs. Right? We should be
And the
celebrating that
banks,
more people are employed, but you know,
I don't get that, man.
as an investor, we understand that that's not good for our bags
I
because things
know,
have to be
like
bad for them to cut.
I know two people that lost their jobs like 3 months ago, and she
It's
just
gonna
told
get
me
worse.
today, oh, like, yeah. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. That's why maybe Pal has something going there when he's like, I don't think I should, you know, he's trying to protect, I think, in case you do get some crazy things going on. He's trying to protect the money they get. You know, in other words, if he starts giving out cutting rates, it's good for people that need it, but he's also looking out for the government. You know, it's like,
His job is
well,
to
we don't
squeeze
want
the
to give.
consumer, brother. They're squeezing the consumer because that's what the way that they
Well, yeah,
facilitate their process, and they're gonna do
it's
it until they're the mafia, man. I mean, they're gonna do it until they're
I,
done.
that's why they were trying to block that bill where Trump was, you know, no tax on tips and all that stuff. That's less money for them.
You
They
look at
have
rate cuts though, the average amount of time. So if you go back to since monetary policy changed, right, in the early 2000s, you look at the average amount of time that passes during rate cuts, right? We've had 3 rate cut cycles that rhyme since monetary policy changed. We are knocking on the door of the longest amount of time that they've allowed rates to remain as high as they are now. Obviously, the rates remain higher as the game continues, right? So it's not going to be the same, but we're going on, what is it, 10 months now that they already started cutting rates, but since the first rate cut was last August, right?
Well, think about what
Yeah,
happened after that rate cut, though.
right.
Look at it like this, because a lot of people want to look at it like he's political, right? I look at it a little bit differently. I don't look at it like he's political. I look at it like he did bend to political pressure for that first rate cut against his own will. He bent, and look at what happened, right? Inflation came raging back. So the problem is, you gotta, to understand Powell, you gotta understand Volcker. You gotta go back to his mentor, because his mentor was faced with a similar dilemma. and made the wrong decision, right? And the lessons that were learned there, he's trying not to repeat now. So unfortunately, and I hate to say this because we're responsible, they screwed up when they told us that inflation was transitory during COVID.
It was
Obviously,
intentional.
that was
Intentional lie.
so. They are putting out a fire
Yeah.
that they caused, so I'm not cutting them too much slack. But in an attempt to fix that, in an attempt to fix the overprinting, in an attempt to fix the imbalance, we set the world on fire, bro. We partied for 3 years. We put a big
Right.
middle finger up to the Fed,
It ain't.
and
It
we
ain't
just
we.
COVID.
They
and
did
we
it.
just went.
They did it, bro.
So
We didn't do
Because
nothing. All we
so
did was do what we did
Well,
and keep
as
the hands
invest
up.
no, as investors, there's usually a rule that you don't fight the Fed, right? We ignored that. And we threw parties on equities, we threw parties on crypto. We've gone absolutely crazy. So we haven't suffered on this side at all.
Yo,
And
guys,
that's
that
the
event
debasement.
that event I was talking about is August. It's not September, by the way. It's Federal Reserve's Jackson Hole event. That's in August, or the 22nd to 24th, I think.
Yeah, right before
This
the next the FOMC
but
that we're
you
expecting them to cut at.
Fed
So
plants all the seeds,
my
man.
point of saying
They
all that
created this
is
machine.
um if it wasn't for these tariffs, I think we would have had at least 2 cuts by now. But the uncertainty that came from the tariffs, and it's not just like we got tariffs and then they were set in stone and we could move forward. We got tariffs and then we got tariff raises and tariff drops and then a 90-day pause and then a China tariff war and then a pause on that and then so yeah, it's kind of difficult to say if we cut right now the effects from these tariffs. Not only that, but the effects that we're gonna have in the country, like states like Nebraska. Nebraska's talking about going bankrupt in two quarters.
What do you mean everybody's bankrupt? The United States is bankrupt. All these countries are bankrupt. Bankruptcy is normal now. It became normal, brother. All these countries are bankrupt. The United States
I
is
get I
bankrupt.
get that it sounds good, but what I'm saying is they're literally talking about being bankrupt in 2 months. I mean, in two quarters.
I get it. I get it.
Like
Like
that's
actual municipal running out of their treasury funds.
well, I mean,
Yeah, that's what
who would
everybody's
have
saying
thought
now.
that Doge cutting farm aid and getting rid of their workers at the same time would affect but so it goes.
What do they? But what do they do though? You know, when all these problems occur, what is the next step? You inject liquidity. It's the natural progression of things.
Yeah,
And that's what they're
of
doing.
course.
Inflation is below 2% right now. Inflation, they've already hit their target. You can go on Trueflation right now. I'm looking at it right now. 1.98% we're at right now. We were well below 2% in April as well. I'm not sure what it is. You have some of the most powerful and most intelligent people in the world at the disposal of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve runs the world. These are people that are very intelligent. These are not foolish people, right? We all know that. That's nothing
Hmm.
new. These are very intelligent people. They have the most intelligent mathematicians, the most intelligent economists. They are very calculated. Like I've been saying this in the other groups. Every button that they press, they know exactly what it does. You know why? Because this is the third trial of the same magnitude. Well, magnitude is the wrong word. The magnitude is higher now. This is the same, this is the third trial of the same systematic approach that they've been running. This is a test on economic on an economic approach. And like you said, Volkner, he doesn't want to be Volkner, or he doesn't want to be the other guy. He wants to be more like Volkner. I forget the other guy's
Yeah.
name. That's absolutely valid. But you look at inflation right now. Inflation is below 2%. This is semantics at this point. I don't want to go into that too much, but the misnomer here, I think, is everybody's waiting, man. Especially high net worth individuals. You listen to the way that people talk right now about the situation. You see people rolling over into the Russell 2000 right now. There's definitely a risk on notion right now. Just over the past 2 weeks, is it real? We don't know. Gold has went on a bull run for 10 years now. You had the risk off, the defensive play since C19. I don't want to say any trigger words. I'm trying to be careful with my language out of respect because I know you're on YouTube right now. But you've had the defensive measures. You've had the narratives. We know that the narratives arrive at the right times from a technical level. Inflation is low. This is why I think the politics is what makes it really muddy because you don't know really what the motives are of these guys.
But
I don't
the part
trust
that
Trump or anybody.
the part that I think is important though that you're not addressing is the tariffs. Right? We have no idea what effect these tariffs are going to have on inflation yet. And we don't
We know
know
exactly what it's going to do. There's
well
already
we
a
don't
trial
know
run on
because
that as well.
we don't know the percentages. We don't know who's
But we
getting
know
what
based off
percent and we
history,
don't know what
right?
it's going to be
Do,
on. We don't know the
do
specifics.
you know?
There's a historic measure of this, though.
We
Yeah, but you don't know how the other countries are
we
going to
don't know
react.
the
Tariffs are not
specifics.
a new measure.
I understand, but we don't know the specifics. We don't know what the tariffs are
Right.
going
And
to
it's a
be.
new climate as well.
We
Absolutely.
understand
I
that
agree.
tariffs are going to be bad for inflation, yes, but we don't know how bad because
You
we
know,
don't know
there's
what they
No,
are.
we don't know that we don't. This is a very complicated thing, and it's fun to speculate. I think that's why we're talking about it. Nobody knows anything for sure, but we do know we do know based off of history that tariffs have had positive effects and negative effects
In the
in
short term, what
different
happens to
ways.
prices?
wait a
Well,
minute.
right
Can I
now prices
just?
are not inflating.
I know, but
Inflation is going
wait
down.
till the okay, but that's the whole point of this. The whole point of this is that he can't be sure that until we know what the tariffs are and what effect they're going to have on inflation.
Do you think the
Yeah,
tariffs
but do
are
you
a
know
game,
why?
or do you think that the tariffs are a game that's a power switch from power hungry Trump? Because that's what I think
It's
it is. And
negotiation
I voted for
tactics.
Trump.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I
it's
voted
negotiation.
for
negotiation
Trump.
tool.
Just for the record, I voted for Trump. I'm not a MAGA guy. I voted for Trump just for
Yeah,
transparency. But I am critical of
Did
him
you
as
but
put your
well.
votes?
the
I think
reason that
the
let me just say this: you guys don't understand the reason why he implemented those because we're hurting, we're failing.
The
America
reason
isn't so good.
the reason
Look,
doesn't
He's
matter.
he's
What
he's gonna
matters,
show the highest.
listen, I'm not
He'll
here
show
to
the highest.
judge whether
he
it was a good idea or a bad idea. I'm here to figure out where to put
right.
my stop loss. That's it.
Yeah.
yeah. So
That's all. That's all
about
we
the
need to
stop loss.
figure out from this is what effect is it going to have on inflation? What effect is that going to
We don't
have on
know.
Powell? What decisions is
Inflation
he
will
going to
never be
make?
fixed, though. On the macro, inflation will never be
We're
fixed. Right
talking the
now,
next 4 months.
in my opinion,
We're not.
it'll never improve from the progress they've made thus far. It will not improve further.
We're
That's
just
where
talking
I
about the
stand. That's just my
effects.
opinion.
We're just talking about the effects that it's going to have on our risk assets for the 5 months,
Price them,
6
in my
months that are
opinion.
left in this bull market. That's it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's up for
so
None of
grabs.
this is ever
about,
gonna. If I thought that there was a fix to any of this, I wouldn't
I
denominate my
know
wealth
that.
in Bitcoin. Like, there's a reason why we're here because we know that the whole
Oh, you
system is
would.
going to shit.
Right.
you know that if Trump delays by 90 days again, like he did last time, if he backs
More
down again this
uncertainty.
time, no, it's perfect. It brings us to November, right? To October. Because if you add 3 months to July, you end up with end of October, somewhere
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So, like, we could prolong this bull market until, like, that would be the best scenario for me here if he just adds 90 days without deciding anything. You know, keep the doubt that tariffs are not going to have a recessive impact, so that we can continue this bull run.
Well, look, Zusi,
You know,
we're inside of our what will Trump say box. So
damn.
there will be Trump announcement in this box. Global liquidity is
In what
coming
box?
down through
Pause.
this entire. Yeah, so I've got global liquidity on a 105-day offset, which is the offset I've been following.
Right.
And we're now into the range where we had that pump up into the offset. I mean, into the the box. This was when the 90-day pause was finished. 90-day pause started right here. This is where we took off from. So in this range, the 9th is the bottom of it. We'll find out what Trump has to say. Coincidentally enough, global liquidity takes a downtrend during that week. So this is what we're sort of watching for. Now, luckily, after, it's just rockets. I mean, this is probably the biggest uptick on global liquidity that we see. It's maybe here, but this is even more extreme.
What
Right, and
time
that and
frame is that?
that first pump up though hasn't even been priced in though. I mean, look at that. We've been trading sideways there. We haven't even
Yeah.
included before that pause where you have Trump's picture.
Mm-hmm.
You've deviated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because of the so this is the argument that let me take all of this shit off the chart for a second. This is the argument that the offset guys are having. These guys wanted to jump the gun and have global liquidity tell you what's going to happen from day to day, right? So they were like, well, the 105-day offset is done. We're going to the 75-day offset, right? Because the 75-day offset gives you a closer price. What they're leaving out is the fact that the reason that the 105-day offset deviated was because we got that tariff pause, right? So global liquidity just gives you your undercurrent, right? So while we had a steady sideways undercurrent when we came down here in our go zone box, we got that 90-day pause and price took off, right? But what didn't happen is we didn't break, right? We still came back in time to where we should be, which is at this dip. So now that the 90-day pause is over, coincidentally, we've also caught up to M2, which we only deviated because the 90-day pause got implemented. So I expect us to track from here.
But doesn't that coincide with after the halving that, right? We get moves like this. You know, a lot of people say we're late.
The 4-year cycle is tied to global liquidity. It's really the 4-year global liquidity cycle. We
It's the
trade
debt
crypto,
cycle.
so we speak about it in Bitcoin terms. What's most important about this for me is that my sell zone, August, September, October, global liquidity has now gone past it and is still upticking. Right, so this gives me confidence that my sell zone is safe. Now, when we get up there, if we're still like going crazy, then we can talk about a right translated cycle.
You remember last cycle though with global liquidity, if you were paying attention, I'm sure you were.
Mm-hmm.
Global liquidity last cycle, Bitcoin blew past it and left it in the dust to the upside.
Yeah.
So when
It's
you're
just a
talking
canary.
about
It's just a canary in the coal mine. Like I said, it's the underlying current of price, right? So, like even now, right, we're on a downtrend on global liquidity. It doesn't mean Bitcoin has to go down. It just means it doesn't have that up current, right? Which makes it easier for price to retrace, but it doesn't necessarily mean it has to.
Well, it played out that M pattern there for sure. And it's kind of like trying to do something there. But so when you're talking about numbers like 200, 300, that's you're talking about a super cycle or a longer term,
If
you
we
know,
get
next cycle.
past those points, for me the top, because what we don't know is our blow off top, right? The big question mark is what will we get as a blow off top? Me, I'm taking profits based on time, not price point. If we're at 200K in October, I'm taking 200K Bitcoin. If we're at 150K in October, I'm taking 150K Bitcoin. But for a right translated cycle, what I'll be watching for is a continued uptick in global liquidity and a continued drop on Dixie. Right? Dixie needs to keep going down. Dixie retraces as bad as I think it's going to, then we could have a right translated cycle. It's just too early to talk about it. And the reasoning for it would be the real estate cycle. Right? Our 18.6-year cycle starts its downturn at the end of 2026, beginning of 2027. I have a running theory that's just running in the background that I'm just churning around, not enough evidence for. But I have a running theory that they're going to try to push equities, crypto, commodities, everything up until that top of the real estate cycle and have everything come down together. Sort of one last push, ride it till the wheels fall off. Pre-2008 blow off mania.
So a housing crash or
We have the
Well,
ingredients.
2008. You know,
For that right now.
it's the last. Our last cycle top was 2008. Right. We saw what happened, and before that, we had a .com crash. What I need people to understand is that this is our first multi-prong bubble that we've been in a long time. Right. At first, we only had to worry about equities coming down during the stock market crash. 2008, we basically just had to worry about real estate coming down. Now we're talking about real estate and equities and crypto for the most part being super inflated. So that's why I want to stress how important it is that everybody pay themselves at the top of this bull market and stacks away that dry powder, because some of the deals that we're gonna get, if this shit plays out the way I think it's going to, you're gonna kick yourself in the ass if you don't have money to buy these dips. And we're
I'm just
talking
wondering
3
if
years
they're.
out, 2 years out, 3 years out.
I mean, even if they drop rates, I don't even think the housing sector is going to go crazy because, like, there's people that are hurting as it is. You know, they're losing their homes still over here.
Housing's
Well, it depends on your area
bad.
too. But,
I do expect the
yeah.
uptick. I mean, bubbles pop with a blow off, right? They don't just fizzle and pop. Like they tend to. So I do expect there to be probably some home ownership language in this bill, something that makes it easier, something that kind of expands that bubble here going into the end.
Dude, just saying, my brother just called me. They have some big trees came down. I think they had a little tornado drop in on them, their neighbors or something. But
Oh shit.
it's pretty nasty weather coming up through Jersey, New already hit probably. So whoever's out there, be careful.
Yeah, the interesting thing with the dollar too, specifically, the dollar had a blow off top last cycle too. Going through the end of the cycle, the dollar went parabolic, man.
Yeah.
Dollar's about to get a blow off bottom here.
I don't know.
I wonder if I still have my old Dixie chart here.
Is gold still climbing, or did it pull back today? You know?
It's a bit
It's
of a
sideways.
pullback, yeah, but it's not anything big.
Yeah.
Not compared to.
Right.
You know, I expected a
dollar's
little
usually
bit more
going
from the peace talks. I'll be honest with you, I love peace as much as the next guy, but if we can like cool down on some of the peace talks until gold hits 4K, I would appreciate it.
Yo, isn't the new talk of the town that the U.S. dollar is the new shitcoin now?
Not anymore. Stables
Yeah, it
just
might be.
ensured.
Well,
Stables just ensured the future of the dollar for at least
Yeah,
50 years.
but the
that
metric.
in Elon's
No,
new token.
Bitcoin ensured the security of the dollar in reality, man. Risk on did. I mean, that's a whole nother wormhole.
Let me
Because
see. What were we
we
looking
had like
at?
the biggest,
Dixie.
the lowest drops in the last since 1970 or 49 was it, or 79?
10%.
Dude, the U.S. dollar was the original shitcoin, dude.
Good point, man. Good point.
ever since we got taken off the gold standard, they've just been diluting the supply. Unlimited unlocks.
This is the drop that we're looking for on Dixie. This annoying ass uptrend we've been in since 2011. Actually, hold on. I have a better chart for this.
Yeah, but to do that, we're gonna have to break the 200 MA on the monthly, which it hasn't in the last 20 years. But I guess that's about to happen.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, fine. Go back up, find resistance at 100, and then break the 200 EMA on the monthly. Not the weekly, the monthly.
All right, so this is the BLX chart here. Let me see.
Another bull flag, huh?
Oh, that's our big boy. That's what takes us into, yeah, we can look at this for a second. So these were the calculations for, So our base case at 6 trillion market cap would bring us to 125, right? 8 trillion market cap sets us about 1.5 to 12 trillion is, like I'm saying, somebody bought some Bitcoin. Things change at this point. The difference between 8 trillion market cap and 12 trillion market cap is probably a 3 or 4x on your alts. But this isn't what
And
I
you
wanted to
flipped
look
gold.
at.
I mean, that's becoming significant, right?
Yeah. This isn't what I wanted to look at, though. I wanted to look at Dixie. There we go.
Hey, Zeus, you still got your Doge?
Hell yeah, of course.
Nice.
So I doubled in actually.
Nice, nice. Yeah, me too. I finally got my coin count. I've been
You
throwing
know,
it.
I watched this short on YouTube who says you need to be able to add to a winning position. People always add to their losers, right? Like price continues to go down, you DCA into it, you add money into it and all. But DCAing upward isn't necessarily a bad idea. But for now, it kind of failed every time I did that. But no, not giving up.
Don't give up.
That bull pattern looks just like Bitcoin, though. Dbloc. I mean, so the next pattern after a bull, the explanation is it just consolidates and goes higher. So what?
So this is our
Any
Dixie
idea
chart
on that?
here. Give me a second. Let me go over
What are you
this.
looking at here?
So this is a historical analysis of the Dixie, basically, since what? 1967. Kind of weird to see your country charted, but we were in a falling wedge all the way until 2007, right? Which, not that this has anything to do with it, but I think it does. This is where Bitcoin was born. But yeah, this is just a quick run through, right? Nixon removes the US dollar from the gold standard. Dollar devalues against gold by 10%. Our first US budget stalemate, right? Putting new lows on the dollar. Reagan era. Reagan CIA starts importing cocaine.
Damn, you had to plug that in there?
Reagan okays the sale of weapons. I just want to say, even at a national,
I love that.
Even at a national level, the fastest way to make money is selling guns and drugs. Just
That's right.
Look at the gaps on that too.
Yeah, and then so the dollar got so strong that Reagan actually had to work with foreign countries to weaken the dollar just to be able to get our export back in track. That led us into the longest recession. Then we had our dot-com boom, our dot-com bust, right as we're recovering from it, September 11th attacks, just to add a little insult to injury. Subprime mortgage, bank failures, Bitcoin's born. Obama signs the American Recovery Act. We finally go into quantitative easing, and then we created a new level where we've been in since then. But what I want to look at is this uptrend.
So we actually have to slow down for other countries to catch up, it seems.
Well, we don't want to get too high. We don't
Right.
want to get too high.
Makes sense.
I've also done a political analysis on the Dixie. It's somewhere, but I'll save you the TLDR. Democratic administrations dollar goes up, Republican administrations dollar goes down. Right, so that's one of the things that I was looking at specifically in this election is like, let's not buck the trend. We need the dollar to come down. You know what I mean? Let's not take any chances. So once we break this, and I mean, for the most part, we've already broken it. Right, we've broken it. We've retested it. We're just trying to come down off of it now. But at that point, any asset valued in the dollar goes up in price. or at least in dollar denomination if you still denominate in dollars.
Europe stopped expanding recently, so maybe that puts a bit of upward pressure on Dixie.
Well, they better start again.
Well, maybe we can invite Russia to join EU. I don't know.
Let's not go crazy now.
Well, there aren't that many countries left to add to the union.
They don't know what the F they're doing.
But there's not a lot to expand to.
I
Like,
didn't
all of
swear.
Europe is now
I
EU.
swear.
It's got ocean on all sides. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Well, we're
Interesting.
trying to expand to Ukraine, I guess, and that's what potentially created a bit this conflict too, right? So
What's interesting to me, though, on the macro level, is that you look at all the economists right now, and the main consensus is a negative overview, right, of the macro. Everything has to do this, it has to come down. Debt is bad, and all these other things. And you look historically, you know, during C19, it was very similar. People were talking bubble, tech bubble, all these other things. Technology is not slowing down. The economy is not slowing down. There's no signs to me that the economy is going to somehow go into a prolonged period of downtrend ever. To me, just over the last 30 years. So the compelling thing to me overall is that the general consensus, 80 to 90% of people, very wise people as well, will tell you that things will unwind and it will be bad.
I've been calling the recession for 3 years now.
Right. The minority view, though, just to round this out, the minority view, though, is that things might be okay, man. We might be all right. Nobody says that, though.
Now we're gonna be
To
great.
me, it's strange.
Sometimes I feel like my cyclical view might have people sort of confused.
No. I see what.
No,
I
I don't
see
mean
where
you
you're fine, bro.
specifically. I just mean in general, right? Like we're up and to the right. There's really nothing stopping this train that we're on, which is why it's so exciting that we're here so early. That being said, there are ebbs and flows that we have to take advantage of.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that the macro, like, just to kind of a more detailed explanation of my approach is just that, you know, it just seems to me that there's a dominant view right now, especially amongst banks. You know, you have Jamie Dimon, you have Big Bank. Big Bank will tell you that things are really bad, man. Things are really, really bad. And I never really hear the view from big banks that things
Well, that's
might be
good
all
though,
right.
because
Right,
they're saying
exactly.
really, really bad, and you got Jamie Dimon right.
Well,
A brand new stable
things are
coin,
really
and they're
bad.
about to hit it big with the stable coin, and they're like, "Good, we need to fix it." So
Things are really
they're fixing it
bad
with
because
crypto,
they're sitting
and it's
on.
gonna.
Things are really bad because they're
They're always
sitting
gonna
on
be.
massive bags of dollars that are being debased, and they
Right.
just watch BlackRock solve their problems. What was
Right. So
BlackRock's
you're
main?
filling the gaps here.
What
You're
was
filling the gaps
BlackRock's
here.
main problem before they had their Bitcoin ETF and before they, above board started accumulating? Their main problem is they had all the money in the world and they
Their
needed to
problem
put
is
it
the problem
somewhere.
that Sailor's solving. That's
So
their problem.
now they get to take those dollars, which they have more than enough of, right? They've been completely just masters of the universe for God knows how long already. They get to take this massive bag of dollars that they have that they know is being debased to shit, and they get to pay for Bitcoin with it. And I don't even mean pay for Bitcoin like it's deeper than just buying the Bitcoin for the spot pair. It's when you sell your IBIT, you have to settle in
They make
cash,
money.
which
They
means
make
you
money in
get their
fees too.
filthy dollar. They give you their filthy dollars and they keep your shiny Bitcoin. And they'll keep doing it and they'll keep doing it until they're out of dollars and they're Bitcoin heavy. And then they'll just do what Michael Saylor does and collateralize their Bitcoin and win the game.
It's de-dollarization. Bitcoin is de-dollarization in a new digital sense, but the Fed has de-dollarized for since the inception of the Federal Reserve. They've been de-dollarizing. Now you have people doing it to change the financial system, which is it's I know it probably sounds like some crazy hopium, but this is actual history, man. We are really living out history.
Nah,
Really,
you
we
know
are.
what they say: you come for the profits, you stay for the revolution.
That's right.
Well, you know, when Bitcoin puts a lower low, we're going to zero. When we're at resistance,
Right.
man, this all smells top signal. Let's try and be neutral on what Bitcoin's gonna do.
All right, spit some bars on that beat, though.
Lippy with the big membership. Appreciate you, Lippy.
Oh, I got flow.
No,
You
there
give me
will
a
be
beat.
no. We won't be doing none of that. It's not about to turn into a cipher. There's
If you could
rooms for
rap on
that.
that, shoot. You could do it on that beat. You might be something special.
Nobody dares to step to me to battle.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's the macro overview, even from, the big thing to me is just the way that the banks kind of, they do their thing. They're salesmen and they're very good at what they do, and they facilitate the narrative that they desire. And they've done it. I mean, I've been around these discords for long enough now, and you see the ebbs and flows and people get caught into the narratives, but just watch the banks, man. Just watch the banks. Watch what they do. Because don't listen to what they say, but watch what they do.
Well, right now they're actually trying to get in between. And Dbloc, you might want to keep an eye on Circle and what's going on with J.P. Morgan, because he's trying to get in between and
Bro,
push a little bit away from the side.
Circle just filed to be a bank. I'm so heavy on Circle, and it's only gonna get heavier.
But just keep your eye on the JPMD and what J.P. Morgan's doing.
Look at Ripple too. Ripple's a bank now too. Amen.
That's very bad news for crypto because banks go bankrupt. So Circle will go bankrupt
We have
if they fail
options.
to be a bank. In maybe in 5-6 years, like I don't know when, but
Everybody's bankrupt, man. Look at the credit. Look at the credit situation in the United States right now. Just
but
from the consumer.
I'm not bankrupt.
You can just print money out of bankruptcy. So
Guys, my horse blinders don't go further than 5 or 6 months. It's important to focus in on what's gonna affect price in the next 5 or 6 months. Not that the other shit isn't important, but we gotta compartmentalize.
I don't know about you guys, but
I
I'm
don't think
very
it's
Food's
a.
almost here. What are y'all having for dinner? Roll call. What's for dinner?
I'm having some what's it called? Corn on the cob. Bang bang.
I'm convinced that you're like half rabbit, bro. You're like,
Straight up, I don't eat
nah,
that much, man.
I'm low key jealous of your diet, bro. You eat clean as hell.
I mean, it's been like this for what 20 years already. I've been eating like this. It's crazy.
Wait. He said he's eating corn on the cob, and you said he's eating clean.
Like
Oh
he's
Lord,
always
we
I'm
eating.
getting non-GMO corn.
He's always eating something raw.
Hold on, we about to get into diet now. Now we getting into my realm.
He's always
Corn is one of the
eating
most
some sort of
inflammatory
raw.
foods you will ever eat. Do
Well,
not
dude,
eat
you don't know
corn
what
at
you're
all.
talking about. I'm non-GMO corn, and it's all about preparation. That's all thing. It's like, yeah, the stuff that's like genetically modified corn and all of that, but corn's not bad for you, man. That's the natives.
Oh, corn is terrible for you. Corn is absolutely terrible for you.
Corn syrup's bad for you. Corn is good for you.
We'll agree to disagree. I'm having nothing but meat for dinner. Red meat. That's it.
Bro, this guy with his red meat, bro. Come on, man. That's crazy stuff. But anyway, that's not.
I know, bro. Red meat, cancer.
That's not at all what I'm trying to say, but it's crazy.
You know, I can trade Circle on Bybit, but I can't trade it on my French broker.
Well, that's the big thing about these tokenized stocks is that Europe gets to play now.
People don't know that corn got antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, rich in fiber, energy source, gluten-free. Come on.
But wait, does it trade during the weekend though? How do they manage that?
Yo, when you figure that out, you let me know, because I see problems in the future. They don't understand that we're just gonna run this shit up on the weekend.
Yeah, like how do they guarantee? Well, no, I guess the stock market will open higher if people have bought the crypto during the weekend. Yeah. crypto is gonna start having more and more influence on the stock market because it's growing in market cap. Like in the end, when you look at total and you compare it to Nasdaq's market cap, it's not insignificant anymore. Huh? Like we're like 1 or 2% of Nasdaq, right? So it's not like it's becoming significant. Well, it's not insignificant at least.
It'll be
Man,
interesting.
look at the S curve. We're just hinting at adoption, man. I mean, this whole space is just sniffing adoption right now, on a fundamental level and from a technical level. Look at the Nasdaq in 2008.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta grab my food for myself.
The new arm of tech is crypto.
Oh, liquidity is horrible. All right, Dbloc, I got the answer. That's how they manage it during the weekends when the stock market is closed. There's like you can't trade it.
Most of those exchanges, they'll close those equity-based futures. They'll close them at the market bell.
Oh, this is spot. You can't leverage yet. You can't leverage yet. Real world assets stuff.
Oh, you can. There's dexes that let you do it, but when the bell rings at 4 or whenever it is for the stock market, they don't let you trade it anymore until the bell opens.
Hmm.
They close the doors in the post market and the pre market. They don't let you do it then. At least the ones that I know of.
Love me some Dogecoin. That sounds good.
You're in, Drew.
I am in. I finally got my coin count that I've been dreaming of for the last few months.
Ooh, nice.
Yes, I've been doing some pretty good accumulation, I have to say.
That Doge chart looks crazy, man. I don't have any Dogecoin, but that chart looks insane, man.
Check out the BTC chart right now. It looks like the triple bottom on hourly. Hopefully it keeps this higher local high because it might be reversing on Bitcoin's pair right now.
Bitcoin on the monthly, man.
I love it. Yeah, it's a runaway train.
She gone.
I want to know what your coin count goal was, but I don't want to know because I don't want you to say it out loud. But I'm so curious.
I mean, it's a nice amount. Pretty psychological number.
Is there 6 of them?
It's a big bag.
Okay.
These AI names, man. developed on at a crazy level, in my opinion. AI and crypto is the perfect marriage, man.
But yes, because today, if you're not AI, you can't be. You're not on the hype. So they invent. When you read these white papers, you end up with everything mixed up. Like they have to mention AI somewhere, right? So they had an AI too, but they mix up everything, like gaming, AI,
Yeah,
everything.
it's crazy. It's crazy, ain't it? The way that they try to sell these things. But the thing for me, when you look at a lot of these projects, you gotta kind of weed through the garbage. It's tough though. There's so many of these things, man.
But it doesn't matter if it's garbage or not, because the garbage projects do fine too when they, like, utility isn't that important. But maybe that'll change with Wall Street. These guys might not look at memes the same way.
I think in crypto, it's like, it's to me like when things pump, it's like market cap. It's like, does this have potential to pump? It's like if its market cap's multiple billions of dollars, okay, the pump ain't too impressive. But if you got a coin that's like sub 10 million market cap, it's so pumpable. You know, it only takes one whale to make a wave in that small ocean, you know?
For sure.
So yeah, when things are pumping, man, it's wild. Anything happens, you know, like any of it can move. That's why memes are such a playground for the way, you know. It's like they're just so easy to move. The volatility is like amazing.
All right, guys, I'm gonna eat my
Movement you
food.
get out
I'm
of
gonna
it.
duck off and have some dinner before it gets cold. I'll be back in a bit though. Trade safe. We're just waiting for Bitcoin. It's gonna sweep either top or
Enjoy,
bottom,
bro.
probably take care of both, but I don't expect it to come out of this range. So either daily open or retest of this support. More than likely just sideways, to be honest with you. I'll be back.
AOD, like real fast for
You
you.
He said he'll be back.
Oh, okay. Well, I got some messages in my inbox, and I just wanted to know if they were from him.
No, they were not from him. Definitely 100% not from him. They're from a scammer
Cool.
trying to scam.
Cool beans. Let me go ahead and block.
All right, Dbloc so can pump it. Make some phone calls. I'll be right back.
Hey, bring on the bulls.
Hey, you guys, anybody was watching when it broke 110 the first time? What happened there? Did we fill or did someone cancel or was it just a clean push?
There was 1,600 Bitcoin sitting there as a sell wall.
Yeah, there was a lot. 1,600? Yeah. Did we just, like, it didn't get canceled? We just bought it?
Yeah, got rejected. Absorbed it. It's gone now, but there hasn't been the will, right? Probably a little bit of buyer exhaustion. All right, I'll be back, guys.
Look at the liquidity though, man, at these swing highs, these macro swing highs. There's a huge pocket at 113. She gonna get hit. I don't know if it's today, next week. Don't really matter. It's gonna get hit though.
Yeah, another 3% is not nothing
We're doing it
crazy.
tonight. We're doing it
We're doing
tonight.
it
Let's
tonight. All right,
yeah,
bet.
let's
Gotcha.
go.
I'm writing it down. Hold on.
I just made some phone calls.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to call. The timing thing, man. I don't know how people do it with the timing because it's near impossible. But we do have the holiday and everything else, so who knows, man? Who cares? I don't care. I'm
Yeah,
long, and it is what it is.
I see that short liquidity up there, but here's the thing: is I think that those are whales, and I think that they're going to be willing to defend their short positions.
They did that the whole day
with market sells if they have to. We have no idea how many Bitcoin they can just like dump on market at any minute. So I think if it gets too close to that liquidity, they're probably going to sell on spot to bring it down and away from it.
But it's been like 24, 48 hours even we're in this area, right? So
This is the day before the 4th of July. The stock market's closed for like the next 4 days. Probably gonna not have too much volume. I feel like if there's gonna be a push, then I don't even think it's gonna take the all-time high. It might touch it, but I don't think it will take it over. I don't think we're gonna have enough momentum throughout the weekend.
Bro, look at the weekly though. The weekly's telling you the whole story. You got bullish engulfing last week. You got, a pretty bullish looking candle here. The writing is on the wall on the macro.
Yeah, but sometimes they make the weekly look really good right before they just tear it
Oh
all
yeah,
down.
it doesn't for sure. It doesn't mean anything for certain. We know that we all should know that, but to me the weekly is you back test this type of look on the week. I mean, Matt, to me it's very obvious. And then you look at global liquidity. I know Trego's in here. I just seen his cute little picture. He knows about global liquidity. Many people know about it now. It's very
Yo, Trago, say what up. What's up with them beats, Trago?
Trago stepped in here finally.
You don't want him to start talking global liquidity because he'll fuck around and destroy your whole shit. He's gonna let you know.
Language.
He's gonna let you know about global liquidity, all right?
Yeah, I want him to remix. Yo, what's up, Trago, with them beats?
Trago, why don't you bless this voice chat with that sexy voice of yours?
Yeah, step up.
Tell us about global liquidity. If you must, tell us about how shorts are gonna get wrecked.
Dude, XRP, man. What a freaking chart. I was getting ready to say the F word and get banned, man, for the 5th time.
Yeah, stop it.
You see how I stopped myself, though? That was a stop loss right there on the F word.
Yeah.
But, man, XRP, the chart. Sheesh.
Yeah, that daily looks nice.
I was thinking about
it's one of the few alts that had a nice run, right?
Yeah, and you remember I mean, I wasn't around you guys, but I was in another Discord, and man, I mean, just crypto wide, man. XRP was a scam. It was all these other things. It's crazy how things work, man. Things change very quickly, man. Very, very quickly.
Quickly up, slowly down.
Trago, Drew needs some beats to rap on. You got to do it quick while Dbloc's gone.
Uh-oh.
Because he'll come back.
We got to step downstairs. We got to step downstairs for that. I think. I don't think D-Block likes my flow anymore.
You can do it on YouTube. The YouTube
I mean,
world
it's all right if we rap in a flow about the chart, right?
Yeah, we got to do it after hours. We'll do that Doge after dark.
Doge after dark. Let's go.
Where you only rap about TA.
Tits and ass?
Ooh, Jason Casper over here? Follow so high, that's how we fly, no lie. Pump a nickel, hit him with a sickle.
You know, it's funny because we don't trade Circle with USDC on Bybit. We trade it with USDT. I wonder why.
What happened, Zuchi?
Well, circle that chart that's on my exchange now. You trade it with USDT. You can't trade it with USDC.
Ah.
So it's banks against housing. Well, banks have a lot of housing too, right?
Yeah, the banks own the housing. I was getting ready to say, who owns the
Yeah,
housing?
yeah.
I mean, banks don't own my house.
Oh,
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
It
I own
depends
my
how
house. What are you talking about?
how many.
Don't pay your property tax, and I guarantee you'll
Doesn't
find
mean
out very
not
quickly.
mean the bank owns my house.
But it depends how many people are in debt, have a mortgage on their house, and all, compared to people who own their house.
Bank owns one of my cars, but it ain't owning my house.
You can't mortgage a cave, Drew.
Oh, the cave, man. I'm about to go set it up. I'm plotting. I got some new equipment for it too.
For real? You're going back?
Yeah, just for a little bit.
Sick. Well, this summertime.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the Black Sea first.
Summertime.
Hit the Black Sea. I'm trying to get rid of this property. I've been trying to get rid of it for years.
Oh, I just heard some big sales coming in.
Uh-oh.
Is that what that was? Badoom.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of sell. Nothing crazy. Nothing to write home about.
Yeah, coming with the big sales coming in. Big sales coming in. Watch out. You'll never find a better crypto hype man than Drew Crypto, though.
Oh, this is the guy that you talked about ad nauseum?
yeah. This is the
Holy
famous Drew
crap, man! I
Crypto.
didn't know.
Don't get me started.
I'm here
Don't
with
get
a
me started.
legend. I'm here with another legend.
Oh, you guys are making me blush, man. Come on. But yeah, Quad, we'll set it off tonight, especially if Trey goes here. And if he gives us some beats, it's over.
Yeah, he might not be talking because he's like working or something, but I'm sure he'll be in at some point. Or he might be with his family or something at, what is it, 7 o'clock? Oh yeah, it's late for him. But yeah, he'll join us at some point.
Don't you love it when it's like like pre-holiday and there's nothing to do, and then you're like, man, I'm gonna look at the charts and it might be exciting, and then you look at it and then the volume is just nothing.
There's nothing happening.
Like I'm chilling. I never chill and sit down and do nothing, and then when I do, nothing is exciting. It's perfect. You know what I mean? Boring.
I mean, but it's exciting being so close to all-time highs, you got to admit.
Oh man, I am just lit right. Let me tell you, I am just waiting for this Bitcoin move of 0.3% over the next hour.
Dude, I thought it was gonna go up 1.5% today, and it didn't.
Man, we're so spoiled though. That's what, like if y'all are holding Bitcoin, I know most of y'all probably are. Like I'm sitting on a pretty good amount of P&L for Bitcoin and other things, and it's just never good enough for us, man. We're spoiled, rotten brats.
You know what I think? I think the problem is that I think we already trapped longs. Did we though? There wasn't really like a vicious shot up.
It ain't nothing, bro. There ain't nothing going on. Let's be real. I mean, it was a nice day for the stock market though.
Maybe at 110.5 we trap shorts, and then we should come down to trap longs at some point though, if they're gonna start the weekend trap early.
It wasn't only sorry. The
Well,
weekend has already started in a sense, right? Because Nasdaq is closed tomorrow, and
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if the market maker algorithm, the automatic algorithm, is already kicked in. I don't know if they're actually involved because it seems like there's not enough volume for them to have to get involved right now. So they might have just, flipped the switch and turned like the automated algorithm on already. They might have left the office.
Yeah, I left a voicemail with the vampires, but no one's calling me back, so I don't know what's going on.
They're probably free gaming. I mean, they only come out at night, right? So.
Well, it's night over there right now.
Oh, okay.
Europe will be open. Asia will be open. Stuff might move.
I went down to the beach the other day, Drew. I met these two pretty hot chicks from Romania. And they were like,
"Where?"
Here on a work visa, and they're working down the beach. I'm like, I'll see you guys around.
Oh, dude, I got to give you some pointers then for sure. Some things though you can get. Dude, you'll have them balling.
Let's go. I pulled up in my whip, and they were like, nice car. I was like, nice accent. Where are you from? She's like, Romania. And I was like, yeah.
Just be careful. You know, the first time you kiss a Romanian girl, you have to tell her to hold on to your ears. And the reason, so she doesn't pickpocket you.
Oh, man. All right. That's a good one. I mean, I guess I'd be concerned, but it kind of depends on which pocket she's reaching in.
Like, hey, is that a rocket in your pocket?
You smuggling Tic Tacs down there?
Oh boy.
But yeah, that's it is Roma. I mean, Roma, it's not robbing people. Roma, they artistically steal. I don't think it's robbing people. But Roma, they do it with skill. It's an art. I think the way they do it. It's like you don't even know you got jacked.
Yeah, it's like that whole sleight of hand thing.
Yeah, it's like they're magicians. They'll just pull up and you'll be on the bus chilling. You'll be talking to one of them. They'll be like giving you a fortune, saying how nice your eyes are. You'll be blushing, waving them goodbye when they're leaving the bus, and all of a sudden you see all your pockets are emptied up, and so you're like, how did they do it? Like, congratulations, that was good. It's theft. I mean, I'm not saying it's good, but it's at least they're not like pulling out knives and like straight up robbing people. Like, give me your money, I'd rather have pickpocket me than pull out a knife.
I mean, that is like, it is a subtle art, like the sleight of hand and the like distraction factor of it, Oh, watch this hand, not instead of the other one, type of thing. They're good looking. It's probably easy as hell for them.
Yeah, Romanian girls, man. That's what got Andrew Tate in all that trouble. Hot Romanian chicks. Or not chicks, females. I'm sorry. I gotta stop saying chicks.
Why? Is that like derogatory or something?
Yeah, it's not kosher, I guess.
It's hate speech.
What the hell? What kind of world are we living in?
No, nowadays you have to call them men.
Oats and hoes.
Yeah, that usually goes better.
I've never known a woman that likes to be called a chick, even 20 years ago.
Yo, Tanner, what do you think about neck braces? Neck brace or neck collar for motorcycle riders? Did you ever use one?
No, but I think that more people. I mean, just look at what like a racetrack person uses. I think they go with the airbag one.
Yeah, airbag collar type thing, right? It's not a brace because the brace kind of restricts your movement.
Yeah, they use the airbag one.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go all out and get the airbag one. I got this little collar I'm going to test it out. But yeah,
What
I'm trying to take that word out of my vocabulary.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I was just joshing you guys, but equally, what would a guy's version of chick be?
Dude.
Yeah. Dude.
Dude. Yeah.
Oh, but dude is awesome.
Dude or
Well, so
bro.
is chick. Chick is awesome too.
Yeah, dude and
guess-
chick go
Yeah.
together. That's
Yeah,
like
I
man
guess
and woman.
it's just. I
The
guess it's
feminine version of dude. You don't want to call a girl dude because then
if
she's
you're.
gonna
Yeah,
get
it
some
depends on
I
the
used to
Yeah, I know
call dude a
more.
lot.
I know more girls
Dude.
that don't like to be called dude than chick.
Most men want to be called women nowadays. It's crazy. In the United States, you just address them as woman. They prefer that.
Yeah, what is the going term that women
Okay.
want to be referred to as? They don't want to be called women. It's like, why are you calling me woman for? It's like, oh, sorry.
They want to be called cute
Not all
little
women,
names like
some women.
Baby Boo, Sweetie Pie, like
What do you mean,
Honey
woman?
Bunny.
What do you
Honey
mean?
Bunny. You like Honey Bunny?
What do you mean by that?
I say lady.
What do you
Hey,
mean,
lady.
woman? I'm not an old lady. What are you talking about?
Mm.
Yeah,
Don't
I've
call me
heard that
lady.
too.
That's what
I'm
my
not
ex said to
old.
me once.
Don't call me lady. Yeah.
Don't call me lady. I'm not a lady.
It
What about
depends.
man? Yes, ma'am. They don't like that.
But like
I
when you're
say
figuring out,
guy.
gender doesn't usually come up that much where you'd have to define somebody by their gender.
Mm.
You're just
Mm-hmm.
hanging out, you know, you're like, hey, how's it going? Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really isn't an issue.
Yeah, but if
No,
you're
it's
talking to
not.
someone else and you tell your friends, "Hey, come hang with some chicks," and all the girls surrounding you are like, "Ew," it's like, oh, screwed up, huh?
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I'm female and I don't even know what you would
Yeah, how do
call
you? Yeah.
other person, whatever.
Isn't it crazy that there's even confusion
Yeah,
addressed
they've
at
got
all?
us like, they've got us sensitive over like words that were very typical and normal.
There should be no confusion with this, man, at all.
We're very, things are just wild these days, man.
I think
Danny
people
said
start caring
birds.
about the rules like that after a while, and just keep like the more people do it, the more it just falls away. Like dominoes, just you know.
Yeah, it's like, what's next? You can't say hello to anyone. Not allowed. It's insulting.
Address me as king. Just king.
Yeah. Sire, you're. What's the other one?
The king shall be dethroned, and the king right now is Bitcoin. It's gonna have its last run, but it's gonna have to pass the torch, pass the sword, and pass the crown. It's still gonna
Pass
be
it
able to
on.
sit in the
Pass it on
throne.
to old lady Ethereum. Just pass it to the old lady Ethereum for once, Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Can you?
that's what everyone's expecting, and it's probably what's going to happen. But I think there's going to be some other creepers, just like what happened. You know, when you look at Yahoo and Google and what happened back then with like the www tech bubble, there were some sleepers like Google, like came out of nowhere. People were like, "Yo, what's Google?" Everyone's like, "Yahoo is going to take over. Yahoo's like, you know, the all-seeing eye. It's like the Illuminati. Like no one's going to beat Yahoo." And then Google is like, "Hold my beer." So we might have a scenario like that coming in the next 6 years, I think.
Yeah, I think the crazy thing with finance is that there's so much room, man, for innovation. It's kind of like the school system. Like it's so archaic and so old that there's so much room. It doesn't need to just be Bitcoin and Ethereum. It could probably be a robust ecosystem of innovation.
It will be. I mean, it's going to have to balance out somehow, right? Right now, it's very lopsided. I mean, you can see the distance, the spread we have between first and second place and second and third place is ridiculous. And it's unnatural and it's inorganic. And it's going to have to somehow find its positioning, like through just kind of natural, organic market moves in the next 10 years, I guess.
Yeah, it's the natural order of things, man. It gets top heavy and then it flows into the rest of
Exactly.
the free market.
And the stock market, I mean, look, we can use that as a pretty good example. I mean, you know, they're not tokenizing, but they're splitting things up in shares. And that's kind of what tokenizing is also. So if we use something like NVIDIA or Apple and, what is now and how it's developed and how it's split up. But, there's things like splitting stocks that you don't do in crypto. Projects do split and fork, though, which is, I guess, that's something totally different. But what I'm trying to say is that if if the stock market was able to balance out that much money, and I'm sure there was moments where it was very lopsided, not as lopsided as crypto was, I think we'll get somewhere close, like with a closer spread that resembles the stock market a little bit better. Especially if we're moving into RWAs. Like right now, if we're going towards RWAs and everyone's going gung-ho with tokenized stocks and RWAs, the synergy between everything is going to be much, I guess, less friction in the synergy.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stock market, man. It's been top heavy since our last president. It's been very top heavy. I think that's why the kind of the consensus right now is, you talk to 100 people that are involved in the financial world, and they'll tell you about how, everything that's on the top half, the bigger market share companies are the better play, and the lesser half aren't. It's just part of the debt curve, though, the debt cycle, and the liquidity cycle. Usually the bigger entities rise, and then it trickles into the smaller portions, but right now, if you ask people, it's gold, it's Bitcoin, which, they're great and they have their place. But these other things, they get their moment in the sun, man. They do. It's just the
Silver is about
cyclical
to
nature.
shine. Silver is looking like it wants to shine soon.
Yeah, that's another leg of the precious metal market. That's like the altcoin of the precious metal market.
Yep, exactly. I'll be right back.
Hey guys, on Dbloc's chart, what did it just bounce off of? What's that white line?
That's just a little bit of cocaine.
The MA.
Going through my mind.
The moving average, I think. It's got to be.
The white line's the 200 EMA.
200?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
The teal is the 50, the yellow is the 5, and the red is the 13, and then the purple one's the 800.
Cool. I was just to verify, the white one is 200, right? Or right? No, right one was 10.
No, 200. You're right.
200. Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks.
Yes, sir. And those are EMAs, not MAs.
What's the difference between EMA and MA?
Wait, you said it's an EMA, not a MA?
Yeah, they're the EMAs, not MAs. It's just one shorter time and the other one's longer based.
That would explain why it didn't line up with my 200. Thank you so much for
Wait,
explaining
hold
that.
on, I'm confused. It's an EMA, not an MA.
Exponential moving average, greater weight to the most recent data points. Best for short-term traders. EMA, exponential moving average.
Yeah. I
And
just said
SMA is simple.
MA just means moving average, though. That's why I was
Yeah.
confused. I'm like, hold on, man. EMA and an EMA is an MA.
Well, the EMA
An
is different. The SMA, simple moving average. So, I mean, some people would call it SMA instead of just MA.
Yeah,
The EMA is the
exponential moving averages and
exponential.
simple moving averages are both moving averages, though. That's why I was confused. I'm like, what?
The exponential is data based on the market at the closer candles to the average. The MA is just the moving average. The exponential is more data.
So
Yeah,
if I
they're
were to
all
set
moving
up,
averages, though.
what would be the best to set up for crosses? SMA or EMA?
I've seen more people using the EMA.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Although it might be different for long-term charts or bigger time frames.
I think for long term they use regular moving averages. Yeah, for the like the
I think so.
200 moving average for
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
I plugged it in on I plugged it on TradingView, and yeah, it the crosses are closer together versus spread out. So yeah, it actually would probably be better for short term. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the info.
You're welcome.
Don't be that person that doesn't refill the ice tray. Leaving vectors above us. It's a good sign.
Little bit of volume here. Little bit of volume.
Dump it. Dump it. Come on, Asia, let me out of that short.
You said you're at like what? 109.2, you said?
$109.21.
Yeah, that's close, man. That ain't too far.
I know, that's why I'm like, I'm not, stressing out about it. I saw it and I'm like, it looks like it's gonna come back down. I hope it does. You know what I mean? That's what the struggle is doing.
Yeah, you had a little bit of volume come in there at daily close. I don't know. I mean, it's probably fake, knowing the way that the market makers kind of dish. It's the holiday, man. It's anybody's guess,
Well, I saw
really.
today ended pretty high,
Oh
like for the
yeah,
daily.
yeah. It was a nice. What did you get? What did we get today? Like a 2% move or something? 1.5? I don't
It's
even know.
pretty. It was pretty big. Well, I mean, it's higher than it breaks the structure. You know what I mean? For how
Yeah,
long ago was it?
sniffing that swing fail that you're looking for.
Yeah. See, I thought it was going to come back down. I didn't think it was going to end that high, to be honest. And I was just like, well, damn. After I saw it, and I was like, well, that's going to close right there. Great. This is going to be fun. Probably wait the whole weekend. I wonder where the weekend trap's actually going to be set. That's going to be interesting.
Probably both sides, like your boy was saying earlier. They're gonna come get. I mean, that's what they've been doing. So why would they? You know what I mean? Look at the 15 minute. I don't even jump this low usually, but ah, yeah, I'm no good on the low time frame. On the low time frames. I mean, it's so messy all the time. You know what I mean? It's just liquidity hunting, really.
Yeah, I like watching it because I'm able to see where it's going. I can tell the structure a bit better than, being on the 15 and just being like, well, it keeps on going up and down. Keeps on going. I'd rather see like the candles close and then jump back to like the 5 or 15, even the 30, and then, see like, oh, okay, it's trying to make this structure. I always zoom out. You got to.
Yeah, it's like the top down approach.
Yo. Yeah. Oh yeah, we already
He's
discussed
got it. Yeah,
we've already discussed that short position. Yeah, I've got like it's right up at 110 484.
he's
It's
got
all
his
good.
invalidation. Yeah,
I know my points on it. I appreciate it though. Yeah, on yeah, I have the invalidation points for those as well.
the thing is I got liquidated. I wasn't able to move the funds, so I was asleep. You know what I mean? And I just like, oh, okay. But yeah, like I'm watching it. If I go to sleep, I usually add my stop loss there, just because I can't do anything while I'm sleeping. But if I'm awake watching I'm watching the charts all the time. Like everywhere I go, it's on my mobile. If I leave, it's on my TV. If I'm in the kitchen, it's on my computer. If I'm in my bed, I'm monitoring it. I mean, I even have you guys on my headset. You know what I mean? Or my earbuds. But I, yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, the only reason, right? I get it. The only reason I don't is because of wicks. Like I've gotten wicked out of positions, like just they shoot up real fast and come back down. Like they don't even register sometimes. I've been wicked out. So I don't yeah, that's why I don't like to put stop losses unless I'm going to sleep. Then it's like, oh, okay, it happened while I sleep, I can but if it happens while I'm
Mm.
able to be watching the chart, I get more pissed than if I would have get liquidated. Like it's just
Yeah.
it's one of those things. Like they
I,
know you're sleeping. You know what I mean? They know that you're sleeping, and
They're
that's
gonna get
when like
I
I've
everybody.
know
seen
where
so many
the
moves.
I
Don't
know
take
where
it
the stops
personally.
are too. They like
I
hunt
don't. I don't. I
stops
don't.
and
It's
hunt
me.
liquidity
It's
and
me, not anybody else. Yeah,
Dude, look at those swings on the 15 minute.
I did great. I did great yesterday. Like yesterday, I was in profits of like 400 plus. Like I did great yesterday. But yeah, I just thought it was. I thought they should be over at that 108, 706. I'm sorry, the 109.21. I thought it was going to like just fail. Like I thought it was like a fake out, was swing failure or whatever you guys call it. It was going for like a V recovery, and I thought it was just going to drop. So I was just holding on to it. It wasn't that much, like probably $50. I was like, oh, I can withstand a couple more, and then it just jumped up really fast, and I was like, oh, great, $200 under. That's great. That's wonderful. Mexi,
XT's still cooking?
I'm on it. Si, senor.
He made a new account and
VPN.
he hasn't got that notification yet. Yeah, with the VPN, exactly. Yeah, you can still go on any of these, I think. I don't know. I'm on a KCEX or whatever it's called.
Where you can dash.
Look, can
Yeah. Well, I'm yeah, it's happened. It's happened in both, to be honest. I've gotten liquidated in both. And to me, it's like if I can read the charts, then I can be like, okay, well, it's more than likely going to go to right there if I'm doing any TA on it or anything, or if I'm basing it off of just the moving averages. to be like, okay, well, there's a cross right here. It's going to go up for this one, so I can put it and leave it throughout the day. I'm measuring the moves from, I guess, it's gone up $4,000, $6,000, in a day recently. Those are the ones that I'm just like, Jesus Christ, is it going to go up? Is it going to go down when it does that? So I'm trying not to gamble with it, but and trying to measure, stuff as much as possible. But sometimes, it's dumping. Hopefully, sometimes you just, I can just go with what I see in the patterns, and if it doesn't come out, then I read the pattern wrong. It's my fault. You could.
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
it's
like
hard
to
to
round
find.
trip, but I've lost less round tripping than I have closing.
It's hard, bro. I mean, futures is hard.
Yeah. Yeah, and typically I'll go with the trend. Like if it's going up like parabolic or just facing upward, going up the whole time, yeah, totally. I'll just get out of that trade. But if it's like if I see a downtrend, I'm gonna keep it open. It's just the way I trade. Um, you know, it's just the way that it is. Like I said, I've lost way less. I've been in positions where it's like, okay, well, $1,200. It's like, well, do you want to try to round trip? It's like, well, screw it. Let's just round trip it, see what happens. And luckily, I
And
didn't get stuck, stopped out. But I could see
the
how that
market's
would,
so
go
the
ahead.
market's so dynamic as well. It's like sometimes really restrictive stop losses are beneficial, and then other times it's like you want to loosen it up to accommodate for the volatility, and you know it just it's always different. Like there's no the conditions aren't always fixed, and like, oh, this is my restrictive strategy. It's like, yeah, you just have to learn how to adapt to the current conditions, the climate. You know, sometimes you can put more faith in a trend like in value holding ground if there's something happening in like the news or whatever. Like it just depends. It really depends because it's everything's like all of the variables are changing every day. Like they're always different. So right now, like, and I've done the whole tight stop loss thing too, and it's sometimes like it's like, damn, I don't know how to open a position because I just keep getting stopped out all over the place. Like no position
Yeah, when it's
survives
volatile.
if it's too tight.
When it's
Yeah,
volatile,
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah,
I
exactly.
was just saying when
And
it's volatile, it's just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna put it right here. Boom, it hits it. Oh, well,
yeah,
then I'll move it a little. Oh, boom, and that's the way it's been like
yeah,
kind of recently. It's just been like, but no, I totally get what you're saying.
yeah. I think if a tight stop, like if a looser stop loss is gonna cause you damage, well, it probably means your leverage is too high. Like if you can't afford the, because you know how a chart. Let's just take Bitcoin for example. The volatility, like the range of the swinging that happens throughout a day. If you can't tolerate the swings of that, just that average range, right? The true range at the ATR, the average true range. If you can't tolerate that with a stop, like if you can't stop out on that, if it's too much money lost, then your leverage is way too high. Like that's what I think.
And it's designed to eat you up too,
Yeah.
right? Like the market is
Yeah.
designed
Oh
the way
yeah,
that the market moves.
you put more money
Look at
into
the
it,
15 minute.
more money into it.
You could take 10 wins, right? Like if you're
Mm.
scalping and
and this is no shame to scalpers. There are incredible scalpers that do extremely well. But if you look at the way that the market maker conducts his business, look at the 15-minute right now. I was just looking at it. It's just I mean, you're swinging 1.5% up and down multiple times within 3 or 4 hours. There's a lot of
Yeah.
opportunity there potentially, but there's also, I mean, you could win 5 times and then they eat all that win right back up. You know what I mean? It's really
Yep, you
hard,
got
man.
it.
The
Exactly.
lower time frame, the lower time frame
Mm.
that you're hunting, the lower you go, the more difficult it becomes. And this is objective.
Yep. And what more to my point, like as well, let's say what worked for you for 3 days in a row was like just you were making mad trades. Like your stop losses were perfect, your entries and your take profits, all that. What worked for you for 3 days might completely be the wrong way to play it on the
Right.
following day or two, and
Oh, totally.
that will
Mondays and
unstick you.
Thursdays, the worst.
Yeah. And it's like if you don't know how to adapt quickly to the changing conditions, and that's the problem. It's like we don't know what the conditions are going to be tomorrow, or like it's always just speculation, right? We speculate what it's going to be like tomorrow, or like what kind of trend we're looking at. And yeah, man, it's tough. Like you can't be so rigid with your approach. You have to be like adaptable. And that's hard to do sometimes. That's very hard.
It's
Like,
hard
because
as hell, bro.
yeah, man. Sentiment can be sticky too. Like if we just had 5 days of like really positive, optimistic, bullish trend, to switch that to look at downside and like completely change your sentiment that's not easy. And like to do it on a dime with no there's no technical analysis reason to do it. It can change anyway. Like how things like defy TA sometimes, like they just do the thing. It's like, oh damn. And I guess this is why we have stop losses. But
That's exactly why risk management is number
yeah,
one, man.
yep. Like, man, yeah, this is why I also suck on the low time frames. Crazy. Like it's
Yeah, bro.
because it's just so like random. It can be so random at the times. It's like, what the hell? What was that all about?
The
And you're trying
difficulty
to like
can't
scramble.
exactly. The difficulty can't be
Yeah.
underestimated, man. When you're on the lower you go, the more I mean, you could trade anything,
Yeah.
man. You could be trading fart coin, you could be trading Tesla, you could be
Yeah.
trading. I mean, it doesn't really matter because the same business is
Mm-hmm.
conducted. The banks conduct the same business. They liquidity hunt, and
Yeah.
but for the real killers, they see that as opportunity. And when I say the real
Mm-hmm.
killers, it's because, like I said, the maximum difficulty is on the lower time frame. So if you're excelling on the lower time frames, you are more skilled. There's no way around it. But
Exactly.
it
And
doesn't mean that you need to do it either, necessarily.
yeah. And you can be in, let's say, like you just hunted out that you've been waiting for this perfect opportunity for like this short, right? Let's say you were playing Mudang a couple of days ago. You were in this short with the setup was great. You had your stop loss ready to go and all that. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Mudang gets listed on some random exchange and goes up
Right.
30% in 1 minute. It's like, dude, you
You're
can't
fucked.
anticipate that. That just happens. It's like a black swan or like it's just unforeseeable. And that stuff happens all the time in crypto. So it's like, yeah, you have to accommodate that. You have to understand like that kind of stuff happens where it's out of your control. No one knows it's coming.
At
And
least with Bitcoin, though, it's a little bit less sporadic, though. If you're just trading
yeah,
Bitcoin, at least you're not gonna get those type of moves, though. You know what I mean? You're not gonna get a
yeah,
30% candle
that's
with them
it.
alts, though. You could get
Mm,
smoked so easy, man.
yeah. It's just you just have to remember like just to always be humble to the market. Don't ever try to think that you're some like expert trader or like that you know what's happening perfectly. And it's yeah, you are like the market is the master. You are just here to try and get away with some sneaky positions here and there that nab profit. um but yeah, like especially just when it's like low volatility, like sorry, when you're in chop is just, oh, it's the worst when there's no trend. It's like you're better just not trading that unless your expectations are small. Like you have to have very humble, modest expectations when the market's going sideways. You know what I mean? Like if you
Dbloc
can grab a fraction of a percent, that's a win. You know?
Dbloc worded it really well earlier. I don't think I've ever heard anybody word
Mm.
it like this, but I think it's crazy that I haven't because it's so obvious when you think about it. But he was like, he said something that was kind of profound. He said, when you're hunting on the lower time frames, I don't want to misquote him, but he was just saying that it's so sporadic, it's not predictable. You're trading momentum, like strictly.
That's right. Yeah, like
Makes
yep.
sense.
If you're jumping down, yep, it's because there's just like a volume swell happening. It's like, oh, cool, the surf's up. Let's go ride the waves. You know, it's just
Yeah, and that's a hard way
yeah,
to trade too. Sammy does that a lot too. I mean,
is
there's plenty of people that momentum trade, and momentum trading can be extremely productive, but
yeah.
it's a
You have to know
double-edged
when to
sword.
stop.
It can be equally
Yeah,
unproductive.
yeah. You just have to know when when the music has stopped. You know, like when the momentum has left the building, and like evidently right now, Bitcoin has tapped 110K like probably 3 good times now. Now the journey to get us up to 109, 110K was pretty rapid. That momentum has changed now. Like we're now like consolidating sideways at that level. So the gains, like the people that grabbed entries into longs, you know, a day and a half ago, a lot of that would be a lot of the smart traders, I guess, would be taking profits at these levels because they know that the momentum has finished. That like for that section, it like obviously um this is contextual. Like if you're a swing trader, this is your context. Like this is you entered here, you're taking profit when the momentum has faded. If it goes up again, it's like, well, great. Like maybe take another position and set a stop loss or whatever. But yeah, this this year, swing trading and just intraday trading has been rewarded, I feel, higher than people that are holding positions for multiple months at a time because it's been very round trippy. Like unless you're in like let's just use Bitcoin for an example. Like unless you're in Bitcoin from anywhere below $60,000 as a long, um, you've been rewarded better for swing trading it and like grabbing the top of the range and then selling the top of the range and then buying the dips and yeah, it's been so back and forth, man. It hasn't been easy. The last 2 days reminded me of 2021 about how like seemingly easier those conditions were compared to this bull market. You know, does anyone else get that feeling? Because that's what it feels like to
I
me.
Absolutely.
remember I
Mm.
remember when it was like shooting up like crazy. It would just, you know what I mean? It would go up and it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't stop. It wouldn't stop. Then it'd come back
Yeah.
down, rest, and go up and go up and go
Yeah.
up. And I'd be like, Jesus Christ, come on now. Like, if I can go back in
Yeah.
time, oh, dude, if I could go back in time. Everybody says that
Yeah.
though, you know what I mean? But
Oh
that
yeah.
was a
Yeah.
sight to see, man. Especially everybody that said it wasn't
Things
going to do anything and it was a Ponzi scheme. I just relished in that. Be like,
or like the days in crypto before perpetual like futures and like that kind of stuff, like leverage, that was way more like I guess retail dominated. So things were a little easier, like things pumped and it yeah, it didn't do as many games. There weren't as many like liquidity sweeps and all that kind of stuff. It just sort of zigzagged, like more basic, you know.
yeah, I
But
remember when it was
yeah,
around like 9,000, well, 8,000 going to 10,000. And I would look at it
mm,
and I could see some of the like reversal patterns because it just looks like a mirror image. And
yeah,
I would be like, I'd be like, huh. I'm like, are there patterns to this thing? and I just started drawing lines everywhere with it. And then I saw the patterns. I'm like,
Mm.
holy shit, there are patterns to this. So I just started studying the patterns and stuff, and it
Yeah.
blew my mind. It simply blew my mind. I had no idea there was a whole world of this.
Yeah, I think if you just sort of dial into the basics with trend lines and patterns, the more basic you go, the more of the market are also seeing what you're seeing. You know what I mean? Like if you go too complex and convoluted, and it's like who's looking at what you're seeing? You know what I mean? Or it's like, oh yeah, I see this like random thing that happened 3 times last year. It's like, oh well, who else is saying that? Not many people. Whereas if I don't
Got
know,
that
like
like
I feel like
Russell
if you're following the
Russell
crowd,
Code. Good.
sorry, yeah, it's this just the delay.
Well, I was saying that
Yeah.
like that Russell Crowe, like the beautiful mind, like always sunny in Philadelphia, the Pepe Sylvia. It's like Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. It's just a giant board with a bunch of connecting like strings and stuff, all schizo posts.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just think after being in crypto since 2018, there is a lot like the beautiful thing is that you can make money with the basics. You don't have to get all like, crazy technical deep into like you know what I mean? You can boil it down to real basic stuff and you'll be fine, I think. Trend lines, like, ranges, respecting, selling at resistance, buying at support, that generally, and even oscillators, they can help you with if you're, if you're struggling with like the rhythm of the market, and when the momentum has shifted, it helps you sort of identify that. You can kind of see momentum anyway, just with the candles on the chart. You can see things are getting wicky and, engulfing style candles. Like there's heaps of that kind of stuff. But it's all, yeah. There's no one thing that just is absolute though, like that tells you exactly what's happening. So it's all that like everything's just a puzzle piece really. And you're trying to formulate like a reason, like a thesis into
Yeah,
like
like
why it's gonna
the
go
different
where it's gonna
candlestick
go.
patterns and like the different candlesticks
Mm,
themselves, like spinning
yeah.
top and the like upside down hammer, or just like the bearish hammer
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like I was like, oh crap, because I would see them all the time. I'm like, why is it doing that? It's like, and so I looked through all of them, like, oh okay, and then I would be like, boom, it's just signaling, what it's gonna be an uptrend, downtrend, and stuff. That's helped out a
Yeah,
lot
man.
too. Like I gotta say, like that's helped out so much.
Yeah. Yeah, like fully grasping and respecting the basics is the best starting point. And you can even just stay at that point of like just the basics and having very uh, clear, fundamental ground analysis of market structure, like highs and lows, trend lines, when things have broken, that sort of like signals that something has shifted and then, oh, momentum's coming in. Something that I should do more often, but I don't, is like volume analysis, like using the volume, can't like, just the volume indication.
That's the one thing. Like that's honestly the
Yeah, I
one
don't,
thing I wish I could read. I get the
yeah, I don't
liquidation,
tend to.
heat maps and stuff like that. Got the candlesticks and
Mm,
the patterns, but volume,
yeah.
man, like it's one thing I don't understand how to read the thing.
For me, like, yeah, I mean, low volume, generally speaking, things are healthy if the volume's low and price is kind of just chopping, so like not really going anywhere up or down, then that's natural. But if you've got low volume and there's all these like random spikes and swings, it's like, oh, manipulation's happening because that's unnatural movement. You know, the volume's not saying that. The volume's not saying that the market's pushing in that direction. It's just, this must be just the market maker or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And then, like, the problem with volume is some people will be like, oh, there's no volume, I'm not going to do anything. But volume can come out of nowhere as well, like all of a sudden. And then it's like, oh, now you're chasing it. Now you have to get in late, you know?
The market maker holds all the cards, man. Even when there's spot buys and when there's OTC buys and all of these things that happen behind the scenes, they control the
Well,
Oh,
volume,
dude,
they control the liquidity.
totally.
So wherever the
yeah,
price
I
is,
get.
they want it there at that
Uh-huh.
moment.
Yeah.
Which
And if
what
you've ever
indicators would be
watched,
best for volume?
Just volume is enough
I guess
usually.
just the
But if
volume,
you,
yeah, the volume.
there's a good one though, if you're looking for divergences, you can look at cumulative delta volume, CDV. You can look at that and just look for divergences if you know how to read divergences. It's not complicated at all. It sounds complicated, it's
Well,
not.
I need to learn how to read volume first, but
It's very
yeah,
simple,
that way I
brother.
could.
Volume might be one of the most important indicators and one of the most simple to read because it's very verbatim. You know, you look at the volume when it's high, you know that there's volume, you know what I mean? There's orders being filled, there's
Mm.
the market makers are facilitating orders. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It all seems more complicated than it is. That's the craziest part about trading. And I think that that's what, I mean, I can only speak for myself. Early on, years ago, I mean, when I say years ago, it makes me sound like I'm some expert trader that has decades of experience, which is not what I'm trying to portray. But I have been around for a little bit, and everything it can be information overload, man. It really can. But
Yeah.
it really is less complicated than it seems overall. And the biggest enemy is yourself in trading. That's what trading taught me was discipline in life and just the fact that like you will get in your own way. You will be your biggest enemy. You can't blame anybody else. It will make you accountable. And that trickles into life too for me, not to make it too deep, but it's like every button you press, there's a reaction and there's, something that you have to pay for that in one way or the other.
Yeah. It is a big mind game thing. It's like, like you said, it's like yourself. You're like battling yourself, like your
Yeah, it's
decision
you
making
versus you.
process, and
Yeah, and you're gonna
yeah,
blame the
the
market. You're
fear
gonna
and
blame the
greed.
market. You're gonna blame the market maker. You're gonna blame the exchange, and you're gonna go
The
through all the
exchange.
motions. Yep, you're gonna go through all the motions
Yeah.
of that. It's gonna be everybody else's fault until you're looking in the mirror at yourself and you say, "Hold on, maybe it was me." And that's how life is. Like if you run into some
Hold up.
bullshit in life,
Wait
you're
a
like,
minute.
it was everybody else's fault. It was my mom's fault. She didn't raise me right. You know what I mean? Like it's just like life, man. It really is.
Yeah. It's my horoscope today.
Right. The weather wasn't.
It's
It was
what
raining today. It made me
Mercury
sad,
was in retrograde or whatever.
dude.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
humans are ridiculous though. We all are. We really are, man. We're ridiculous. I know I am. I'm ridiculous. My emotions
I
are
don't mean to
ridiculous.
like make fun of planet because I think the planetary stuff's interesting. I still think
Humans are
I don't
ridiculous, man. I
understand
mean,
why.
it's
But
definitely interesting. The whole dude, the whole horoscope thing is
yeah,
insane.
yeah. At the end of the day, like markets are traded by human beings. Like that's essentially what. Even if you think it's algorithms, who built the algorithms? You know, they didn't just come out of nowhere. They're all programmed by people. Like and people make decisions based off either speculation or fear and greed.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear it, but you're playing a losing game. Like when you're trading, you're playing a losing game, and it's not because you're a loser or because the market creates losers. It's because, well, it is kind of that. But 90%
Yeah,
of people
it's
don't
kind
make
of
money.
rigged.
Yeah,
Yeah,
90% of
it's
people
kind of
don't make money.
rigged. It is rigged. Yeah, you just have to sort of, I don't know, just take what you can get.
Manage your risk,
Try to
take your
get away
swings,
with it.
take your swings where they come. If you like it, take it. If it don't work, figure out why it didn't work and retweak your system, develop a system, and if
Yeah.
it works over the long term, stick with it. If it doesn't, you need to change stuff. And it's really hard, man.
Yeah.
Anybody who tells you that there's an indicator that you can read or any of that bull crap, it's not true.
Bear crap.
You ain't gonna
Yeah,
read
the
the
market's
MAs and be
way
a millionaire. It ain't gonna happen. You ain't gonna
yeah,
read
it's
the
too
RSI.
variable.
It ain't gonna
Yeah,
happen.
the conditions just chop and change way too much for any like 1 week your RSI, your stochastic RSI might be giving you the best. You know, it's all the harmony's amazing, man. I've like, been able to just trade that. And then the next week it's like, oh nah, now we have to worry about swing fails, like it's or range activity. It's this, it's
And
that.
then Trump
It's always
made
changing,
7
man.
tariffs this week. And damn, he took me,
Yeah.
it's always
Oh,
something.
you
And
ruined
then
the range, man. Yeah,
right,
exactly.
it gets
It's like all
ridiculous. It
the
will
CA went
become
out the
ridiculous.
window that I spent 5 years mastering. It just all went out the window because this exchange listed Mudang or whatever.
It can get ridiculous, really. It
Yeah,
really can, man. And
it's
it will.
it's
If it
crazy.
hasn't for you yet, it will.
Yeah. There is a lot of randomness in it. Like, yeah, there is chance. There is an element of chance to playing like to trading, I think. It's not all you can't calculate things ahead of time. You can try and get close, like or like you. It's always a game. It's a game of probability. Like you're just trying to get as much probability on your side as you can, and then
I don't know if it
it.
was Frankie
You know.
Candles or Jason Casper. They said like if you
Mhm.
have if you know how to read an indicator or whatever, it'll probably just give you like 1% or 2% more chance of doing it,
Yeah.
but
Exactly.
it's not going to do all the work.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you're just playing with probabilities. It's like
Dude,
okay, the RSI is way oversold. The probability of this being an okay place to buy, yeah, it's all right. Like you know, if the
you know how
oscillators
much
are
of a killer
oversold, you
you
buy.
know how much of a killer that guy Jason Casper is, bro? You know how
He
much of
is
a
good,
killer
yeah.
that dude is? That dude is a straight up killer. And I'm talking about
Yeah.
that dude is 1 out of 10,000 maybe.
Yeah,
That
it's
type of skill
impressive.
is not that type of skill
Mm,
is it is
I
not
don't
common.
Yeah, he seems very
yeah.
disciplined in the way he does stuff. Like very,
And look at
like
his life.
I don't know, man. Yeah, like he has a farm and stuff like that.
That dude's a killer,
Lives
bro.
out
Look,
there. That's pretty awesome,
everything
man.
about him is
Multiple
discipline.
acreage.
Yeah, it takes a
Yeah.
special type of person to pull that type. Dude, that dude is an alien, man. The only way to
And then you
describe people like that are aliens.
and then you get dudes like Silicone who are just like you know what I mean? You heard of Silicone? Anyone?
No, I haven't.
Silicone? No.
He's the guy that's saying the market is bearish.
Oh
Get
Lord,
out. You know, like the
flush
top
him
is
down the
in.
toilet. Flush that guy off your feed because he's wrong.
Yeah, he's just been like
You remember Tony
and
Vice or Vase or whatever his name was?
yeah, Tone Vase or whatever the hell, yeah. Yeah.
Tony, when he said like the bearish target's 1400 for Bitcoin,
Well
You know
they
what's
peaked
crazy
it.
too?
20,000.
You know what's crazy too is that the best
Oh.
people will be wrong too. That's another thing. That's the thing that
Yeah,
I learned in
that's right.
Discord Landia, in old Discord Landia, is that nobody's ever
Mm.
wrong. But the truth is when you're around people that are real killers, they're wrong all the time, man. And it's okay to be wrong. You need to be able to make
Yeah, you
money
have
when
to
you're wrong,
embrace
though.
it. You have to be humble, man. Embrace the like your humble side with the market
Humility,
because
exactly. Humility
yeah,
is extremely underrated.
if you try to be this like guru expert, you know, future fortune teller person, the market's gonna make you look stupid, man,
And you don't even
eventually.
have to do
You
that,
know.
Rick. We all know that now.
You
Like
don't.
after
Yeah,
years,
no.
like how many people,
Yeah.
how many people are complete? I was just showing in the other group that dude Tommy Lee,
Mm.
right? The dude who's like
Yeah.
a multi-decade
Oh,
investor, and
yes.
the dude is a freaking he's a gangster. Don't get me wrong. Dude is a
Yeah.
he's a killer. But look at him, man. I mean, that's another
Mm.
the other side of it is like you don't have to be some sort of ridiculous genius in order to make money in the market
No.
too. It's
Why
a
not?
balance.
Yep. You have to you just have to learn to roll with the punches, like, and get comfortable being wrong. Like, not all the time, but like,
Right.
you know, you can still be there still can be times where you're confident. I'm not saying don't be confident, but yeah, like it's not like a skill that you go out and master and be and build up this big ego and like, oh yeah, like whatever I say goes kind of thing because it's because of my track record or whatever. Like, just remain humble all the time. Like, just and you'll do better, I feel, especially when you're new. Like, I think if you've got less than 10 years experience, you're still new. I think
Absolutely. Absolutely.
anyone involved in crypto that started in crypto is still new, really. Like, and even Wall Street pros that have done it for like made careers out of it, they're still mastering themselves every day, like trying to get better, you know, trying to improve. I don't doubt it.
Look at the people that are successful
Yeah.
too, right? Like if you took a basket of 100 people that are successful in crypto,
Mm,
try to model yourself after, you know, the most of the traits that they portray rather
yeah.
than, you know, the one degenerate guy that you heard of that made $1 million off of Fartcoin or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's
Love
probably not
Fartcoin.
going to work.
Yeah, that's why Michael Burry is funny because they made a movie of him, The Big Short, and
I saw that.
people follow his X account like religiously, like he's the gospel or something, and he's been wrong many times. Like,
Dude,
you know, he was calling for
he
a
literally said
recession
to
for
sell the floor.
2023. Yeah, he said in 2022 like, "Oh, sell." Like, and people were like, "Oh, wow, he said something. He tweeted or whatever." And it's like, dude,
Well, it
he
was
was
like, and
totally
then
wrong.
you go on YouTube, and all the clickbait things are just like, it's
Oh
going to go
yeah.
down, like
Yeah.
100% to zero. Even
Yeah.
what's his name? Something Pena, Dan Pena or something like
Mm,
that. Same thing. Bitcoin's going to
yep.
zero. Now
I don't
somebody change
care
my drawers.
I don't care who it is, man. Like, you as long as you know how to decipher between what is speculation and what is something that's factual. Like, oh, the Bitcoin spot ETF got approved. Okay, that's useful factual information. Like, that's like more concrete. It's like, okay, that's information I can do something with. But if you go onto the channels that are like trying to forecast, oh, these are my targets for 2026, it's like, oh man, that doesn't help anyone. That's just speculation, you know what I
Well,
mean?
it's fun
Like,
though too, right? Like we all have our
yeah.
targets, and I think we all should,
Oh
right?
yeah.
Like it's fun, but
Yeah, but
to keep it to that
sure.
level of like entertainment is important because the market is
That's how
very
they pull the crowd.
unpredictable.
Yeah, man. Yep. There's only like I was saying the other day, crazy with you. There's only like a couple of things that you can be totally confident. Like my most absolute confident sort of statement that I can make right now is that we're not in the grips of a bear market. This is not the accumulation phase right now. You know what I mean? Like, you can take that, you can bank on that. You know what I mean? This
Yeah,
is
for
not
Bitcoin for sure. It's not
we
accumulation
we haven't
phase.
just crashed. Yeah, we haven't just crashed 70%. We're not down on the floor. Okay, well that's
It's
useful.
I
It's
hear
useful to
is
know
I
that.
think I hear somebody in the background.
Yeah, someone in the background of someone's mic. That's all good. Probably someone's
Or maybe there's a
family.
cat. I don't know.
Could be. But yeah, like, and it's like, okay, well, with that information, if it's not the big old accumulation, you know, crypto winter, so to speak, then what is it? We're like, if you go off the 4 year cycle theory, like if you're then we're you know we're on the like the more stale end of the bull market. Like, you know, it's not fresh. This bull market is not like, it didn't go bullish last week, you know. It's been bullish since 2022 December, you know, or like January of 23. So yeah, man, it's getting long in the tooth, this bull market. But
Dump
the
it,
cool thing
dump
is
it. Let me
some
up.
some of the most spectacular moves happen in the last phase, you know, like it's like the final push, which is cool, and we're all hanging out for it.
This is probably one of the best YouTube, I guess, streams slash Discord servers, I think, to be
Yeah,
in.
man. Yeah, I agree. I like that it's collaborative. You know, people can put opinions out there and we can all debate over them and challenge each other, and you can
Absolutely.
come
I like
in
that.
with a something. Yeah.
My bad, Rick. Go ahead, finish.
Oh, like you can come in with something that you think, and then you can weed it out. Like you can go, oh yeah, no, I didn't consider that, or whatever, because like you have, it's like a group think, like a think tank. Yeah, it is cool, but it can
Yeah.
be, it can throw you off too sometimes. You got to be careful.
Yeah, you don't want to. You want to have your own
If you get
plan
sucked
too. I
in.
think Rick, I think that
Yeah,
you know better than anybody being around for as long as you have is you can jump in these groups and a
yeah,
lot of people
man.
jump in looking for trade signals, man. Like if you're jumping in a group,
Yep.
I don't want to step on anybody's toes in here, so I'm not even going to go further into that. But I think it's good to have your own plan, period. Because if you're waiting for other
Yeah.
people to kind of pick and choose for you what to do, it's probably not the best idea
Yeah.
because these people that are making these plans that you're listening to have a very elaborate plan in their own brain that they're going to kind of go about. You know what I mean? And you're not in their brain.
Yeah. And they may have started like years ago, or like their position exists somewhere different with no leverage. You don't know the context. Like the context is very important for
Yeah, and
a
there's
lot
no
of like
ticket.
the
There's no ticket to
commentary
freedom,
that
man.
people come in with. Yeah. But there is a lot of useful information too. It's just, yeah, sometimes things can get a little echo chambery as well, like with sentiment, and that can be dangerous. Like, if you think one thing and let's say you were right, but the whole group you're in with 50 plus people are saying the opposite, you can get swayed, or your confidence. You may not get swayed, but your confidence level can be shook to what you were going to do anyway. But let's say, yeah, like you took profit too soon because everyone was like, "Oh, I'm taking profit here," or whatever, or the other way around, like, "Oh, I'm holding," and then when you were thinking of taking profit, and then it gets confusing.
Yeah, you got to go, I guess, to the beat of your own drum. And the
Yes.
good thing
Yep.
with the community and stuff like that is you can find out why people are in the positions that they're in. Like, what did you see on
Yeah,
which
man.
time frame? Like, which moving average? What confluence did you see? You know what I mean? And you could be like, oh, that was right here. How does that work? Oh, this,
Yeah.
you check this
If
range,
you
and
look, yeah.
it's really cool to collab like that and have people who
Yep.
want to share the information.
Yep. It's like learning how other people fish. It's like, how did you catch all those fish, man? Oh, let me show you this strategy, or this is how I approach it. Instead of just going, oh yeah, here's a fish, take that. But how did you get it? That's for me to know. It's for
Yeah.
me to know, for you to find out. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Hopefully more
for
downward.
right
Just
now,
for me.
let's speculate for a minute. What do you reckon? You think old Bitcoin's run out of momentum and
I
he's
think we're
due to
gonna
come
come
like,
down and just sweep the those liquidations.
yeah, I wouldn't doubt that there's a whole lot of longs that have built up over the past day and a half with all that upside. A lot of people getting brave, and confident. Although there is still a lot of like short liquidity sitting at about 111,000, and like around the all-time high as well. There's some clusters. There's some reasons to go up, I
You got a
think,
you
still.
got a big old pocket all the way up to
Yeah.
113K, man. Big hot pocket
Yeah,
up
man,
there.
I see that. Yeah, it's very hot. Yep. A lot of
It's
people
the
getting
hottest pocket all the
cheeky.
way down to like 90 something K, man. Just if I'm remembering
Yeah.
correctly.
Yes, it's a huge bright spot, and it's only recent too. Like it's only been that bright for a number of hours. It hasn't, you know. I'm just gonna see if I can figure out how long it's been that bright for. Since the big spike, really. So the last
I checked on
11
it
hours
in the week.
Mm.
It was still pretty
Yeah.
hot up there early in the week. I haven't checked today
Yeah.
though, at all.
The last 11 hours, man, it's added so much short
Really?
liquidity at about 111. Yeah. Yep. It's just piled up. I'm gonna put my screen off and I'll show you like what
Yeah,
I'm
please.
looking at. So the way I sort of see it, so yes, there's liquidity all here, right? But it's kind of, it's not that bright in the color. So like, yes, there's short liquidity here, but look, it starts to get brighter here through this section. But look at that recently on that spike. Look how bright that's gotten. That's very heavy. That's very top heavy, like right there. And then if you go back to your chart, it's like, okay, well, it's that, you know, that high, then that wick high, which is this high and this wick high. So all of that liquidity patch starts from about here and goes that way. So that's 11 hours. That's how I sort of judge. Only in the last 11 hours did it get super bright right here. So that's, yeah, that's recent. That's
Yikes.
people jumping into shorts. You know, people doubting 110, basically. Doubting that we're gonna, you know, get structure up and builds up toward the all-time high. People trying to get in the way. But if I zoom out further, let's go to a 2-week view. Just want to see if there's any other reasons. Yeah, man, it's like, it's right there. It's to go grab. And then look at that that got stopped out. All that short. All those people got wrecked. Damn.
There's
That
another
push
hot
to
pocket down there
110.
towards 100,
But, oof.
102, 103.
Yes. Yeah, look at that. Like, that's the scary thing. Like, do they want to go grab that, or are they going to let it live?
I'm hoping they're gonna grab it really fast, then rocket back up.
That would, like, a push down to $103,000 would take care of a lot of that liquidity. But it's not super bright. It's getting there. Like, it's, you know, look how bright that was though. Like that area that got snagged. So if you want to talk local, like reasons to go up or down locally speaking, going up seems a bit more logical to me for the market maker. Like there's more reasons to send it to 111 or 112 just because of how much liquidity is sitting there. Whereas pushing down to like 106, that's not going to net them much liquidity as much as like if they go and grab that before doing that, you know? So if I just take a screenshot, I'll just sort of illustrate what I mean. So if they want to grab this, to me, if I was the market maker, I would send a spike here first and then dump it to go grab all that. And then, you know, whatever, like, you know, what comes next just depends on the liquidity, like where the liquidity presents itself. Like, you know, you could start building up a whole bunch of long liquidity, like at this level, after grabbing all that, and it starts to move. If no shorts start coming in, and you only get like lots of longs, then the market maker might not drive it up to go grab short liquidity. But yeah, right now I think it's still kind of just locally speaking. Like if you're talking about that box right there, it's top heavy, no doubt. Look how much, yeah, you can just see it, all of that color there compared to this color.
Yeah, it's a lot closer.
Yeah, it's just
It
locally
just out
speaking.
of curiosity, if they went down do you think it would just start lighting up a lot more all the way down? Like, so that if it was lit up like crazy, it would just shoot back up and like get more?
Yes, like if let's say it starts to move down, right?
Yeah.
This, I would imagine, would start getting even brighter, like because people would start opening shorts thinking that it's the sky's falling, you know?
Yeah.
That we're expecting this big move down. And same for the opposite. There's the opposite. Just someone just bought 9 million or $10 million worth of Bitcoin all at once.
Probably
That's
the market
90
maker.
Bitcoin all at once. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they're trying to go
Man.
for those shorts. Like you said, they're probably
Yeah,
going to go get them shorts really quickly and then come. I mean,
it
who
seems.
knows? We're over
Yeah,
here playing Michael Berry
that's the
building
thing.
a
Yeah.
Transformers movie. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
that
At
is
some
true. It's
point, it
like
becomes that because nobody knows. But when we're looking at what the
that's
data
it.
that's presented, it's a
Mm.
crapshoot, man. At any moment, you're looking at maybe
It,
55% at best in either direction at any
yep.
moment.
I've certainly seen moves down where it's like, why did they not just go like push it $2,000 more up to grab all that liquidity first? And it's like, oh, so it's not foolproof. It's not there's
I've been
still
in
very
longs.
much
I've been in longs and it's done that. I've just been like, what the
yeah,
hell?
it's like
It doesn't make any
you think
sense.
you're safe and then it's like bam.
There's one of the
Yeah.
guys. His name is Willy Woo. I don't know if you guys know who Willy Woo
Oh
is, but
yeah,
he
I
talks a
know.
Yeah.
bunch about. Oh yeah, he's an Australian guy, Rick,
I
isn't
think
he?
he's in New Zealand, but he might be
Is he?
Australian. I don't know.
He's got an. I
He
thought he had
could
an
be.
Australian accent. I don't know, but anyway, he
Yeah.
always talks about how the futures market has completely
Mm.
destroyed the crypto market. He talks about it,
Yeah.
ad
The
nauseum because
dynamics.
well, it's
Hmm.
just because it invites like a degenerate mindset to the whole notion of what it is, and I
Yeah.
agree to it. Even though I'm a participant as well, I participate in futures,
Yeah.
but I understand what he's saying. It's like it's
It's went from
the
Wall Street to Vegas.
right.
Let me
I
show
mean,
you.
people really go there on futures. Like they really
Oh
do too
yeah,
much on
they
futures,
do.
man. It's crazy.
I'll show you where futures became like quite prevalent on this. Okay, so 2019 is when most exchanges started up their derivatives, right? Like futures. Binance started it in like early 2019, I think. Maybe or maybe late. Yeah. Anyway, sometime in 2019 is when Binance started futures. And look, you just don't get those like incredible like this was all
It was clean.
without market maker stuff. Same with that. Like
Yeah.
look at the pumps, man. Like it's crazy. And
It
then
was,
now
you know what the word
it's a
is? It was
different game.
structurally sound. It was very
Yeah.
structurally sound. I remember, bro. I remember it was very
Yeah.
structurally sound. There wasn't any, the liquidity hunts and liquidity sweeps were much less frequent.
Mm, yeah. Like and just in recent times, look at what we've had to like deal with, like all of this, all of that, like these grindy moments in the market, even recently. I mean, it's still good, it's still profitable, but it ain't like if I go back on linear, like look at that, like that bull run there, like what did you have to endure? Like maybe a couple of weeks of red, like there, and then that wasn't too bad. Like, yeah, man, but look at the pumps, it's crazy. Look at that, like 5 weeks in a row, like right there, of just up and violent, like crazy up. And then you go back, and it's like, yeah, even still, it's similar. Look at this one. Look at that pump there. That's just like, it's so retail centric. It's just people just strictly buying, not really dumping. Like no control over it. It's just it's kind of like unrestricted upside. And then this one, like this pump. But you're getting really back, like you're getting into the genesis of Bitcoin back here. This is like where it was first starting out. Anyway, yeah, I just think it is definitely a like sort of change the way it behaves because of the whole market maker situation, like the exchanges having all of the chips, or like 90% of the chips, or whatever percent. I don't know what it is. It could be 60. Who knows? But it's a lot. Cool thing is though, right now, like just some of the realities we're dealing with, we're way above 100,000 now. We're like working on. Wait, let me get my different chart.
That on the macro looks insane, bro. Looks insane, man. It's
Yeah,
hard to ignore
it
that.
does. I'm gonna turn off my price levels because they're a bit. Got a lot of lines going on, but go daily. Like that's pretty damn cool. I think you know the crowd that was trying to suggest that we'd done this, like this double top scenario.
Oh man. Oh
I
man,
think
don't get me started.
that's starting to crumble now because of how much extra time we're spending up here. It's like this isn't supposed to be happening. We're supposed to be falling.
It's the same
know?
guys that were talking at 25K. It's the same guys that were talking at 48K. It's the same guys that
Yeah.
were talking at 69, whatever it was. Man, it's the same crowd, man. They
Yeah.
just keep doubting it
It
and it keeps
is.
climbing.
It did look scary. Like I'll give him that. Like it, but like if you take that over here, you know.
Never at one moment, bro, did I think that that was anything similar because of the timing. I mean, people just look for patterns. That's
Yeah.
the problem. It's
Yeah, I
the
know.
nature of human beings. They want to make things look similar. The timing is
Like
it
the
doesn't
ants.
match, man.
Yeah, it's just exactly the time. Look, I'll have to warp it to make it fit, but I think that would just be too easy. I don't think the market would throw us a bone like that and make
You
it
know
so
what it is?
simple.
It was the loud majority that got wrecked during that moment, and they're saying, "I'm reliving this, and it's not gonna happen to me again. I'm getting out of here." And it's the
Right.
perfect storm, man.
Yeah, like the people that are expecting this, like people think that we're going back to 80,000 because because of this, you know? And then it makes you say, if that's the case, like if that's your way of analyzing the market, okay, then find me when the market did that from the past. Like, you know, like it didn't. There is no market top that looked like that. This was the first time we had this big double top
Even then, Rick, look at the
market.
amount of time that top took, though. You had a 50% correction, and you had months of upside.
Yeah.
The timing
Yeah.
just doesn't match. People are just they're trying to Dr. Seuss this shit, and this is
Mm.
not a cartoon book, man. It's not how it works.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, there's some beautiful shapes in here that were just, you know, textbook. Like, look at this bear flag here. You know, you came down. This is when Russia invaded Ukraine, like somewhere in here. And it was working on grinding up, and then, nah, it just could not do it. Terra Luna happened,
It's,
like, right here.
It
Then you
looked
had
awful on the
Celsius.
macro too. That whole picture on the macro at
Yeah.
that moment looked terrible, man.
Yeah, you were
that's Gareth Soloway's
drastically.
bear flag.
Yeah.
Is it? It's his. It's
Yeah.
got his name on it.
No. He did nail that though. I
He
mean, he had
invented
some
it.
good calls.
Oh, did he? He was talking about that as a bear
Yeah, he
flag?
was good
Yeah,
on
oh,
some
that's
calls,
good.
man. But he was on the way up.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has their moments, man.
There was definitely a lot of people that got stuck in like that and could not shift to the fact that we were expecting this, you know? It's like they were going, oh, okay, because we've done that, it means we have to keep doing that and go down,
You know,
down, down, down
Rick,
to zero.
Rick, you know what I say?
Yeah.
It's like the slide, man. People think it's like an amusement park when people draw pictures like it's a slide. People get ridiculous, man. I just really don't. People need to focus more on the data, man. The data is very clear.
Yeah.
It's the cyclical nature of the market. You have 3 cycles
Yeah.
to kind of copy and paste now. It's not rocket science.
The problem, and this is why this is why everyone should, like, I know we are already, but this is why people in general should lock in right now, is because the bull market started all the way back here. Like technically the first big higher low probably here, but look how long we've been in a bull market for. Like it's not fresh. This is getting stale, you know, this is getting long in the tooth, like I said earlier. So should you be allocating big, like start building like big positions in Bitcoin? I don't think so. Wait, I
Absolutely
would
not.
say wait for like this, like, or
Yeah, just go
wait for
study
some kind
Wyckoff
of bear market
accumulation
thing.
and wait for it.
Yeah.
Go study
Yeah,
Wyckoff
like if
accumulation and the way that it plays out over months,
mm,
potentially years, the way that it has cyclically multiple times.
yeah. The people that can afford to ride all of this, you know, chop and momentum, like, you know, all these shifts in, are people that are either from in this area or built positions in this area. I think they can afford to like feel some of these pullbacks and not do anything about it, other than, you know, maybe buy a little bit more on the dip. But if you got in like anywhere above 100,000, you now have to deal with shifting and shuffling because
Ugh.
you're facing drawdowns, and like it's just it gets really ugly. You can't afford to be like a big long-term holder in Bitcoin because you're in so high, you're up in such a premium area. It's like, you know, for all we know, it could correct heavy, but like I don't think that. Like if you're asking what my sentiment is, what I think, where I think things are going, I think we're still working on the next up. It could even be sooner, um, but yeah, man, like that's the problem. Like if you're late into the market and your entries are like local, you have to adjust your horizons, you know, your time horizons. You
Isn't
might
it
get lucky and be able to stick a position before like the next markup, and then you're good. Then you can maybe sit in it longer. But man, I would love to have something that existed from back down here.
I do. Hey, but isn't it
Or even
crazy?
here.
Isn't it
Like,
crazy?
yeah.
Is it? And that's crazy in itself too. Like those consolidations that are right at the previous all-time high. That was a now it looks like a good
Mm.
spot to buy. It's
Oh yeah,
insane.
I
But
know.
the
This
crazy
felt
thing is,
premium at the time.
but people right now, right? I don't really know what it is. It's a psychological thing, I guess. But you see the way that the market grows and you see, the stock market, the indexes, they're all exploding, new all-time highs. That's when people get excited. It's not when the things are at the floor ever. There's 100 million excuses and it looks obvious after the fact. But right now people are excited
Yeah.
about Bitcoin. They're not excited about altcoins. Altcoins are at the floor.
Mm.
You have risk on that's shifting as we see it. I mean, look at the Russell 2000. This is your small
Oh
cap
yeah.
index. This is it's telegraphing. You just cleared the weekly 50 MA. I mean,
Oh dude, yeah.
nobody's ever
Sick.
looking in the right direction. They're looking away in the wrong direction. Like you said, if you're adding to positions on Bitcoin right now at 100,000, now you see institutions. Bitcoin could hit 200K, who knows, right? But the real money
Mm.
was to be made when we were in real accumulation. Accumulation is not when we just go sideways. It's on from a technical level. Accumulation was in the lower part of the range, the lower range boundary, when we were much lower. Now you see these altcoins. There's no interest in the lower range boundaries. Everybody is convinced that Bitcoin is the only coin. There will be no altcoin season. I don't know.
I
We'll
love
see.
I love this stuff. Like this is that crypto winter bear market accumulation zone. The everything else other than that is like reaccumulation, you know, like people getting in late in the game.
Exactly.
The
Reaccumulation.
people
Yep.
that weren't interested in this because it's too risky, it's like where they're waiting for confirmation. Well, here was some confirmation, maybe even that. But this definitely, it's like, well, these are the very late comers, I think. If you're playing like big, longer term, you know, I think a lot of like because this is the ETF approval right here. This was the dump that happened after it, the sell the news type thing, and then this is the inflows. And then I guess all of that was just rinsing retail, institutions building up positions because they knew this was going to happen, or they were going to orchestrate this. They knew it was happening because they were building it. Like, they're the reason it went there, That's the beauty of having money. It's like, to that level, I think, is that you can prop things up and manipulate it in a way. And although Donald Trump getting elected, the SEC changing hands, like, just the administration's totally different, like 180 on crypto.
Did we
Caused
really
a
even
lot of
need it
that.
though, Rick? The thing that's crazy to
Not
me
really,
is
no.
it's like what
We
I
didn't
said.
have it the whole time. Yeah.
Exactly. We didn't need BlackRock before, man. I mean, Bitcoin's been
No.
around for over a decade now. It never needed BlackRock. It never
Yep.
needed any of these things to grow exponentially. It just
Yep.
seems that they just come about. BlackRock doesn't.
Yep.
Bitcoin did not need
It's just
BlackRock.
another narrative.
BlackRock needs Bitcoin.
That's right. That's right. So, oh, dude, 100%. And like, if I go logarithmic and like on the whole history of Bitcoin here, especially that, obviously, and these bull runs, these made people into millionaires, like multiple millionaires, right? And it's like, you don't need Bitcoin to even go to 1 million, even though it probably will, like, one day. But dude, if you just swung, I wouldn't even mind if the market, if Bitcoin, like, this is hypothetically, just using it as an example, if Bitcoin's like hard cap or top was 69,000 all the time, and its hard cap low was 15, and it just swung like that every 4 years, dude, that is profitable right there. That's amazing.
Look what it's telling us,
You
though,
know,
Rick.
it
Right where
doesn't
that
even matter about the price.
right
Yeah.
at that high though, and where you're drawing, that
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
the bear market low. I mean, it's done it already
Yeah,
multiple
yeah.
times. We have it. We all have it drawn out on our charts. We should.
Yep. This, put simply, we just want crypto to do this. We want that. What we don't want crypto to become is this. Like, where there is no differential between highs and lows. Like, it's just tight. You can't make money in that. Well, you can, but you need heaps of leverage. And it gets painful, like, just the grind sideways. It's like Forex. I like, we love the wild, nature of like, just, the movements, man. You just need that to stay a feature of crypto. The stock market's still volatile. You can make lots of money in the stock market, not a problem. Look at this. Let's go full screen NASDAQ. I love the NASDAQ. Look at that. Like, that's a very volatile. There's still like a lot of like decent dips to buy and highs to sell, and oh, look at that. Big
You know what's
cascade of
crazy
buys
too,
just
Rick?
came in.
I remember at the floor, I remember hearing people on Discord. I'm not going to name any names because it's not necessary. It was the general consensus at the floor. It was, this is not sustainable. The economy needs a complete reset. We need a Great Depression. That is
Right.
ridiculous, to me, man. That is absolutely ridiculous to me.
Any year of the next century, you will find a crowd that is screaming for a recession. Like, any day of the week. There's always someone, there's always a group or whatever that is calling for disaster and tragedy and the end, The end is nigh. Like, it you will always find someone with that mindset, I think.
The only people that are worried about Great Depressions are people that are broke and people that don't like to work, man. I'll be honest with you. Just to keep it a buck. The only people that are worried about a Great Depression are people that are broke and are lazy, man. Because people
That
that
are
work, they're
susceptible
not
to
worried
what
about it,
happened.
man. The day
Right.
life goes on.
Well, it's an opportunity. Like, if it happens, I mean, take advantage of it, man.
Exactly. And then
It's
and
like,
like and
that's
cyclically there's going to be ups and downs. Obviously, you need to take advantage of the market, right? At market highs, obviously we want to sell, we want to take profits. It's not to take away from that.
Yeah.
You always need to take profit. It's not just be long forever. But the narratives of like we need to, the meltdown is right around the corner every 5 minutes. You need to go to therapy, man. You need therapy. You need to go talk to somebody because you're scared. I don't know how to
Yeah.
describe it.
I think I used to hate the idea of crashes and bear markets and sell-offs. Like, but now you learn to love all of it. You learn like it's all necessary. Like, if you're a bull, you need a crash
Yeah.
because you need to get in somewhere, right? Like,
I'm
where
a
do you open? You don't open on the highs.
I actually prefer the bear market now. I like the way things
Yeah?
move.
Me
in the
too,
bear-
man. I'm
Okay.
excited for the next one. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to buy Bitcoin as cheap as
Yeah.
possible because I'm going to build as large as I can. Not financial advice, but
The
man,
whole
I would
time,
love to buy Bitcoin sub 90,000 or sub 80.
everyone was like, "Oh my god, I don't want to do this bear market anymore. Like, I just want to do the bull market." I'm like, it's freaking awesome. I'm like, there's coins just moving up and down 5% every single day.
Go lay down.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
what's the
Like,
worst case? What's the worst case scenario, right? You gotta
Go
go
lay
like make more money, man, and like build your wealth. Like, you're scared of making? I don't get
Mm.
it, man. I really
Go lay
don't
down.
get it.
yeah. Plus, you can accumulate whatever
Go
profits
lay
you
down.
make trading. You can just put it in. You can build your bigger spot bags, and prices are way lower. But you have to do a lot more research in the bear market. But that's another thing is that like it's so calm. Like it's not all hectic
Yeah.
and like chaotic. It's like just calm and relaxing.
It's
Like
like it is right now.
yeah,
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Um,
super
you know
volatile.
what's
It's like
interesting, dude?
you can take a trade and like then go do some research and then come back to it later and you're like, oh cool, like it's still
Man, I hear so much growth in Kwai's voice and his nature and just his approach, man.
It's good.
That's my guy. Kwai's my guy now.
Dude, these moments here, no retail's like, no, thank you. You know, I'm not touching it. This is where crypto YouTube is getting 3 views a day. Or you know what I mean? Like these areas, no one wants to know about it. But
Look at
it's
Polkadot,
the
Rick.
best prices, man.
Dude, look at Polkadot right now. Go look at the swing fail on Polkadot to the downside.
I'll have a
Polkadot is
look.
a
I'll have
top
a look.
15. I don't have. I have a small amount of Polkadot. I don't
Oh
have a huge
yeah.
position. But look at the swing fail. This is.
The
I mean,
potential. Ooh.
are you kidding me, man?
Yeah, dude.
Polkadot. Like, if people who've been around, they know about Polkadot. They know about, everything that has to do with Polkadot. I mean,
Yeah.
people are scared right now. I don't know, man.
Like it's still there, right? Nothing fundamentally has changed about it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So if that's the case, that was like kind of how Solana behaved after everyone was like, "Oh my god, Sam Bankman-Fried touched Solana, like get out of it," you know? And that it went down
Right.
to $8, like all the way down here. But then look at it made a brand new all-time high. No, like, dude, that's wild to see that as like that is reality. That's crazy.
Dude, and it's everyone too.
It
You look at
it
XRP
died.
is the same way, brother. You look at XRP, everybody was XRP is a scam. It's never going
Oh
up.
yeah.
And then bam, everybody says XRP is going to change the world. It hit $3.
Yeah.
It's the same story over and over again. And you get infatuated with the movement when it happens, but nobody cares about it. Nobody wants to do the research. Nobody wants to learn anything. They just want to, catch the momentum. I don't know.
Not only did Solana die, like here, and then here again, but it was buried. Like it, it was dead and buried. Like it went in this, got stuck. It's like, oh, are we ever going to get above, $30 or whatever? And then bam, it just turned back on because everyone realized, oh, nothing fundamentally has changed with Solana. It's still the same project that we were excitedly buying back here.
Everybody realized the banks just washed
not
us
more.
out and then adopted this shit and then
Yeah.
made us all look like degenerate people that can't wait 5 minutes for McDonald's at the drive-through.
I was crying that the whole time in the bear market, like when Bitcoin was below 30K, when it hit 30K and then it dropped below it, and I was like, dude, this is when like they're gonna try to steal your coins because they're gonna try to get you to panic sell. I'm like, you gotta buy. But anyway, from what you just said, like, do you remember that like when at 30K and I was like screaming, dude, people buy Bitcoin.
Because I mean, yeah, it went down another 50%.
I remember.
Man, I went and stood up on the top of a mountain with a buy Bitcoin sign.
Dude,
when
dude,
we
I
were
was arguing with people in the other Discord. I was arguing with people like a complete idiot, man, wasting my time. I have 3 babies. I could have been spending my time with them. Instead, I was arguing with people on Discord about how Bitcoin's gonna grow, and it's okay, man. You don't have to be scared.
But yeah, to what you said earlier, like you don't know if like people just like, you know, why they don't want to like get in, and then like they just want to ride the wave when there's momentum. So my analogy for that is kind of like, all right, so if you get in, if you're at a train station, it's the train just sitting there, hasn't moved in a while, and it's sitting there, and there's like you don't see any passengers, and you go and you ask like, but you need to go somewhere. You go and you ask the train conductor, hey, like, where's the train going? Which direction? He's like, oh, I don't know. And like, and then you're like, okay, well, do you know at least what time you're leaving? And he's like, no, I don't know. Like, and that was like XRP forever. But then it's like, so like just using XRP for an example, not to pick on it, even though I do hate it. But like, then you've got people that are like, there's a train coming through. It stops for 30 seconds. You better get on because that train's going, and you need to get somewhere. So you get on the train. People
you remember me? Quiet. You remember me dropping train gifts for months about XRP before it exploded. The train is leaving.
Oh, I do remember that. The train is leaving. Yep. I remember that. But the thing is, it kept going up to like 65 cents, and then coming back down to 55, and then going on, it went up to 70. Remember we had a bet?
No.
Remember we had a bet? You were like, it's gonna be at 75 cents by April 20th or something, and it went to 74 cents. Like we were like, who won the bet?
It's a wash. It was a wash.
Yeah, but you were closer. You were way closer with your call.
Dude, you know me though. I'm not the guy who's sitting around talking about my calls were right. I don't give a shit, man. I have 3 babies. I'm trying to make money. I don't care about my Discord fandom or whatever it is that people gain from this. I don't care about that, man.
Hey, yo.
Yo, I got a call. Hold up. I got a call real quick. Dogecoin is going to do the same thing XRP did. Ow, watch out.
Hey, listen, I have 0 Dogecoin, and I think that Dogecoin is going to blow people's minds. I have 0 Dogecoin. I think it's going to blow people's minds, man, just based off the technicals.
Why don't you buy it?
also have 0
It went down to
Dogecoin.
like 14 cents.
I don't know why I don't buy it. I think it's because I already hit that lightning strike. That lightning bolt already hit me, man.
Look at his name, because he's a crazy fool.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. No, the lightning bolt already hit me, man. I'm looking for other lightning bolts right now. Dude, I made good money off Doge, and I could have made a lot more. I walked back like 60% of it, man, and I still made a great amount of money.
10 push-ups.
Yeah, I tell you what, I didn't.
I remember it was like,
Who said 10 push-ups?
Doge looks good, man. Doge looks good, and I'm like, why don't you buy it? It was like 8 cents.
Dude, I could have done so much better with Doge. Like I had a position somewhere. I was late to the party even. I think I came in like, I don't know, 16, 17 cents on the way up. And it got to like almost 50 cents, man. It got to like 49 cents or whatever, 48.5. And then I was like so confident in it that I held it, and ended up like selling it down here somewhere. And it like, oh, I hate doing that. Like round tripping. It didn't 100% round trip. It lost half its value.
Tried to tell you before it did that.
You did.
And then you were like, no, I'd rather
you and Static. You and Static were saying, at least go half out here. And then if it goes up, you've still got half a bag left. And then if it goes down, it's like at least you took half out in the premium. But man, look, Doge is completely reset. Like it's come back down to beautiful places to get it, I think.
Yeah, I almost want to sell my XRP for it.
Yeah, even just traveling back to 43 would get you 150% profit right now.
Yeah, I've been saying for like 6 months now. I'm like anywhere between 13 and 16 cents a good buy on Doge. Like
Anything below 20, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean 20 is safe
That's like some
enough, but
premium
the
Doge.
really good buys are between 13 and 16.
Oh
And
yeah,
I don't
dude.
think
That's
it's
like
gonna
the
go
mega
back to like
discount.
I don't think it's gonna go below 10 cents again, but like by
It might
if
not.
it does
It might
before
not.
the cycle ends, then there's something wrong with it. But the way that it's designed, I don't think it should. It might go to 10 cents or below in the next bear market, but I don't think it's doing it right. I don't think it's gonna do it before Bitcoin goes to like find a
Yeah.
top.
You know what's the really tough position for me that because to me I take all of this very seriously when making decisions with good amounts of money is percentages, man. And for me,
Oh yeah.
Doge is up there. I did buy Doge in 2023 at the floor. I bought it and then I rotated it into other stuff. But for me, I just picked other things, man. And out of the top 20, it didn't make the cut for me. I'm not really sure why. Like I said, maybe it's the lightning bolt hit me with Doge, and I want to get away from that. But there are other things. I'm heavy in XRP. I'm heavy in Cardano. I'm heavy in I have some chain link and
Yeah.
other things, and then some lower cap stuff. But these lower cap things, man, we watch anybody who was here last cycle. You watch things that were 500. I mean, bro, if you go back and you look at the numbers, man, of some of these things that were lower, you have Sui now, which is a market leader that grew from a very small value. You have these things that kind of just jump up out of nowhere. And to me, it was more intriguing. And I'm 29 years old, man. I need to take risks. I need to be in the cutting edge of tech. This is a flowering industry, in my opinion. This is an industry that is flowering before our eyes. Not many people are talking about this. I'm not sure why, but to me, this is really powerful
Have you
technology that's flowering. And there are things that are going to rise to the top, just like they did last cycle. And for me, I need to plug my money in some more riskier things that have less market share right now that could potentially,
Yeah, the value
30 to
plays.
50x, man.
I think there's gonna be if it ends up playing if they get it done quick enough, we might get like a robotics bubble before the end
Damn,
of the cycle.
you guys are looking for 30 to 50x's.
Absolutely.
Sheesh. Oh my God. I would be richer
Absolutely.
than Elon Musk if I got a 30x right now. Let's
At
go.
least
Okay.
at
Oh
least
yeah.
30 to 50x on some of these. If you're hunting, I mean, I know people, people don't want to are a little risk adverse. I get it if you're a little bit older and you're a little bit safer with the money, but to me, I made good money in this market. I'm okay with plugging in, certain amounts with lower, with these lower caps, man. You look at I'm not going to get too deep into it because I could rap about it for 30 minutes, man. But there are promising things developing in this market from the lower cap areas, specifically with
Oh,
AI,
totally, dude.
real world
Yeah.
assets. You have, I mean,
Yeah, but
DEXs,
you can't
man,
swing
decentralized
too heavy.
exchanges.
If they're
What's
that
that?
low cap, though, you can't swing too heavy in those because you get slippage and you start scaring
For
everyone
sure.
away.
For sure. I mean, it ain't that heavy, brother. I ain't on that level. I promise you that. I'm not putting 5 figures in any,
Well, it depends how
it's
low
multiple.
cap you go because micro caps, so you just put in 20 G's and you start scaring people away,
No. Not micro caps for me. Not micro cap. I'm looking.
Uh,
I'm hunting on. I'll tell you what.
Top
I'll get.
200.
I'll give a 20 word statement to give you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Coinbase assets that are built on Coinbase that are 500 million to 100 million and have
are you on the base
yeah, yeah.
network?
Well, base network I'm invested in pretty well, but other things as well, layer ones, specifically DEXs though. So now I'm gonna push it past 20 words. I like Avalanche. I like Chainlink. I like these blue chips. So I've went ahead and uh, basically on spot. The way that I describe it is I'm leveraged spot playing the blue chips that I'm invested in. So Avalanche, I'll give you one example. Avalanche, I'm invested in. It's a layer one. I think it's promising. It has a lot, I'm not even going to go into the partnerships and everything else, but there's a DEX on Avalanche that's called Pangolin, PNG, that has a lot of TVL, you know, the total value locked and all these other things. But the reason why I'm looking at exchanges, DEXs specifically, is because these are the shovels and the picks for when these layer ones grow and things get built on them. The shovels and the picks, the DEXs, they get utilized, right? It's all about utility. So for me, investing in things like Uniswap on Ethereum, to me, investing in Uniswap is a better alternative than buying Ethereum directly, because Uniswap will grow exponentially more than Ethereum will because of its market cap. Does that make sense? Without trying to be like too big brained about this. That's my
Yeah,
approach,
yeah, it makes sense.
essentially.
You're going for like kind of things that have a use case, native coins to things that
Utility.
actually have a protocol utility. Yeah,
Exactly.
They do something. Yeah. Man, in the last hour that we've been talking, the S&P 500, like the futures, the mini futures, it jumped up. Look at that bullish engulfing candle there. Still got 17.5 minutes left, but yeah, man, it took a little turn. 45
DEXs though, man.
minutes.
Why sleep on DEXs though? Because if these things do grow, right? Let's say, you know, for me, I have a target for Ethereum for 12K to 25K is the range for me. It may seem large. I don't really care what anybody thinks. I'm no guru. Don't follow me. I don't give a shit. I got a family. I'm not worried about you. Don't worry about me. But for me, Ethereum is gonna grow, gonna do really well, and Uniswap is going to be tied right to Ethereum. There's no way around it. Uniswap, if Ethereum moves, Uniswap is moving too. So that's the way I've kind of last cycle I was very heavy Ethereum. I had some people know how much Ethereum I had. I don't like explaining how much money I have involved with anything anywhere because people
What do
don't
you
need to know
feel?
my business.
What do you
But
feel about Hyper taking some of Uniswap's flow?
I think that Hyper is incredible, and I think that it's way too far ahead of where I would want to buy it right now. And I don't have any, but I think it's incredible. I think that anybody that's involved in Hyper, shout out to you because you are a big-brained freaking genius that was ahead of the game because I didn't know anything about it. I'll be honest.
Dude, crazy.
Yeah.
You know what was another call that we friggin' nailed at the bottom of the bear? Those mining stocks, dude. The Riot
Oh,
Block.
hell yeah, dude. I made fucking or damn, I keep saying the F word. I'm so sorry, man. I'm really trying to control that. I made good money on the Bitcoin miners though.
Dude, I got Riot blockchain at like $3.50 at one point. Like I was buying at $5 and then trading in and out of it, and I stacked a fat bag. Like I had over 1,000 shares. I think I had like 1,500 shares at like $3.50. And I don't know why I let go of it early. Like I think I sold at like $10 or something. Like, and then like, or I sold like 75% of it. Then I sold the rest at $25. I'm like, dude, I didn't even think it was gonna make it all the way up here. But dude, Clean
You want
Spark 2 was a
dude,
huge.
oh my goodness, you're about to make me have an orgasm. Listen, Clean Spark at the floor, at the freaking floor, bro. I'm not gonna say the amount. I bought a large amount. A large amount. Way bigger than I would typically buy. At the floor at $1.97, I think, if I remember correctly. This is at the bear market lows. I sold 75% of it before $5, and now I think it almost hit 20 something dollars, man. This is why this is why I continue to default to long term, because every single time that I get a great buy at the floor, I get greedy and I take profit way early, and then it plays out, and I could have made 10 times the amount. This is a slippery slope though, because you don't want to be just a hodler that's like, I'm gonna hold it forever, and then you walk back things too. It's
Round
difficult,
You
trip.
man.
cut off.
It's very difficult. Everything is difficult, but
You
man,
cut off.
Clean Spark, my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was epic.
Man, that's the $1 million question. It's like, do I hang in there and risk round tripping, or do I sell and risk getting out too soon, like getting out of the party before it gets started? You know,
You hold your spot
both are
long term, and
painful.
you trade the short term volatility on perpetuals.
But even them, bro, that's
Mm.
what I do, and you know that. You've watched my moves from for years now. Even then, bro. Even when you take that approach, like the swing trading approach,
I'm telling you,
You still
80% of the time, the swing trading approach still ends up not outperforming the long term.
Yeah.
Still, bro.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
there'll
mean
be
you
many
can get
moves that you miss or
so
stop
like
out on.
the way I see it is like
Exactly.
if you're swing trading and you're planning on getting out anyway, but you have a long term bag that you're holding on spot, you get it you position on perpetuals with like a moderate amount of leverage, wait for the swing up. You know, if it takes a month or whatever, maybe like so be it. But you you close that long position. If you think it's gonna fall, you short it, and then you take all the money that you made from the long and the short and put it back into your spot bag.
If everything works out perfectly.
Yeah,
But
like
when
that's
when
a
you're
perfect.
waiting 3 years, quiet like we have, me and you were talking when I was buying these plays, and you were buying, participating as well. When you're in those moments, 3 years, it's a hard time to wait. It's very difficult to wait that long, man. But
Yeah.
the thing that prevails is time. Time beats everybody. It whoops everybody's ass, and that's what I've learned. I started participating in the market in well, really
What?
participating in 2018. And if I was to hold on to, if my original buys from 2018, I held on to now, this is the classic story, man. It's not unique to me. This is everybody. You hear these stories about Bitcoin, about everything, and this can really brainwash people in the wrong way, though. So I'm just going to add a caveat to this. It doesn't
What's
mean you
Rick?
just it doesn't mean you just buy and you just hold and be a dumbass and just wait forever. But it what it does is it tells you the strength of being patient, because it will work out more than it doesn't. And you don't just hold forever and unless you're just a rich person that can afford to just wait 10 years. But the rich people that
One
can
thing
afford to wait 10 years, they get
that
more rich. That's
that's
the
how they
crazy
got it.
part.
That's how they got it too in the first place because they
Exactly.
waited. They were patient. You don't make money when you buy. You don't make money when you sell. You make money when you wait. And like another thing that's true. That's still true is time in the market is better than timing the market.
Right.
So somebody said to me at one point was the true prize is sharpening the skill, right? And profits are a symptom of sharpening the skill. And I think that it's important to note that it's like what 80% of traders, right, are not to the level of profit. But if you have that skill to be able to accumulate throughout all of those pushes, then yeah, you can do better than time itself, right? And that's kind of the goal, I think, right? Is to accumulate as much as possible to maximize the
Absolutely.
strength and potential
Absolutely.
of your asset,
Bro,
right?
if I could have, if you're looking at a chart, right? Like the ebbs and flows, right? Like, so it goes up tremendously, you sell. It goes down, you rebuy. It goes up tremendously again, you sell. But the thing that I think that people get caught in is the dream that is very probable to accomplish. It's not, man. To keep it simple, it's not, man. Anybody that's been around will tell you, you can definitely, you can navigate and do well. To me, taking if things pump extremely, you take profit, obviously. If it sells off, you buy it again. Like, it does seem like a very clean, systematic approach, but the execution is where the difficulty is underestimated, in my opinion, because everybody has a good plan, like
Right.
Mike Tyson said, until they get punched in the face, right? Until you
Right.
make one wrong move, you get split in your chin and you're missing teeth, and then you're like, okay. And then that happens 7 times, and you're like, I only have like 3 teeth left, man. Like, what do I do now? Like, this is
Right. Well,
essentially how the market works.
I would say it's kind of like the advice that I give people when they're talking about being a musician or whatever, not people who are already established, but I'm talking about people who are like, they have this dream of being a superstar DJ or a rock star or whatever. That's a great dream, and I'm never going to tell somebody not to follow their passion. However, most people are not going to make it. not to the level of success that they dream of. That doesn't mean that there's not value in what they're doing. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue it, but that's also where like it's really important to develop good habits of risk mitigation, right? Because you can at least lower the amount of loss that you're taking to learn to sharpen those skills. And in doing so, right, like sometimes the best trade is no trade, right? It's watching the things and learning from the things to better prepare yourself for the right entry the next time. And I don't think that takes any validity against or away from the idea or the mindset of long-term investing. However, right, like, and long-term investing isn't just something that's beneficial for people with a large amount of assets. Even if you only have $10, if you buy $10 of Nvidia at the right time or whatever Bitcoin at the right time, that's still going to grow that $10 to a much larger amount, right? If you leave it in there. But it's that I think the I think what's so tantalizing, right, is the idea that you could grow your assets at a much faster pace like day trading. And
Absolutely.
right, and so it's not to say you shouldn't dream. And I think actually the more you dream, the more you realize and verbalize and plan and organize, the more you get towards actualizing, right? But you also shouldn't be so tunnel visioned that you don't see where that dream isn't panning out, because that's the most important part of anything, is to see your vulnerable points and your weaknesses, because then you know what you can work on, then you know where you can adapt, then you know what skills to sharpen and what to explore and educate yourself on, right? And I think that's just like any other reality that you're in or industry.
Yeah,
You know, that's how you branch out into the most critical parts of what will become your strategy, right?
For sure. And if you have the tenacity and the if you can afford it, number one, right? If you can afford to go to school for 5 years and make no money, and that's something that you can afford, then you should do it, right? You should, you should explore every realm of anything that you're trying to do, in my opinion. You should, so if you want to be a rock star, for example, you should go and do that, man. You should go and play music at restaurants and make zero money for the love of it and for the passion and iron your craft out. Um,
Right,
like
you'll
you
learn
said,
so much from going and
in
On
any
TikTok, no more restaurants. Go
yeah,
straight to the
well,
online.
exactly. I mean, you could do it a million. I make music myself, man, so I know about music. I mean, I'm a musician myself, but
Nice.
I think that I think that any creative passion, if you're passionate about anything, I think you should do it regardless of the money, period. The market is very unique though, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. This is not objective reality. This is not fact. This is just my personal experience is the market will humble you and make you practical quicker than any industry. Period. It it
hundred
will make
percent,
it will
100%.
yeah, it's different,
it,
right? Like it's
yeah,
just
it
different.
absolutely, sorry, it
But
absolutely
but
has the potential to.
but
Go ahead.
it doesn't mean though that you shouldn't go out there and try to be the greatest trader to ever live, man. If you want to do that, go and try to be Jason Casper. Like go and try to be Crypto Face. Go and try to do this stuff. I did. I tried, bro. I tried my best. I don't
And
got
you
it,
know
bro.
what?
I don't got it.
if you get if you get beat up and fail, it's not something that you should put as a detriment to yourself, but rather
No, bro.
sometimes you
I
sometimes you realize that, like, hey, maybe I'm not
mean,
meant
look,
to be the best crypto trader there ever was, but sometimes it's also learning to just be a better trader than you
be
were
you.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Right.
I mean,
And
Be
you
you gotta
yourself.
do
learn
what you're
from it.
good
You
at
learn
too,
from
man.
it. Yeah, you
You
learn
gotta
from
do
it.
what you're good at, man. Go ahead. Some other brother is trying to talk. I'll let you go. My bad.
Nah, my bad, my bad.
No, you're good. I overspoke you. I'm letting you speak.
I mean, honestly, he has his like head like on the top. He has it.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Yeah, I think everybody has the potential, but it's not necessarily going to be everybody's reality, and that can be a hard pill to swallow.
Absolutely, man.
But
You gotta figure out what works for you, bro. You know what I mean? Like if you're running on a treadmill and going nowhere, then you gotta kind of tell yourself, and I'm not going anywhere. And and sometimes if you're running and you're going, the distance where if you're getting where you want to be, then you gotta keep going, man. I don't know. To me,
right,
I just figured out what worked for me, and for everybody it's different, man. You got to kind of find what works for you in any
yeah,
field of life. But trading is very unique in the way that you will get smacked around very quickly, and it'll kind of show you
it's
the ropes
designed to.
quickly.
It's designed to smack you around until you know what you're doing, and even then, it's still designed to actually smack you around, even when you know what you're doing. And but that's also why I think so. Like for example, the biggest things that I've gained from learning, because I'm not a good trader. Okay, I'm not even close. I'm a very new trader.
You're still
But the
learning,
biggest
yeah.
things we're always learning. If we're not learning, we're dying, right? So uh, the the biggest things though that I've gained from it is learning to trade and sharpening that skill has made me a better everything else too. It's made me better about how I manage my assets in general. It's made me better how I plan and articulate those plans when it comes to business, when it comes to personal and professional relationships, when like everything. Risk mitigation has become my favorite word ever, right? So there it may not pan out in the way you're thinking, but that just because you fail to what the metric that you are seeking to be as a trader, for example, doesn't mean that you should see that as a loss. You need to find where that growth can be applied, and that will develop your character immensely. And I think that's where trading has such a benefit, right? Is because it will drag you through the dirt so quick if you want to go there, and even if you don't, it might still, right? But because of that, if you can face it, hold account to it, be accountable to yourself, and not let it destroy you, right? Then it can build you in it like exponentially, even if it's not necessarily building your wallet. And you have to choose where
Absolutely,
that
bro.
endpoint
It's
is.
gonna
And,
build you because
and
you're gonna get your ass whooped, bro. And it's just like
yeah,
getting into a fight, right? Like you think that you're a great fighter, and then you get knocked out, and you realize I need to get into the gym, man. I need to hit the bag more.
yeah, and even the greatest traders, like at some point, some of them, it's not that they were not profitable anymore, that they were losing their edge. Some of them just choose to get off the elevator at that point because they've made enough, right? So everybody's level of the elevator, everybody's floor that you decide to get off on is going to be different. And you can ride that elevator up and down a million times. It's what you ascertain from that journey that's going to be so formative for the rest of your life, if trading is the thing that triggers that kind of
Bro, let me tell you,
enlightenment for you.
trading made me change my diet, my exercise routine. It made me change the way that I'm a father to my kids. It made me change the way that I approach making money. It will 100% do all of that for you. It's an amazing thing, man. And it will do that to you not only when you're making money, but when you're getting your ass whooped as well. More
Yeah,
I mean,
it
some
will
people,
probably
to
do it
some
more
people,
for you when you're getting your ass whooped though.
it depends though. Some people it might just wreck their lives when they jump off a bridge. That's just the facts of
Yeah,
life.
yeah.
right.
You don't
And
want
that's why
that.
it's really
Yeah, true.
it's kind of it is important to know where your limits are, right? Like, and to be realistic with yourself, because if you're getting to a point where your assets are so dry and you lost so much money, you've made so much money and then lost so much money, and it is wrecking you emotionally, physically, and in it with through reverberating through all these other aspects of your
Then
life
you're
to where
cooked.
you feel that type of way, then it's okay to be like, I've failed this. Failure is only failure if you don't learn something from it, right? You can still benefit from that loss, but you have to be able to swallow that pill and learn that lesson. Like I may decide, because I haven't been profitable enough to where I want to be, right? So I may decide to stop trading, but I'm at least happy enough to say that if I did today decide to stop trading for the rest of my life, that the skill sets, the relationships, the mindset shift that I've gone through, the complete paradigm shift that my life has gone through since I started this journey, that I'm happy to carry,
How
right?
long ago did you
So
start? Let me ask you.
right.
Hold on. How much time you got under your belt though? I'm wondering now because now I'm listening
About
to your story.
5 months.
Damn,
And
brother,
really
you got a long
I
way to
was
go, brother.
oh yeah,
Welcome to the club.
absolutely.
We got some fresh blood in here. Yeah.
No,
Happy to
that's
be
good
here,
though, bro.
man.
That's good. And you're probably
I'm
young. Are
so
you in your
grateful.
early 20s?
No, I'm 35, brother.
Oh, that's good.
Uh,
That's even better.
yeah, yeah. I like this has been representative of me buckling down and taking a lot of things seriously in my life. And it's funny because like a lot of those things were already headed in this direction, and then trading was kind of the catalyst for exponential change in the mindset shift that I needed, right? To really formulate other aspects of paths within my life, and it's only benefited me in terms of like how I see things, how I structure things, how I look at my job professionally outside of trading, how I look at myself within trading as an amateur trader, and how I've learned to listen and speak and hold conviction and like do everything. And I actually was just having a conversation with a coworker I just met about trading, and like it's really amazing. It's changed. Like I don't see like I definitely see things with a little bit less emotion, right? So I let uh emotion drives less of my decision making. Um, but like I thought that would be like a cold thing, and that would have to be a negative, but it's been like actually quite a positive because now ration, logic, planning, observation, those skills have increased and improved like literally how I communicate to the owner of the company that I work with, to I mean everything, man. I
Yeah, do
just
you
had a
guys
successful fireworks shoot. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
go ahead. You can finish laying the plane. I just wanted to ask if you guys, a lot of you guys use X.com, and if you guys would trade on it once they have trading, because they will have trading pretty soon.
I think I'm definitely going to explore it if they do, just to see what, because that's pretty radical of a shift. But yeah, no, I just had my second successful fireworks shoot yesterday, and like it's been a year, and yeah, man, looking back has been real wild,
Oh, you
and
might.
just I'm very
You're,
blessed.
you're probably getting busy tomorrow, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm at another one right now, so
Oh,
um
nice.
Everybody.
yeah, I super grateful to this community, all of you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you as well, man. But I'm seeing a lot of these alts are getting a little pep in their step while Bitcoin keeps on slouching. I mean, Grandpa is getting a little tired, in my opinion.
Uh-oh.
What was that?
I
Man,
was saying,
5 months in, I got smoked, man. Be careful. 5 months in, I got smoked. Don't be putting heavy money on these exchanges, man, at 5 months in. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I think it's always safer to scale into anything, whether it's an exchange, an asset, right? You can always test it at smaller scale, and then if you find it successful and you can consistently and if you can consistently and with repetition, the ability to repeat that success,
Are you
right?
on futures? Are you on futures or spot?
109, 200, maybe?
I didn't know who that question was directed towards.
Towards
Myself.
you. Are you on futures or spots?
So actually I started in spot. Like I've been investing in crypto here and there for a little bit. I got more serious right before I started trading. Now I mostly played futures, which has a bit wrecked my assets, but I mean I'm still like I haven't even dipped into halfway through the assets that I had in spot, which wasn't a lot, right? But I'm trying to get to where I can repeat profits on futures and then turn that into spot and then accumulate and then like back and forth. I am at least getting to a place now where I'm not having to risk so much assets to play the game, right?
You better start small, bro. I don't want to abduct the whole voice here, but you're 5 months in. Don't be going heavy on futures, bro. Just to keep it short, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Keep it
Oh,
small.
I got that out of the way quick.
Practice, man.
Don't worry.
Go heavy,
Yeah.
bro. Go heavy. Go heavy.
Go
193.
heavy, yo.
Go all in. Do it. You got this.
I
Put
tend
the
to go
listener
balls to
and
the
300,
mute
wall.
homie. Let's
yourself.
He
go. Bet
said,
it
put it
all. Bet
all
the
in.
house. Bet
You
the
got
house,
I,
homie.
He
I
said,
live
burn
I,
it up. Burn the credit
You,
cards
my
up.
learning
you
style.
You're
got
I tend to go
crazy.
balls to the
Who's that? I
wall.
like that guy. He's funny.
I tend to go balls to the
Don't
wall
do
off
it,
rip.
dog.
That's how I
Don't
learn the
do it.
most, and it hurts real bad at the
Nah,
beginning, but then after
350.
that, everything hurts less.
350. Let's go. Let's burn after everything else.
Yeah, be
You
careful, man.
got
Just
this,
be careful.
bro.
Just be careful, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate
Just
it.
be careful. 5 months in, I got
Let's
smoked, man.
go. Watch.
Thankfully, I didn't smoke my
Yeah,
whole stack. It was only a small percentage of what I had, but at that time, the stack that I had was pretty big, and I smoked it in a month, man. 30 days, gone. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. You need more experience. You need
yeah.
more time.
Oh yeah. I've experienced the pain enough to know that fire hot, right? So,
Yeah, man. Just be careful, man.
but
Just
Yo,
be
I've been
but
in
careful.
I'm
People
crypto
also
don't.
since
People
excited.
ain't gonna tell
2000.
you that. People
And
should. People should be more vocal about that, but people
yeah,
definitely
No,
should
they
tell you
have
that.
been.
I've
They
been
have
in the
been.
market
Thank
for
you.
so long. Never touched leverage in my life, and never will.
Yeah, you don't
Good
need it,
Pass
man.
man.
the
You really don't
You
need
don't
can.
it.
need to, yeah.
You don't need
Yeah.
leverage. For me, at any moment, it's only 5%. If it grows, maybe 20% if I do really well. But no, you don't need it, man. The crypto is so volatile, man. You don't need leverage. This stuff grows 30% in a bull market. This stuff will grow 30% in a day and then do it for 3 weeks straight. You don't need leverage.
Well, So my
There you go. There you go. See, Kwai
so
will
my
tell you. Kwai is a wise man at this point, which is insane.
so
Kwai has a lot
my
of wisdom.
I'll tell you. Oh yeah, I know. Quiet has taught me a lot actually, and just
Kwai is
shared a
the
lot
guy.
with me. But
Yeah, I be
yeah,
dropping signs.
my goal is, and I would not suggest this to anybody. But my goal is to sharpen my skills with leverage, um, until the end of the bull run, and try to turn it like fully to the green from where I started. And
And
if
then
I can't,
lower.
at the like if I can accumulate more through that to be able to put in more at the bottom of the bear, I'm then going to take all of that and DCA for the next 10 years, and then I'll start trading with like a little bit of income here and there that
Listen,
comes in from my job.
Listen,
yo,
90%.
big
But
boss coming in. Big boss, hold on one
Nobody's
sec,
gonna
guys.
tell you this.
I think we're gonna split it up right here when we
yeah,
get
let
to
me
the
make
big guys.
space for
But
I'm gonna make space for TA.
I'm thinking I've been hearing a lot of these stories over and over again, and this is non-financial advice, but sometimes I sit back and wonder, I'm like, would most of you guys just actually be better off just be like, yo, kickstart it, just try once, just go balls to the wall. You either do or die once. If you don't do it, quit. Just never come back here again. Go live your life, or you make it, and that's your pass, and you pass through the gates of the pearly gates. But
I'm done.
that's gambling, my friends.
How did you
But
make it
Yeah,
though?
it is.
How did
but
you
some
make it?
people have
Did
made it
you
like
bet it
that.
all
Some
on
people
long
made
or did you bet it on
billions of
short term?
dollars. Some people have made billions of dollars doing that. And I'm an advocate
How'd you
for
make it?
gambling. I'm a degen. So I'm just saying, it's not for beginners, but I recognize that crypto is 100% gambling. And ever since I recognized that, I started doing really good.
So how did
For
you
me,
make
it's
it?
it's
Did you long or do you short?
It's only
I was just
gambling
say
when
for
you
me,
have no risk management and you have no cognitive
Right.
ability to hold your primate instincts back.
Okay. So we're
for me
shorting here all the way down.
the opportunity is in the volatility, right? because
No, the
I
opportunity is in the
could
growth.
just
It's in the growth. That's the
well,
misconception, in my opinion. The opportunity is in the growth. Do you see how this market grows year over year? The volatility is every 5 minutes. It comes and goes. The opportunity is in the growth. Look
well
at Bitcoin, man. It's growth. It's not
the growth,
volatility.
yeah.
It's that's a misconception, in my opinion.
Well, it's growing
Well,
in a volatile state.
Shorting.
what I should
Right, which is great.
specify is the opportunity in, for example, day trading versus just long-term investing. The opportunity in
You
day
could do both,
trading
though.
is
You
in
could do
is
both,
in the
though.
volatility. Oh,
Bro,
I absolutely plan to, and I think most of my assets are going to go into long-term investment. For capital gains reasons, right, and gains tax reasons, and B, for just pure accumulation and risk to reward potential.
It
But
also means
if
that the
I
price
can,
has to be lower if you had to accumulate. I mean, you gotta identify that too.
it
If
doesn't
you're
have
gonna
to be lower. It
accumulate, the
just has
price
to
has to be
grow.
lower. Exactly. It does have to be lower. Don't lie.
No, no, it doesn't, because even if I buy at the top of the bull market, right, but the next bull market's top is above that, then all that had to happen was the price had to grow, and I just had to have the discipline not to sell before it grew above the point
the
where I
way
bought
you
in,
said
right?
No,
discipline,
the way
I'm
exactly
worried about you.
that's not discipline. Discipline means that you buy high and then you sell low. That's not it. You sell high and buy low.
No, but
That's discipline though.
but he's saying if you
Yes
end
and
up
no.
buying at the top and you're patient enough to ride it out till the next bull market, you can still step out on top.
Well,
Right,
you
and as long as you can
can. You
afford
have to
to and have
wait though.
good
But you have
asset
to wait
management.
though.
But here's the thing, that's literally the reason why dollar cost averaging works, because dollar cost averaging, you're not always getting the best price, but from each point that you're buying in, you are accumulating from that point as long as it goes up. And with a deflationary finite asset, it should, all
And
things
the
all
fine
things
print
said.
is as long as it goes up though, right?
No, you're
But
right.
my ideal is to dollar cost average, right, to accumulate the
So
bigger
you want
bag,
it to go
right?
lower
But
though. You
the
want it
idea
to go lower.
is to sharpen. No, well, no, I don't want it to go lower. It's going to probably go lower, like the market. That's how the market
Not
works, right?
probably. It is or it's not. Yes or
Well,
no.
I cannot predict the future of the market, and I've been here not long enough to be able to assume that I know what it's going to do, because I want to
I don't.
watch the charts more
Me and
for
you,
longer
we
before I
can't
can make
identify
those.
that though. We can't identify it. We
Yeah,
can't identify if it's gonna go higher or low. We identify whether the price is right, and the price is right when it's
right.
slower, right? Or am I wrong?
We should see it pump somewhere between 100. In my opinion, we should see it pump somewhere between 130 and 167, or even up to 200 something possibly, right? And then we'll see it dump down at least 70%, and then we'll see it grow again. But when it grows again, it should be growing higher. Now, generally, the what I've tracked from my charting is, in the past, it's not been a big difference between the amount of growth that it has each year. It's generally around 50K, although it's grown more at different times and less at different times, because the
So
curve
you
is like
telling me
flattening out.
50K from 160 to 120 is not a big deal?
Oh no, it's a big deal, but here's the thing, right?
Give me a
It's
percentage
how
right
you
now.
it's how you perceive things, because is your goal to just accumulate, to put your money away and accumulate it? Right? Is your
That's
goal to accumulate
25%
to
loss though.
maximize your accumulation? Is your goal to have a long-term investment strategy as well as day trade to maximize your accumulation on both ends? Or is your goal just to see your assets grow beyond the rate of inflation? Right?
I mean,
That's, for me, I'd like to maximize as much as I can, but I'm okay with just growing beyond the rate of inflation, right? At
Are you okay
worst.
with working? Are you okay with working your ass off and making money and continuing to add to your net worth? Are you okay with that?
Absolutely, and I'm very
Amen.
precise, and
Amen.
I pick and choose what I do, right? Like, yeah,
If you're okay with
but
working your ass off
I
and
mean,
just
hold up.
continuing to work on everything, and the key word is work, then you'll be good.
yeah, I'm
I
okay, and I'm
mean,
totally okay with failing, but also applying good risk mitigation, so that those failures aren't going to destroy me. right?
Okay, so what
Um,
is your percentage on the risk mitigation though? Are you willing to lose 20, 40%, 50%, or are you gonna stop and drop your
I'm not
investment?
willing to lose more than 20% of my total assets because I can't afford to in the
So
position that I'm at
what do you do
currently.
if that happens though? What do you do if 20% hits? What do you do at that point?
Well, if that hits, I can't trade with the rest of my money. Not
So
until
then
I'm
you go
back above
defensive.
that point.
Then you go defensive, right?
Right. Then the only thing I'm
That's
doing
good.
is investing in long-term investing. Yeah. That,
So, dude, if
yep.
5 months in, you're ahead of where I was. If you're gonna stick to that, you're ahead of where I was at 5 months in. I'll be honest with you.
Well, I'm only as ahead as the blessings of the teachers and the experience and the knowledge that have been shared within this community and
Tell
yeah,
you what, man.
I'm grateful.
I At 5 months in, I wish I had a Discord group that I could jump into and pick the brains or like hear the hear the experiences
Hell
of
yeah.
people that have been around for like years in it. Like I didn't have that. I had nothing.
I didn't either, man. I had
YouTube.
Reddit. You
None of
remember
us
Reddit?
had
You
that.
remember
Nothing.
Reddit
None
in
of
those
us
days,
had
Rick?
that.
Rick, were you
Yeah,
on Reddit
man.
back then?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I read some Reddit like threads and things. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
didn't imagine this could exist, and I owe it to like literally I owe it to you guys. You know, I wouldn't be here without you, and I'm super grateful to be here with you. So thank you.
Man,
Hey,
keep pushing,
amen.
brother. You don't have anybody to thank but yourself, man. You got a long way to go, and you're working. We all do, man. I mean, me, I got a long way to go myself, man. Every day I'm learning stuff, so don't even.
Yeah.
Nobody owes you anything, and you owe nobody anything at all. Just keep pushing, man. Keep working and do some push-ups and pray, man. Talk to God.
Yeah, true that.
Fucking
True that. No,
pray,
I'm
hella.
very,
To give to
very,
give you
very
some
grateful.
reassurance, some of the most successful people on Wall Street blew up accounts for like a decade before they got it.
Right.
You know, before they figured out their edge. You know, takes time. It's not easy. The hardest part of anything is the beginning because it's like you don't know anything. You don't know stuff yet. You got no experience. It's like play a
Even then,
game.
Rick,
It's like, how do you
look,
teach that though? How do you
Yeah.
teach experience
Rick,
to
look,
anybody?
no, but look at the people.
Mm.
Listen, there's a lesson in this too. Look at the people that got wrecked that had millions. Look at Doquan. Look at Three
Mm.
Arrows Capital. Look at
Yeah.
Sam Bankman-Fried. These people went to school. They got degrees in finance. They
Yeah.
worked in financial facilities and
And they
institutions,
take a
and
no.
they
And they
got
take a no.
wrecked, man. So it
Yeah,
doesn't
man.
matter.
It just
Education only takes you so far,
yeah
but
makes
you
me
should
think
get
of
Right.
educated.
like a high
Well, and
school
that's the
kid
thing.
stepping onto an
Grabbing that
NFL
bottom
field
liquidity.
with all the pros and like expecting play a game with at pro level NFL, just a high school kid. The game's going to be the hardest for that kid. You know, he's a beginner. All the
It's
others, it's yeah, we do this all the time.
it,
It's not
Bro, it's
easy, but
survival
it's
either
like
way though. You could even be in the
And
NFL. You
even
could even be in the
I'm
NFL
sure.
though, just to
yeah,
use that analogy. You could even be in the
yeah,
NFL and be the best
Okay.
running back ever and then get an
yeah, yeah,
ACL tear and you're
yeah.
smoked, bro. All the
True
work that
that,
you ever
man.
well,
put in, you're done. So all it
Yeah,
takes is
and that's
one
the thing,
mistake.
right?
that's
Even
right.
with all the
Yeah, you gotta have it.
benefits of having this Discord group and being able to not actually skip a lot of the steps, but surpass a lot of the steps
Fast
and
track
be
stuff.
shared a
You
lot of
you
that
ain't
knowledge with
you're not
certain
gonna skip any steps though, I
not skip
promise you.
steps, but to have
Even with bro, even with the no, I'm with you though.
and with
Like having the
yeah,
knowledge around you definitely gives you
Oh
a
yeah.
slight edge. But once you sink your
but
teeth in and you're gonna get anybody who's new. I'm not trying to sound like some guy who knows it all, man. I really hope I'm not sounding like that. But I'm just coming from
no,
experience. You need
I
to
think
get
you're
smoked, and you will.
yeah,
And
I
getting
think you're
smoked
genuinely
is going to teach
sharing
you.
you're genuinely sharing reality
Mm.
for a lot of folks, and that's important. And like that's my thing is I don't expect that just because I have access to this wealth of knowledge and people to pick brains of that maybe folks didn't before me, none of that is also going to make up or is going to uh completely invalidate the absolute value of experience in the market
Exactly.
and watching the charts every day and continually educating myself, and I'm still going to have to fail. Like failure is a part
Yes, bro.
of learning and
Dude,
growth.
you're
But I am
way
grateful for the
smarter than
fact
most people. Man, you are wasting 5 months in. You are. I mean, you said you're 35, so you have the age. But man, just read and listen to things. If I that's what I would tell myself at 5 months in is read and listen to people. Look at this is what I would tell
Bro,
myself at 5 months in
if
is
we were
look at the
here, if
people.
we were
Look at the
here,
people that are
nobody
where
else,
you want to be.
nobody else would be here. Like legit, like think about it. Me and you were having a conversation. We disagree, you disagree, but at the end of the day, like they have to listen to this though. Like, come on.
That's true. That is true. But my advice would be if I was 5 months in, look, this would be the one. If I could say one thing, it would be pick 10 people that you want to be like, that if they have money and they have success, and don't look at the people that have Lamborghinis and all the flashy stuff, the flamboyant stuff, because that stuff is all a sales pitch. Look at the people that are solid in their foundation, that have true morals and are successful. Pick 10 people. If it's not 10 people, pick 5 and model your practice after them. Because if you do the opposite and you model yourself after 5 people that are not successful, that don't show you the proof that they were able to conquer, problems and find solutions and rise above and become successful. If you don't copy their practices, you won't get where they are. And you'll copy practices
Yeah.
of people that are losing, which is extremely detrimental.
Well, I've learned this through harder ways in life, right? But I've heard it said here before too by others, but that you say that you can tell if someone you can tell who someone is by the people they surround themselves with, right?
Exactly, bro.
So I am very blessed to have this community around me, and a lot of you members know exactly who you are, and if you don't, I hope you do eventually. But yeah, like I'm blessed to have this community, but I've been seeking that for the last like 5 or 6 years of my life because before that, man, I was messing up. So like, I've been blessed to have that in my professional life, in my
Can I
personal
ask
life,
something though?
and especially
It's
you
like,
here.
what,
So
what happens if luck finds you though? Like, if luck finds you,
you said luck, like Luck.
yeah, what happens if luck finds you?
Luck is
I
preparation meets time.
I don't. I actually wouldn't necessarily agree. I think luck is a misnomer, but right, like let's say you're afforded you're afforded
Come
exponential
on,
gains
no,
without
no.
doing
You
with
gotta,
without
you
hold on.
gotta.
Let's say you're afforded exponential gains without doing the work to understand why it happened, right? So I hit a good trade that brings me up 5,000x, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that my experience and my sharpened skills is what got me that trade. It just means I was in
It means
position in
how
the right
much
place
you
at the
can
right
keep
time.
that money
So
for a really long
to
time,
me,
though,
I think
right?
the hardest part about when what you're calling luck, what I assume you're calling luck, right, is that you have to be accountable to yourself to be realistic, to be like, what part of this was me and what part of this is just my chemicals telling me that, look, like, wow, I just 5,000 X. And you have to be willing to be like uncomfortable with that and continue to educate yourself at the same rate you were before, because that doesn't quickly go away, right? If you're not built on the foundation of your charting, your skills, your knowledge of the markets and fundamentals and sentiment and all these different things, right? Liquidation, every different metric that you can talk about. It's not based on that, then it was based on being in the right place at the right time, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with that, but that has to be accounted for where it's at, right? Um, so that
Yeah,
it's just
and
avoiding
fuck.
being cocky, right? Like I stumbled upon this group. I was lucky to find it, right? Like I didn't do anything right to find this group, but I immediately recognized the difference between this stream and any other, um, stuff like content I'd been finding when I was searching for content to learn about these things. And that's actually why I decided that to take the journey to be a trader, right? But it wasn't necessarily that like I meant to find the stream. It's that when I was here, I recognized it, right? So that's that is accounted to the content, the stream, Dbloc, and the community being what they are, and the knowledge they were sharing, and the reality they were, and not shilling that, and me being able to recognize that. The only part that was me in that was me being able to recognize that and feel that vibe and realize that, like, this is where I needed to be, right? For me. And everything beyond that was I still had to do the work, right? Like I still had to fail, and I still had to learn, and I had to listen, and I also had to ignore people because that's what I do because I'm hard headed, to learn it for myself, which would not suggest that. That's not the best way to learn. But for me it worked, right? And so I'm still just a student with as much to learn ahead, um, and a few more skills and tools that I've picked up. But I'm still just a brand new, like basically a brand new student, right? And if I see it that way every day, then like I think I'll be okay. But at the moment I start thinking I know more, or like, that like I deserve this, that, or the other, man, that's all just ego, right? So, and that ego will real quickly trip you up, especially in the market. So, but yeah, man,
How
I
about that
appreciate you guys.
liquidity on the
I hope
downside?
you keep copy. Sorry.
I was just talking about. I think we're gonna eat that liquidity going down.
Yeah, copy that. I just wanted to make space. But yeah, I
We
do
gotta
hope
go
you
down.
guys. I do hope you guys continue to ask newer folks these questions, man, because this has like been, this was super cool today, but every day's been pretty cool because of the questions that have been asked of me and the questions I've been allowed to ask, man. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing, bro. I broke it down. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Grateful for a platform to share, and for the people I get to share it with. So, and I hope that it helps someone else that's learning as well.
Thanks, guys. Really lash.
Gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for keeping my mind busy as I'm trying to get down to get released out of this short. You make the $2.99 worthwhile.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What are you short from?
Are you in
Well,
profit?
are you above 109.21 or below 109.21?
No, the question should be, what are you shorting? Are you shorting BTC, SOL, or ETH? Oh, short at 111, 200, and then
I just entered a
Yeah, I
small
think it's
short.
gonna probably go down to 108, 800 possibly, but that's just speculation. This is not financial advice.
I think the same thing.
uh, 109, 100, and then high, and then 110 down. If anybody follows. I said 109, 100, maybe 109, and then up. Yep. Good luck.
Come on, Bitcoin. Let's get some of that sweet, sweet liquidity.
Oh, damn, that was someone big dookie.
I saw that.
Let's go. I told you.
Shorts in the profit now. Free
Oh
trade.
shit, man. We just
Everyone in the
oh,
chat, they're like,
me.
"Oh,
Ouch.
this
That's
nigga's
me.
drunk. This nigga." No,
That's me.
lower, lower.
it ain't looking good, guys. The bull
Oh,
market
yeah,
might
it
be
is.
over.
No, 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 no.
Dumb bit. Dumb bit.
I take private
How dare
messages. Don't
you?
worry. I know.
How dare you?
I take private messages. I take
Big buy.
PMs,
That was
private
Confucius,
messages.
wasn't it?
Watch it. Let's get it.
Shorts are about to get wrecked.
Reversal for 500.
Bro, let's all put 5,000 right now on a short on 500x right now.
No, longer 500, longer 500, and then short it.
Yeah, let's long it, then short it, then long it, then short it again. Let's do it all like within the next 17 seconds. Can y'all handle that? Are
Just
you able to do
completely
that?
confuse the
And
market.
y'all niggas handle it or no? Once it plays out, just send money to my address. Thank you.
Wait, let me right now, like just being 100% transparent. Are any of y'all qualified to play futures though? Like for real? Are any of y'all really qualified?
Man, I've been
How was it? How was it?
I can print a certificate, I guess.
qualified
Hey
since you're
man.
sucking on your mom's titties.
Hey, look, that was to be honest with you, that was the answer I was looking for. So he gets a check, that guy. He gets a full blown check.
Oh, that nigga gets checked. That's
Pause.
crazy.
I want to ask, if you are in futures, what do you consider your metric for being successful at futures? Where's that line?
Don't listen. Don't listen to me.
1 year of in the profit consistently. 1 year, 12 months.
Bro, 1 or 2 months.
G
That's
G
it.
G G G GG's chat. GG's
So,
chat. Everybody cook. Everybody go ahead and just log out now.
Everybody.
so if after
Yeah,
12
shut me
months,
up now, bro. Watch
Log off.
if,
it just
if,
done. Watch it just done right now. Watch.
if after 12 months you round trip that whole success that you just had and
Oh,
lose it all
well,
in one day,
then all right.
is
So
is,
at
is
that all right. So hold on. You have two questions to ask here. There's one or the other. Do you continue or do you not continue? Is
Nobody's
that the question?
asking 2 questions. You're asking 2 questions,
No,
my
no,
bro.
no,
Like,
no. For me, at that point, I'm asking myself two questions: Am I continuing or am I not continuing?
and nobody's
After
gonna
12 months,
answer.
and
What
you're
are you doing? What are you doing with yourself right now?
after
Hold on,
12
hold
after
Yo,
on. Watch
12
guys,
it.
guys,
months,
Watch.
guys, take it easy on the tequila.
after 12 months, if I'm not profitable after 12 months, I'm done, man. I'm hanging it up. It's done. It's over.
Does that count me?
That's a good idea, bro.
50% right here. 50%. 50?
You know what the You know what's messed up though is that is a great idea, especially for a beginner. But the messed up part about being a beginner is you're jumping on futures and if you're any type of uh hardworking individual that has accumulated any amount of money, you're plugging at least 1K onto futures immediately, and you're smoking that in 30 days.
That's not true though.
Period.
Not everyone.
I
I
mean,
put
maybe not
$100. I'm
everyone, but
like $600-700 with every cut that I made.
say it again.
Oh no, I
Hey,
know.
but you can make it all in a day too. Let's
You can
You know
make
what's
it
crazy
on
go.
a
though?
day.
You know what's crazy
so
though?
then,
If you have 5K and you're plugging it in futures, if you're smart, you have 100K on the side that you're plugging in the long term. The long term's growing the whole time. You ain't worried about the 5K.
well,
It's okay. It's
well,
okay.
I but that no, what I'm saying is like bet on it. I told you guys,
Big
bet
buys.
on it. Watch up 50, 60%. Go down right now. Watch.
Big buys coming in.
well,
Watch out.
let's say,
Are you,
well,
oh, I know
let's
you
say,
have.
I
hypothetically,
told you guys, look, go lower.
Quai will walk up.
hypothetically,
Quai will walk up 15K. He'll walk back 15K. Walk up 30K. Walk 30K back down, and then break even and be like, all right, I'm done. I'm good. I'm gonna take a break for 3 months.
Alright,
It'll take
alright.
him 6 months to
15K,
do it too.
so
15K,
here's
10%
the
up.
thing, right?
50% up. Go. Do the math.
Big buys coming in.
So let's say you do your 12 months, you succeed in those 12 months. And
Let's
instead
say
of round tripping, you then take that success and then put it into spot. And you take 20% of that spot and you try to do it again.
Oh, he got. All
Would you-
right, hold on, hold on.
that's easy, bro.
You're way
Easy.
too advanced right now, brother. Because now you sound like somebody who's been around.
Like, oh shit, come on,
Yeah,
man.
we want to bet it all. Bet it all.
Come on. Come on.
Now
I'm
you
trying to
sound
PC
make
like
goat,
somebody
people
who's been
money.
around
I'm
for
trying
Boots
to
and
make
years.
people
cats.
money. That's it.
Boots and cats.
Well,
Yeah,
if
you
you
sound
take
like
your
somebody who's
futures
been
account
around,
and
man.
turn it into boats and hoes, I feel like that's definitely success for me, right? Maybe not the
I mean,
smartest
I
move,
made
but it is
money. I
success.
mean, I'm even if I lose money, if I can make somebody else money, goddamn.
Yeah.
What you what? Yo, what you drinking over there? Some tequila? He said the
Well,
White Claw Warrior. Yo,
you can
butthead
see
called
me,
Joe.
bro.
Yo, where's Joe at? Yeah, I see. What kind of tequila is that, man? I know what you're doing.
That's a Modelo.
Yeah, I knew it.
Oh God.
All right, let's go.
It's
5%.
always Modelo time.
5% out. 5% out. Let's go. And then all the way down. Short it. Everybody short it.
My man is full blown gambling. He said 5% up, 5% down.
No, they said all the way down.
Thank
Bro,
you.
I don't know. I don't know what all the way is though. Stranger
Bitcoin on
danger.
Bro,
Bitcoin
I'm
on
like
the 4
$100
hour,
from
bro.
getting out of this short.
No. Now
Look
watch
at the
it.
4
Watch
hour.
it.
Look,
Watch
look at
it.
the 4 hour
Watch
on
it.
Bitcoin though.
Watch it.
That shit look crazy.
Shorty.
Uh-oh. Where's Jay at? Bring Jay in here. Bring Jay in here right now.
Yeah, keep it shorty.
Tell him to come in here. Yeah, tell him don't be scared.
I'm
Also,
not scared.
Don't be
if
shy.
you
I
if you
ain't
zoom out,
shy, nigga.
yeah,
You can see me now.
Yo, chill with the N word.
No, I don't even mean that though, for real. But no, but on the 4 hour, man,
Doesn't matter.
Bitcoin don't look weak on the 4 hour.
if you zoom out to the macro time frames right now and look at where we are positionally over time in comparison to
On what
previous
time frame?
moves. Right now I'm on the 3-day, and I've been
You
I've
said
been
it,
pulling
say,
boxes.
shorty.
I've been pulling boxes
Oh,
off these W's and seeing how it moved. And unless we are to invalidate right here, the previous W, I think we're in a pretty good position. Not necessarily that we'll move up, that we'll have a parabolic move today, but um, I think we're in
Yeah,
a pretty good position for a pump soon in the
yeah, I think
next
you're right.
couple weeks.
Yeah, I think you're right. We could move down. I mean, look, like on the 3 day, I see what you're looking at. These wicks can do their thing, man, to the downside. 100%. You could go hit 1085 easy. It wouldn't even be anything crazy.
Right, and not financial advice,
they
but
have. They have.
not financial advice, but I'm just
Hello.
whenever I'm not sure how I feel or whether I'm bullish or whether we're going to get a huge retracement or whatever, I like to just zoom out, man, and
Why? You better
it
tell him
gives me a
about how
full vision.
you better tell him about how it is when you feel something.
Well,
Man. I'm he said no. He said,
What?
hold up.
well, see, I don't feel like it's gonna work. I
Nigga.
Bring
felt
his at.
something,
Bring
Nigga.
that ass
so
in here.
Watch. They
I,
ain't gonna
I
be
Dude,
felt
when you
something.
10%.
guys talk over
10%.
when you
Watch
guys
it.
I
talk
hope
over
he's
each
good,
other,
man. I hope he's
when
good.
you guys talk
That's
over
all
each
I
I
other, no one can hear anything anybody's saying.
No.
Yeah, I felt something, so I zoomed
10%
out
up,
so that I could
10% down.
see
I said it.
something.
Go down, baby.
It was just a joke, brother. I didn't mean anything.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'll
Dbloc, just
tell
block
you the
it out.
running joke.
Doesn't
It was
matter.
just people always said in the other group, they're like, I feel like it's gonna do this. It's just a running joke. It's like your emotions don't matter. It's basically
hmm
the groundwork
I
is
Wait,
said
already
shorter.
wouldn't it be your feelings don't matter?
right. Exactly.
Your
It's just a
feelings
running
don't
joke. It
matter,
doesn't mean
nigga.
anything.
yeah.
Right.
Nobody cares about your feelings.
Dude.
Thank you, Dbloc.
I'm leaving at that, but y'all won't hear about it. I'll be at the beach. I'll be at the beach. No, actually, I would definitely be plugging in, especially in an active voice chat. I'll be plugging in. I'll be coming in.
You're not responsible for it. It's cool. Tell 'em.
So today's golden nugget is your feelings don't matter, but you know.
Amen.
Yeah, you
That's
lose
always
it.
I do like
no,
that.
Hey.
no, it's real in the market, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the market will tear your feelings asunder. It already's torn a few of mine, so
I like what Dirty D said. When in doubt, rub one out.
That's right. That's great advice. That is great
I'm,
advice.
I'm pretty sure that was like Arnold Schwarzenegger's pre-workout.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. We don't need
suggestion.
to say the N word in here.
I,
What do you
uh,
mean?
Okay, you're right.
Please explain. Please explain what the N word means.
I'm not gonna argue. He's got solid logic.
You can't. You can't. You solidly can't.
All right, I think I'm gonna do my last sprinkle right here. I'm running out of dry powder. One last little sprinkle here for the old
On what, a
Doji
long?
Doge. Sprinkle a little bong water on Doge, for good luck.
Sprinkle me. 340.
Is this another swing fail? Are they gonna swing fail us again for the third time since May? Oh my goodness. Nasty.
Let's test 95.
You know what's Yep. Oh, when it hit 19.7? When it hit 19, are you talking about the day it hit the 50 at 19.7? Or you're saying 30K? I got you. You're talking 25K then, right? It's like 23.5 or something. I remember everybody was arguing 23.5, it's gonna break. Dude, why does that feel like that was 10 years ago? Why does that feel like it was 10 years ago, bro? I
Damn.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Big buys.
Crypto reminder. Bitcoin does 20% dumps during bull markets.
Oh, multiple times.
It's
20,
normal.
30, 20%, 30%, multiple times.
So just a quick reminder.
That's the
Hey,
funny thing though.
big buys? Who says big buy?
You look at the indexes though, it's wild because the
You're
indexes have
welcome.
flushed multiple times, man. You look at total 3, you look at total, I mean, total
Big
2, all
buys
of them.
coming in. Big buys coming in.
Bro, what would alts look like right now with a 30% flush on Bitcoin, man? Some of these alts would go away forever, man. They'd be done forever. Literally, forever.
27.90 the lowest for each. Sold 149 and everything else.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know.
There's
I don't know that
nobody
shit out, to be
else
honest.
to buy though.
What you
Dude,
eating, Qui-Gon? Bon appetit.
I just made my biggest buy since March 2 days ago for Altsmith. I don't want it to go down, but if it does, I got some powder too. It's not the end of the world if it does for me. I mean, dude,
Buy it now. Buy it
no.
now.
The thing is, I could move some money to make another big purchase, but I just made a really big purchase, man, 2 days ago. Pretty big purchase. I bought Arc Block, Pangolin,
Not
LPX.
hype.
What else did I buy?
Not hype.
Yeah, you don't even know what those are, do you? It's like speaking Chinese.
What do you mean hype?
I'm speaking Chinese to my boy right now. You want some fucking white
Hey,
rice?
watch your language. Watch your language. One more, you're out of
So
here.
bad.
You're
Dude, I've
going to
done
the
that like
gulag
5
one more
times,
time.
bro. Dude, I've done it like I deserve to go to the gulag now. I've done it 5 times, bro. I have a
We'll give you
time
one
limit.
last chance. We'll give you one last chance.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for the grace, man. Thank you for the
Ni
grace.
hao.
I'd have to look. I bought like at least 5 things, man. At least 5 alts. It was just alts though.
I bought a motorcycle.
Uh-oh. Clear the sidewalks.
Ni hao.
I could never do a motorcycle, man. That's crazy. You talk about risk management? Zero risk management with a motorcycle.
Man, you only live once,
None.
man.
You know what I mean, though? It's like you have no protection, dog.
YOLO.
Zero risk management.
What are you talking about? I just got all this equipment. I got
No,
this
dude.
exoskeleton. I
To
got
be
this
honest
little
with you,
spinal
dude.
protector, yo. I got knee pads. I got elbow
To
pads.
be honest with
I'm
you,
good
I
to go.
admire it though, because I think it's cool. I really do think it's cool as shit, man. Like I see them riding and stuff, but for me, it's
So
like
do
I
it,
would
man.
just feel
Just
so unprotected. I just want to be in my car, man.
go
You know
off
what? I'm
road
getting
where
ready
there's
to buy
no
a Tesla, bro.
where there's
I'm
no
dead ass
traffic,
getting ready to
man.
buy a Tesla
It's
very
not
soon,
that
man.
it's not that
Like within
dangerous if you
weeks.
go, yo, it's not that dangerous if you go where there's no traffic.
Right.
That's true.
It's also what type of rider are you? Because there's people that just cruise, right? And they drive super safe. Doesn't
Exactly.
mean you're
It's up to
still
you.
the bigger danger is other people with
Exactly.
riding.
That's what I was saying. That's
Until
you,
you are
dude.
an
You
adrenaline junkie, speed demon, crotch rocket that's like
exactly.
flying and cutting lanes, then you're the problem and they're the problem.
No, but bro,
Come
So
on
like
now.
you have to worry about other people. Exactly what you just said, bro. Like I grew up in the DC metropolitan area, and I saw people riding motorcycles like on the shoulder, like through
yeah,
traffic,
me
and
too, brother.
people get wrecked, man. I have a
YOLO.
friend that died on a motorcycle.
American muscle for sure.
Bro, I have a friend that died on a motorcycle. Like, not he wasn't a close friend. It was really a friend of a friend, but it's sketchy, man. Super sketchy.
My friend passed recent. Well, not close friend, same thing,
I
but
died too.
acquaintance that I was friendly with. He passed recently. And he was pulled over on the side of the road with proper like illumination, changing his tire, and he got
That's
hit
what
by a
I'm
van.
saying, bro.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it
He
will be the
died.
most random stuff that'll get you, bro. F that,
Yeah, in a
bro. Are you kidding me?
motorcycle accident. Exactly.
Dude,
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
sorry to hear
kidding me?
that, brother.
Not even kidding.
It's extremely
It's a good
sad.
reminder. Call your friends, tell them you love them, hug them when you see them. You know, it's always a good practice. It's never gonna hurt you. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry for your loss. No, I know how that feels. I don't know what it feels like for you right now, but I do know how that feels. So, yeah. Mm.
I understood you. Yeah, but what did it build on you though? Like, to be honest, when that guy died, what did it build on you?
Are you
It made him.
asking him what how did it like what did it change or develop for him in his perspective?
No, it has to be him. What did it build on you?
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a language barrier here, but that's okay.
I know
Well,
what he's trying to ask.
no.
He's trying to like, what did
How
that
the fact
experience like? Did you know, or did you
exactly?
build something? You know, did you something
But how
build
did
on
it
you after that experience?
yeah, like how did it impact you? Has it developed your perspective? Has it changed how you see things?
What can you take away from it?
There we go. Thank you, Drew.
It's not that simple though.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, 100%.
It's something we forget all the time. It's not, yeah, it's a good reminder for myself and yeah, man.
It's like, don't be scared. Like, live that shit, bro. Like, I lived it. I lost a lot of people.
You guys know one day we're gonna have to say goodbye to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Nah, you're thinking.
Drew, you
Yeah,
doing any wheelies yet? Papa
just
wheelies?
little baby ones, little baby ones. I used to back in the day, but this one's a little different. It's like, so the tires are all fat, and so it seems a little heavier than the other bikes I'm used to. But just a little one.
You know, it's unnecessary wear and tear anyway.
But yeah, my homies are building some jumps, and we're doing them tomorrow.
Oh, they're so fun to just any sort of jump, like a plateau kind of jump.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
Yeah, those are fun.
There's one guy there. He gets crazy though. He'll go up like 20 feet.
Have y'all looked at Tesla prices, man?
Man, Tesla's gonna
What?
keep going to the moon for 10 more years.
Dude, I'm not talking about the stock alone. I own the stock, but I'm talking about I'm getting ready to actually buy a Tesla, man, like an actual vehicle. And the prices of the used vehicles are down 30% over the last 4 years. I don't know what happened. Nothing fundamentally changed
People are
with Tesla
scared to own
vehicles.
one, man. They don't want to get
That's
lynched.
crazy. Yeah, but for what, man? What are you scared of?
It's the press,
Just
man.
buy it. Just
Dude,
buy it.
they
Just
are
buy
so
it.
badass though, bro. They're so
Just
badass.
buy it.
It's also it's
Yeah, but that's crazy,
exactly
man.
supply and demand in that shift,
But
man. The
they
demand isn't
both
there
took it. Like
and
they
the
both
supply
took
is there, the price
Dude,
lowers, right?
One at a time, one at a time, fellas. Should we do pass the potato?
Do y'all remember the bull market though, when everybody was in, the people that were making money they were buying Teslas and man, it was a moment, man. Everybody was lit about Tesla. Teslas were like the statement. And now, dude, it to me it reminds me of buying stocks or like anything at the lows. I'm getting ready. I've had my vehicle for a long time. I've put hella miles on this vehicle and I've waited. I could have bought a vehicle 3 times over at this point. Now I'm looking at Teslas. I'm like, I can get a
Have you
Tesla with
bought a shitcoin?
14,000 miles on it for 40 grand, man. Like,
Have you bought a
sign me up.
shitcoin?
Just know that Elon's going to start a political party pretty soon, and things are going to get very feisty.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't care, man.
Have you bought a
Bro, I
shitcoin?
got
This
guns,
is
man. I'm not worried
exactly
about it.
what it
I'm
does.
just saying, it's all good, just as long as you know.
No. I completely agree with you, though. What you're saying is not invalid. I'm just saying the fear that people have about buying Teslas is ridiculous, man. If that's a
Yes.
real thing, like,
Okay.
to me, it's hard to even imagine that that's real.
I
I
mean,
saw
yeah,
people
with
How
vandalizing
much
Teslas.
is your
well, that's
Tesla worth?
the reason
How
is, I
much
mean,
is
people
your
see that
Tesla
on the
worth?
news. They'll see that on the
For
news and they
sure.
think that's everywhere. So they're like, "Oh my god," it's like, look what happened to that Tesla, and it's getting keyed and scratched, and people are jumping on the windows, and you're like, "I don't want that to be me." And whatever, it's
I
psychology,
get
human
it.
psychology.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't
It
know if
makes sense. Yeah.
it's fear for everybody. I think for a lot of people it's like distaste or association, right? Like a lot
How
of
much
people,
is
the
a Tesla worth?
association to Tesla has changed.
Yeah, people let their
You know?
emotions run their life. Absolutely, I
Oh,
agree.
nobody.
Yeah, well, there's also not. It's not invalid to decide like I don't support the position or stance or opinion, and so I'm not going to buy this
But
No,
vehicle.
get
can I
I
tell you
get
the
that, but
truth?
at the
Why
You
the
same
price? Can I tell you the
go ahead.
truth? Why the price is so low? It's because it's a bitch. It's like, what are you gonna do, man? Driving around like cross country trying to find chargers sitting there like 30 minutes, 40 minutes to just
Dude, there's
charge it
superchargers
halfway.
everywhere,
Okay,
dog. I looked
so
at it.
They're
can
not
I ask
everywhere.
you?
I
They're
live in a
not.
rural
Crypto
area.
though? Can I
They're not
ask you
everywhere.
crypto though?
I live in a
Can I
rural
ask you
area, though.
crypto?
And there's lines when there's a lot of people too, and it takes
well,
forever. Even if they are everywhere,
Can I
you're
ask
sitting
you
there
in
for
crypto
half an
though?
hour on a trip. You're like, just to charge for what, 300 miles, half an hour?
They
well,
no. They
But
it's
hold
about
on,
use
hold
case.
on, hold on. Exactly.
of course.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true
Absolutely.
too.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I looked at that. And to me, listen, the charging thing, I live in a rural area. There's Ford superchargers within 15 minutes of me, and I live in a
Just
rural
because
area.
we don't
How
like
long
it,
does it take for you to charge it
Well,
fully, though? Like
it
when you go to
doesn't
superchargers?
matter
It
what you
takes
got.
about an hour. About an hour
Now, when
for
you're
just
trying
a
to
full
do
charge.
things, you got to program your day. Be like, let me charge it somewhere where I can go
All right,
inside and maybe go shop and do two things
you
at one
want to talk
time. And like,
about
you
it?
got to rearrange your whole life
You want
around
to talk
that.
about it?
well, yeah, but here's the thing: we're adaptable creatures. So it's all about use case, access,
Thank you.
and what you're willing to sacrifice for what you're wanting to gain, right? And if the gains on your MPG and the gains on technological benefits or the perks or the bells and whistles that you get with
Dude,
a Tesla
you can put one
are
in at your
worth making
house,
some
brother. I'm an
adaptation.
electrician by trade. I
Yeah,
can put a charger in at
you
my
could put
house
it.
Yeah, that's
for
You
fine. But when you're
free.
on the
put it in
road,
your house.
though,
You could, but you
say
don't.
you like just the
But
freedom
you
of the
don't.
road, the open road. You like driving cross state, state to state. Like you got to really plan your trips out. You can't just go
Well,
on the road
it
and dip.
Well,
You
you
know?
don't.
no, here's the thing.
No, you
It
don't.
depends on where
Because
your region is. And also, if you
exactly.
really want to do that and you're disabled by the Tesla, you can also still just like rent a car to go for a
Gas
trip,
leaks.
right? Like,
Yeah, no, I agree
but
with what you guys.
if
I'm
your
just
use
I'm
case
just saying the reason why
is
people
for
don't.
daily driver,
Yeah,
The
if your use
reason
case is
why
that as a
people
daily
drive
driver,
Tesla, like honestly, the reason why people drive Tesla is because it's a convenience. At the end of the day, that's what it is.
you sound lit, dog.
like let's say there's a
Am
lot
I
of people
wrong?
who
Am I
let's say
wrong though? Am I
yeah,
wrong?
I never said you're
Am I
wrong. You
wrong?
just sound lit. That's all.
Okay, so
there's a lot of people there's a lot of people
and
there's a
that's the
lot of people who it
inconvenience.
is
It's like you're
convenient.
lit, it doesn't matter. But trust me,
There's
it is an inconvenience. I don't want to drive. Nobody else wants to drive.
Well, for you maybe, but so here's the thing. There's a lot of people
I mean,
who
yeah, I
live
hope
in
you're
the
not
city,
driving.
for
Jeez.
example. There's a lot of
That's
people
why I
who live in
smoke
the
and
city
slide.
where every other parking garage has a Tesla supercharger and a bunch of them, and you get special spaces that only you get to use, right? And you're not going to be going outside of that 300 miles. Not even going to have to,
Exactly.
and it's a sensible
And
daily
that's my
drive.
point.
Much
And
more
that's my
efficient.
point.
And you have
And
the
that's my
charger
point.
at the
It
house,
doesn't
right?
matter. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
If you're not a broke boy and you're able and
Exactly.
willingly bodied and you can put the charger at your house. And another thing, just
Yo,
to
but
put
still, it
just
doesn't
to
matter. I
piggyback,
mean, I see
just
what you guys are saying, but the facts
Hey,
remain. It's still a bitch.
it's definitely
If
not as convenient as
it is
gasoline. I will agree with that. Absolutely.
It
But
is for some people, but for other people, it's all about how you live your life too, right? Like, are
Yeah, if
you
it's someone that just
able
goes
to
from
set aside?
work to home, when they got their whole road, they're like, I'm going to stop here,
Right.
charge, go to
dude,
work, go here,
what
go here.
you know what the
Are
average
you
commute is
able?
for the American worker? Do you know what the average commute is?
yeah,
If I had to guess,
2
I
if
don't
I had
hours.
to
know.
guess, it's 20 miles. If I had to guess, 20
2
miles
hours.
max.
I mean, the
So
Dude,
good.
What are we talking about
No,
here?
but this conversation started. You're wondering why they got so cheap. There's a lot of reasons why they got very cheap. They're still great cars, the best electric cars out there. I'm not going to say they're not, but it's still we're not at an era
No, I get
that
you. I
is
got you.
convenient yet. Maybe other countries
For
are a little
sure.
bit on top, but United States isn't ready for that yet.
Well,
For sure.
I
There's
would
no
say
infrastructure. For sure.
I
I
would
agree.
say I would say there's a level of mass adoption there, and there's a level of mass adoption still lacking, right? Like there are
Yeah, and is it
areas
gonna
where
grow
it's
or is
more
it not gonna grow?
sensible,
It's gonna grow,
but
man.
like,
The adoption and the infrastructure is gonna grow. It's gonna grow.
well, hopefully, unless his choice to get into politics affects the business to a point to where it doesn't, right?
Nah.
Or the people that are angry at Teslas and vandalizing, destroying them gets to a point that's so bad that like it becomes a stupid investment, right? Because
You know how I know that won't be the objective reality is the fact that the people that are vandalizing and protesting Tesla are the same people that were going were protesting for Green New Deal. None of it makes sense, man. I mean, it's
yeah, but
complete
here's the thing.
ridiculousness.
It's a
That's what
bunch of
makes it
communists.
volatile, right? Because it's shown that it can flip from side to side who's for it and
Right.
who's
It's just
against it.
emotions. It's like the ocean's waves, man. It's just emotions.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
people.
absolutely.
It's just a wave, man.
But that doesn't necessarily imply safety and consistency and growth in the future. It implies volatility, which
Yeah,
can
you don't want to be
potentially
a
be good.
taxi driver with a Tesla for sure. I agree. You don't want to be somebody
But
that's commuting 200 miles a day with a Tesla. I agree. But what I'm saying, what my point is in buying it, and I agree, all of y'all are making valid points. I don't dispute any of them, whether it's from the people that are protesting and vandalizing Teslas, which is an extreme and radical view of one side of the spectrum, and the practicality of using it on a day to day. But I am an electrician by trade. I can put a charger in my, I've installed dozens of them. It's very easy to do. I mean, easy is subjective, but
well, if
I
you
can
have
have
the
it at my
tools,
house. I
yeah,
can
because
charge it
the
every
tools
night,
are expensive.
when you're talking about charging it, the cost, which isn't a problem for me, it
Yeah.
is cheaper than gasoline as well. Just charging it at
You,
your house.
you're going to be able to
Yeah,
charge your Tesla with Dogecoin soon?
I'm not
Oh,
I'm not
hold on. Let me load
arguing
up on Dogecoin. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get Coinbase up. Hold on.
I'm not at all arguing that you're making a bad decision or you have a
I
bad
know that. I know
perspective.
that.
Uh, I'm simply suggesting some possible outcomes. So, like for example, let's part of the success of Tesla and what makes Tesla a more viable EV, right, is that it is the big one, right? Tesla is the leader of the market, so there's more Tesla chargers everywhere. But let's say, right, sentiment continues to go down on them. People continue vandalizing them. That in some shape or form, it hits critical mass. Things get really bad. The stocks go down. Investment goes down. Growth goes down, and they stop building more chargers. So
I
they
mean,
never fully finish the span that they're growing, right? And some other EV
do we
comes up
really care
and
though if
takes
you
its
think about it?
place.
I mean,
The
we
chargers are the
we don't
same
Well,
really
though,
care
brother. The
anyways,
chargers are the
man.
it,
same. If you
What's up
have a
with this crypto?
Rivian,
Anyone making
if
some
you
money today? What's up? Let's do
well,
this.
if you have
here's
if
the
Ah.
you have a
thing,
Ri-
yeah.
if you have a Rivian though, if you have a Rivian, you're pulling up to a Tesla charger, by the way. Like you're not
Right.
going to a
The
Rivian
chargers are
charger.
the
You're going
same
to a
now, but
Tesla charger.
that's because Tesla is the leading technology and
No, it's
one
just
that's
because
most
the
widely
infrastructure.
adopted.
It's because of
Right.
the
And
infrastructure that they've adopted and
the
they've funded.
infrastructure is there. But
You're
let's
gonna
say
get a
they come
discount
out
on
with a
Robotaxi
company
with
comes out
Dogecoin.
with better batteries, better EV, better charging system that's faster.
Yeah, but who
Then
cares though?
that Tesla may not be a good investment if that happens in the next couple years and things shift in a rapid and different direction, or new tax benefits come out
Damn, you
for
guys are
EV
act.
companies, but they don't hit Tesla, for example. Tax benefits are targeted against Elon Musk, for example, right? As a spite move. So then you have to consider, right, like maybe that would have been a good investment, but then 2 years later, suddenly that investment has deflated completely in value, and you chose the wrong side of the market
Yeah,
just a
better
couple years
better off on some Tesla
before.
shares, in my opinion, because those robots,
I'm
the
already getting Tesla
those
too.
robots, yeah, those robots are gonna take over, man.
That's an
Optimus is
AI
no
company, bro.
joke, man.
It's an AI company.
Optimus
Tesla
is
is an
gonna
AI
be
company.
It's gonna be twisting your splits for you pretty soon. It's gonna be doing whatever you want.
Tesla is an AI company disguised as an EV company, but that's a whole other conversation. But the vehicles, man, the vehicles are absolutely breathtaking on the
Did you guys?
interior and the exterior.
Did you
People
guys hear?
have deflated their whole sentiment about Tesla.
Yeah,
4
who
years
cares
ago,
about
people
Tesla
were
though? We got
hating.
robots about to come out. Dog, you hear
True,
these
it's
robots
true.
are about? These robots are about to eat Dogecoin for lunch. Let's go.
Oh, they will.
Yeah,
They're
what if
gonna
someone
do
builds flying
the AI
tubes?
shit is really
Like,
crazy.
I mean, if we develop teleportation in the next 5 years, right? Then Tesla's a moot point, anyways. Or let's say we invent, flying EVs they're then Tesla's also become moot. Now you can better mileage, better traffic, better efficiency through having a flying autonomous vehicle. And instead of spending that money on the Tesla, if you had put that money into buying the autonomous vehicle, by the time they came out, that was the chunk you needed. Then you'd be like, man, that was a bad investment. So it's all about where you're at and how you feel about it and what the convenience it brings to you and how comfortable you are with the risk of a still essentially emerging, but I would say established emerging technology, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's kind of like buying an Nvidia chip when Nvidia was at the lows. That's the way I see it, man. Because I bought Nvidia at the lows too. Shout out to me for making that decision because that was a tough decision too at the market lows. But I'm gonna buy a Tesla at the market lows too, and I bought Tesla stock too, not at the lows.
Yeah,
I bought it around like 170, which is good enough for me.
and on that mindset, I mean, I think it's a great choice.
Uh,
Like that sounds like a well thought out, logical. So
I mean, if I'm
good for
wrong,
you,
I'm
bro.
wrong, and then I just buy another car.
you
It's not a
can
big deal. I mean, we're talking
Yeah.
30 grand, 30, 40 grand. I
you
mean,
can
that's not a life-changing investment that's gonna
how about
crush my
how
entire
about
empire.
Yeah, and the best part is you're not buying it
how
new.
about 2,500?
That's what I'm
2,500
talking
for what?
about.
You could buy a Nissan Leaf. You could buy a Nissan Leaf for 2,500 with like 50,000 miles on it.
Those are actually great vehicles too. Like
All
I'm not a big fan of Nissan, but the Leafs are solid.
You're pulling no
I
females for
can't do
that.
that, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't do that, bro. I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
be honest with
I'm
you.
serious. My son likes the Nissan Leaf.
No. I'm not
Isn't that
shitting
right?
on. I'm not shitting on the Leaf. I feel
See?
like it's probably a good vehicle for like a college student that's like some stuff like
Right.
that.
So
You know what I mean?
what if the Nissan Leaf didn't come with a purse for free?
Big buys, little Leafs, big buys.
Who's got that? Who's got that gambling machine
Yeah.
coin sound in the background?
I
Because
like
that
Oh
Nissan
wait, you
Leaf.
guys. Wait, is that loud or not? Hold on,
I'm
is it
just
coming
I'm just
in? It
joking.
shouldn't be
No,
coming in
I
because I have
like
my
it, bro.
headphones on.
I
Wait,
really like it.
hold on.
It
You guys
it
shouldn't
is
be able to hear it though. Wait, can you guys really hear it right now?
no, just
Oh.
barely, bro. Just
I
very
like Nissan
minimally.
Leaf.
She likes the Nissan Leaf, by the way.
Good. More power to you. I'm happy that you're conflicted in your
Sounds like
opinion.
you're not going to want to have a girlfriend when you grow up.
I don't like it.
Don't tell him that.
Hey man, maybe efficiency is
You
the
just killed his
future.
whole
Maybe
future, dog.
Hey,
girls
You
of the
just
future
ended
will
his
respect
whole future,
efficiency
dog.
more than
He's not going to get a girlfriend with a Leaf.
aesthetic masculinity. Maybe they'll think that's the smarter choice. Never stop dreaming, kid.
you got a hybrid.
I have hybrid.
Lexus hybrid.
I don't care. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Not saying I hate.
Wherever
I
there's
hate-
apartment
Yeah,
buildings, by the way, in California anyway,
Is it down?
there's not a lot of homeowners.
Is it down yet?
Well, I mean, there is, but there's a lot of apartment dwelling too. Luxury apartments, older apartments built in the 70s. There's just no infrastructure for charging stations. But if you're in other states where you have your house and you can just install your own charger, then yeah, it makes sense. But we don't.
Wait, where at?
In California. Southern California. There's a lot of Teslas, but they're all mostly homeowners. Like I've lived in a lot of apartments, a renter, and there's no Teslas. No one has a Tesla.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like there's a pretty good market potentially for mobile power station that could charge an EV. Like there's mobile power stations that you can use to like as backup power for your home.
Wait,
Maybe that's
there's no Tesla. Hold on. I, I haven't been to California in a few years. You're telling me that there's no Tesla there's no Tesla chargers for people that are living in apartments in California? That's absolutely astonishing to me.
Like you would have to go to a mall or a shopping center where Tesla's put down maybe 12 stations in a row, or maybe the parking lot has a couple of them, but they're all, there's lines or they're really crowded. There's a
No,
couple of non-Tesla charging stations for your other EV, but I've never owned a Tesla, but I was told that Teslas can only charge at Tesla stations and not at other random EV stations,
yeah.
and vice versa. So it's like an iPhone versus an Android, I guess. The charges are
So
just not the same. But
you're saying
there's
if you're not a sorry, you're saying if you're not a homeowner that the density of chargers, density of vehicles is too high for it to be realistic for people that live in apartments to
yeah,
have it.
because the house, your home is, if you try to own a house out here, that's already millions of dollars. And so then those people, I guess, could technically put in a charging station in their house. And maybe those are the Teslas that I see driving around. But in my inner circle and all of the apartment buildings I've lived in Southern California, no one has ever owned a Tesla.
no. From my understanding, I've installed um, plenty of Tesla chargers, and they're universal now. They were not universal a few years ago, but now they are universal. They actually have adapters that when you pull out the charger, when you pull out the hose to make it visual, like when you pull out the charger, it has different adapters on the tip that it kind of changes. Kind of like if you had an iPhone charger for an Android, you could just like change the tip of the charger and then plug it in.
Oh, that's good that they updated that. And then what else was I gonna? I forgot. There
Don't
was
make me
something.
pull out the hose.
I'm pretty sure those adapters don't charge as fast though as the proprietary charger.
Oh, I
I believe.
remember. We don't really gauge things by miles either. It's all about time because LA traffic is so awful. So when you say I have to go 20 miles, that could be an hour and a half to 2 hours or more
Right.
of a
Right.
commute.
Depending on whether it's heavy commute times or low
Mhm.
commute times.
And so
Yeah,
does the
it's
Tesla
like that out
battery
here.
last in time as you're just sitting there idling, or how does that part work?
I believe that they are more efficient idling than like a traditional gas vehicle. Because it would be easier to mitigate that. I don't know if that's 100% true.
No, Tesla just no. Right.
Or
Right,
it could be
and Teslas are a
standby.
it's a
Well,
Just
luxury
idle.
vehicle. This is not
well,
an
You know what they meant.
well, yeah,
it,
that's what I
it's
was gonna say is that there's still residual and
it's
that
not an
it's gonna
it's
be
not
much
an
Big
more
wise.
entry
efficient in that state.
it's not an entry level thing anyway. This is not an economy vehicle.
Speaking
This
of
is a
entry
luxury
level,
vehicle.
Bitcoin might have one right here.
This is a luxury vehicle though. You know what I mean? Like the normal person is not you don't, the average person is not going and buying a Tesla either way. So this is you
And
shouldn't when you buy a Tesla, you shouldn't
Wouldn't
expect like regular accessibility. You should
I
expect,
wouldn't call it
luxury
I
accommodation.
wouldn't call it a luxury vehicle. It is a tech vehicle, right? It's a niche. It's kind of in a category of its own because it's not a luxury vehicle.
Yeah,
There's
but
like you could
if you
buy
were to
if you want
gauge
a
the
luxury
100 people that own
if you
Teslas
want a
though,
luxury
yo, but who
EV,
cares this much about Tesla? Straight up.
you would get a Lotus. You wouldn't
Like
get a
you guys are
Tesla.
going a little bit too heavy on this Tesla, in my opinion.
if you were to gauge 1,000 people that owned a
All right, yo,
Tesla
can you
though,
guys
their
hear me? Mic
income would
check.
be on the higher
Can
tier.
anyone hear
Yeah,
me?
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I think you guys are going a little bit too heavy on this Tesla for real.
We were just talking about Tesla. We can
No,
we
that's
can
what I'm
talk about
saying.
other
But
stuff.
yeah, you guys are going a little too heavy. It's getting a little old already.
That was just a topic, brother. I mean, we could change the topic. It's okay.
All right, we can enjoy the
I
sounds
mean,
too. Change the topic. Yeah, whatever.
I do think it is fair that this is a TA and trading channel. So, um, yeah. Um, I guess, I
At,
guess,
at,
some,
at the
I guess,
charging
I
at the
guess,
charging
I
station in
guess,
California.
I guess somewhere before you run out of battery, right? It's a real weird way to call me a pussy, man. Kind of messed up. I was joking. Uh, Yeah. I don't. I'm on the. I'm on the 4 hours, so I don't see a cat. Yeah. It keeps.
Hey, don't sleep
You
on
trying
them
to make?
Priuses, man. Them new Priuses are low key fire.
Are you trying to make a? Are you trying to make a sleeper Prius? Like, yo, what if you took a Prius and then you souped up the gasoline, the engine, like a twin turbo on it, right? Like no one would ever.
I'm gonna I'm gonna be honest though, dude. I'm gonna be honest though. The Prius talk is getting a little excessive right now.
You guys ever seen where they took smart cars and they replaced the engines with Hayabusa? Them for rate. If you haven't seen that, I think Count Doze. I
What
think
arts
Count Doze
festival?
needs to come in and make a trip. What?
The volume on Bitcoin looks good, man. On the daily, it looks good, which is crazy. You look at total too. Look at the index. It looks good on the daily. The volume. It's kind of wild, man. On the holiday to have volume like that is weird. Yeah, I think the macro is just kind of bleeding through for me, like on the weekly and stuff. It's the third tap since May. Third tap on the highs since May.
Ooh-wee. I was only looking for 105. I'm going for 105. Then I'm going to go long. What do you got? 400? I want 400. No, I'm at like around 110. Yeah, I finally got it. It wasn't easy. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it because when you do catch it with 400, you go. Yeah, what else? 871088 range could be a bounce again. Maybe I'll get out there. We'll see. I believe the big short liquidation was at 109,780 something the other day. They got rid of that, came up, but they couldn't get through the guys at 111,000 something. And that was another 200 million in liquidations on shorts there. So they failed on that, and here we are. So they got half. Until you go over that, it's down to me. Gotta go through them. And then there was them that sell wall. What was it on 110? Got through them. Go to Coin Glass and put it on the monthly. Yeah, it does. Yeah, on the go to Coin Glass, click look. Yes, click liquidation heat map. I'm just looking at the regular one, the third thing down, and then switch 24 hours to 1 month, and then look, you'll see them. Let's look at it. Shit, if it's the same, I'm gonna look right now. Yep, still there. 111,000, 106, 218 million in liquidations, and oh, something has appeared under it now. Another two. Damn, they filled it right back up. 205 million now, right up under that at 110,865. What happened to 109? There it is. 109,782. So they went through them. They're still there at 111, and now they weren't here yesterday. 110,865, another 200 million. So they put it right back and moved it up there. These guys don't play. So, but I mean, there's really nothing under us to really chase when did you put it on the monthly? Yeah. Now look under us, and there's really nothing bright. I mean, there's stuff there, but I mean,
111 is hot, man. Like you're saying, 111. There's a big pocket there, man.
yeah, yeah. And why didn't they come for them the other day? They were right there.
Because too many people are long, man. There's always people that are. There's a big ass helicopter flying over my house. What the fuck? Yeah, there's a big
Yeah,
ass pocket. There's a big ass pocket up there. 111. The reason why they didn't hit it because too many people are long, man. Always, man. People are just always long, more
you
than
know they
short. You know what
are,
I mean?
but that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing that there's more short up there at 111.
For sure, man. For sure. There's more liquidity up there, but I think that there's more there if I had to guess, there's more retail traders long, maybe, right? Maybe.
Exactly.
For sure. Look at the global liquidity index, though, man. I think that that's something that everybody's sleeping on still is the global liquidity index, man. It's an
Yeah, but
expansion.
well, hold on. That shows that there's a downtrend coming.
It depends on the offset, man. I know that Dbloc has an offset that's a specific amount of days. I've I've watched like 7 different people talk about different offsets,
Yes.
but I think that
Yeah, on his.
the biggest thing is that the global liquidity, uh, it's difficult, right? Because it's showing that the move is up in a matter of time.
Yes,
The
yes.
the in between is the confusion, maybe, right? It's like maybe we chop here, maybe we don't. I'm not sure. But for me, for what I'm doing, I'm not concerned. But for the short term, I could definitely see why people are concerned, maybe about where they're going to position here. But this is what they do, right? When you're looking at the breakout, when you're looking at the macro right now, you look at all these highs, 1095, like right where we're dancing right now is all these high wicks, man. All these high wicks are 1095. Like the previous, if you see the way that the weekly candle bodies close and everything else, 1095 is like the battleground. So I think that there's a reason why we're kind of battling here. That's just where I'm at with it.
Yeah, well, I agree with the long term. I agree with the long term of what you're saying. I just saying from looking at D blocks, I saw there was a little downtrend coming. So I was figuring I could get maybe 105, 106 on my little short and then get out and pivot. That's it. That's all. I'm not looking to go down. I mean, worst come to worst, if we come up to 111, there's not that. I mean, there's this. Okay, I see now. 100. Oh yeah, right on top of it, 111, 346 is another 200. Dang. Look at that right there. You see it? The little yellow line. 80, 70. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could. I mean, let me see where it ends at. Look over here. There's zero at 113, 271. So I think you run out of steam there. I mean, that's what I think. 113,271. I think you run out of steam. That's the real short. Oh, actually, I see where we can be coming down to get 108,219 right here, 153 million. Get rid of him real quick. Oh, we might as well have him too. 107, 250, 113 million there. Mm-hmm. That's pretty much it, real quick. I'm not saying what mine is, but it's up there. 100 and I mean, I think we could easily get 105 again, double bottom. It didn't come up for the 111. Yeah, they're getting ready. If they can't get it to come down, they'll come up with something. ZZ he'll start going on that one thing where he sells, what's it called? Something liquid or something. Is that where he sells that? Some crap like that. They like to do that. No, it wasn't hype. It wasn't hype. It's not hyper liquid. It's something else. That's not where CZ was selling at. It's something else. That was where those whales trade. It's not there. Some other thing. I can't remember. Oh well. Yeah, back when we came up, I don't know how long ago, maybe a month ago or so, where they came out with that ETH hack news on Bybit, right where we were at that, we were about to rip. What was it, like at 109 or 10? I can't remember. The last time, like way back, they keep coming up here and doing it. I forget about that. I know what happens. They always come up with some fake stuff when we get over here, right here to this area. This time I'm not going to be fooled. Go ahead. Go ahead and prove it at this point. Come back over 100. I ain't going nowhere. Come over 110 or I'm going to stay right here. And I know it ain't that far away. That's fine. And yes, I'm still bullish. I want to go to do up there, but I just want to little tiny correction. I'm not, yeah, but either way, I'm not going to allow them to take any money. They want to come to 110. I'm out. Oh, yeah. What's today? Okay. Mm-hmm. What? Damn. On that, look on that monthly coin glass from 99K to, let me see, like 102K is like a dead zone. There's nothing there. Damn. You gotta get to like 103K till you really see some long liquidations. So they're not in leverage. This is all mainly spot that's long. It's weird. Well, there's plenty. There's some gas over here down to 103. What's really going on here? Maybe they're cheating. They got all this leverage up here short on top of us up to 111 to 112.5. And then they're selling their spot. And that's why they don't have hardly no leverage under us going down to 103. And it's empty there under that. So maybe they're going to sell their spot to get their leverages short to pay out, and they're going to take it all the way down to 105 at least. I think I like that idea. Tell me if I'm wrong. Think about it. Why is all this leverage on the top on the monthly coin glass and under 108 all the way? There's a little bit of leverage from 108 all the way down to 105, 100, and let's say 2, let's just say 3 to round it off from 108 to 103. There's some leverage to liquidate some longs, but it's really nowhere near what's on top of us. We've already gone through 109.9 where there was the whopping 217 million. So, and then when you get to below 105 to 103, under 103 is a dead zone for long liquidations. There's just nothing there. You got to come all the way to really 197, 98 to even see anymore. So where is that? What's up with that gap from 98 to 102? So they already closed. So there's nobody to get there. They did that. They wouldn't have done it until they start showing at 103 up to 105. See. Yep. But even with that being said, from what this shows here, with all these giant liquidations up here, and then really hardly nothing until you get to 105 and below, so like 103, then I think it's highly likely that they could make money by selling spot and getting it to come down, liquidating these longs here up down to 103, and then closing their shorts. Then they rip it up.
It's hella up. There is.
Well, if it's up, then they're going to run out of gas at 112,600. Because after that, it gets pretty empty up there.
That's the point. Exactly.
Well, yeah, they can start opening more, of course, yeah. But it's not there now. I'm talking right now. But right now,
What do you,
they're stuck at 111.
okay. Even if it goes short, right now. If it goes short, what happens? We gain money, right?
Hold on, I'm short.
Okay. Well, we gain money. We long, right?
We gain opportunity for them.
That's all it takes, baby. That's all it takes.
Well, it depends on where your liquidation and where your current, if you have a position up, where your current position is,
You
and
ain't
which
gonna
direction.
liquidate me because I've been in here since 24/192. Or what was it?
Hey, you have a good night, Quay. Thank you, man. I'm just on my phone in a hotel, so that's good to hear. Oh yeah, I haven't. I've been working too much to be home to use the headsets, so. But it's good to know this can always be my fallback. Thanks, brother. Have a good night, man. You do the same.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. At least in Doge it is. Big buys, big buys.
What's going on, team? Woke up from a little dinner coma.
What
What
up?
up,
What up?
Dbloc?
Must have been a good dinner.
Yeah. Steaks put me right out.
Any dinner that gives me the itis that I up from is a good dinner, man. Need that sometimes.
Like we're still sitting sideways.
Yeah, it's definitely slowed down a bit too in the last hour or so.
Yeah, what's the word?
I think it's bird. Bird is the word, right?
The bird, the bird, the bird. $24-hour coin glass. We got this guy over here, 108,560 with 56.26 million liquidation. This is okay. $107,677. Need to trap some shorts. I know 105 could be asking a bit much at this point, isn't it?
No,
What do you
I
think,
think it's
D-Block?
fair.
Is it being greedy? Do I need to settle for 107?
I'm looking at 108 or 1055.
108. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty modest. There's plenty there to have.
I prefer 1055, but that's just me being greedy.
Yep, that's how I'm feeling.
If 1055 doesn't hold, then it's 102.
Yeah, we played that game. I believe there's a bounce at 105. 105. There's at least going to be a good bounce.
Is it going to be the bounce though?
Yeah, I don't know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I saw that D-Block. Gonna set me right. Nothing as he's trying to let me know that it's not invalidated yet. Well, could close it now. Up. Can I see that again? That yellow one with the W.
The soul one.
The yellow W he had. I'd like to think about it a little more. was that last stopping volume candle? Was it 108.7? That's pretty aggressive, but I think it was during that jobs thing or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was that big wick both ways just before it.
That came up, made a lower high and bled. So we're still bleeding. So just go all the way back to the left and maybe extend that wedge line down further to the right. Maybe we'll bounce there.
Either we have
Where's that at?
a shallow declining and we continue up to all-time highs, or we have a
Well, yeah, I'm with that, just not yet.
I'm leaning towards the bigger pullback.
107.8. I think we bounce. If we even get there. Where am I at? 107. Go ahead, bleed. It looks kind of like an ugly ass inverse head and shoulders up there. Mm-hmm. What's that over there? Target 2, retest 107.4. I think I will be happy with that, and I'll probably close it there.
Yeah, target 2 does look good.
If I can get back over there, I think I'll close out. I'll risk being wrong. I'll pivot long. And then I'll make sure my liquidation is very far away. Like it 70K or something. Let's see.
You planning?
Waiting for these Asians.
You going to sleep?
No. Nope. I wake up really late. So I trade till like 5 in the morning. I wait for the well, what's today? Thursday? Yeah. I wait for the American pre-market to open and see what it's looking like. And then I go to bed. So far, so good, though. Where's that W invalidation, though?
You can just rewind the chat to have a look at it.
Oh, I see it right here. We're right at it. Because the bottom of it would have been 108.98, right where we're at. So if this doesn't hold, on down to target 2, in my opinion. And that's just me looking at his chart. But let me go on YouTube and rewind. Windows. Let's see. On the YouTube. My short entry is very good. It took me 2 times to get it.
Mine's not that good. Mine's the third one. But that's because I'm shorting Sol, and Sol's not playing nice at the moment.
See how far I gotta go back. Oh, I think that he was showing another chart. There it is. What is that? What is that? Oh, that was Ethereum he was looking at. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh. To invalidate Ethereum has to come down to 23, below 2370. Damn, it's pretty up there, 2570. 200 drop. Even at that, yeah, that's a strong trade, that Ethereum long, because I mean that's 200 down just to come to the invalidation, and even at that, it still has to go below it. And if it wicks below it, it doesn't count. I would feel pretty good about that, but I'm kind of late. I should have been in at that 2370. What is that? That must be a higher time frame. What is that he was looking at? I can't see the time frame. Oh, it's covered by Crypto Cypher live stream writing. Can't see it. Looks like a higher term. It's got to be. Yeah. That's fine. I need this trade. Help me out pretty much. Oh yeah, it's going good. Yep.
Had a bad week, have you?
No, I've been doing all right. I just on my long, I got out way too damn early. Like at 107, I got out 106.9 or something. 106,009 or somewhere right there. Wherever that first target was, where was that at on this chart? Way down there.
Ouch.
Even less, yeah. See, I got out over there at that first target, a little over there. So I missed all of that. I sat the sideline after that because I didn't want to chase. And now I caught this short up here. Took me a couple of times to get it in, but now I did. So I'll get back long again now if we can get, if it can give me that 107. I think I got a bite. I'll wait and see what happens. Watch the averages. Well, it wasn't an ouch. I was on 400x, so it was an ouch that I didn't get it all. But I did pretty good.
400x.
I'm not.
Jeez.
I'm not crying over that because as long as it's on my deal is some of these side trades. As long as I just keep winning,
How do you
it's just
enter
adding up.
400x without getting liquidated?
Cross. Your entry has to be phenomenal. First
Yeah,
of all,
because I did some.
as long. I'll give you an example. Let's say you entered at over here at 109,800 and whatever that is there. You would use cross. You would do. I mean, you do what you want, but I would do a small margin, maybe $20 to $30, because I'm not trying to put a lot of money in. I would I mean, you almost assume that I'm going to be right on these entries, but if I'm wrong, I'm going to probably give myself maybe 5% to 10% stop loss, and then once it starts going in my favor, I'll put the stop loss at the entry, but you're going to need to come in on cross because you can't enter on isolated at all. You'll be immediately liquidated. So maybe I'll back up the $20 to $30 margin with about 300. So
Yeah, I found that out with
be
200x
prepared.
leverage.
Be prepared to lose if you're wrong 100 at least.
Yeah, did teach me how to enter better though. Now that I'm using lower
Start
leverage.
entry.
Yeah.
Yeah, lower leverage. You can do isolated now. You don't have to. But the thing is, I don't put more than 300 in my cross account at a time. So even if I got wrecked the whole thing, I can't lose more than 300. And I'm not going to get wrecked because I'll cut it. And I'll just wait and try to get it again. By the time I'm right, I'll just print so damn much it won't matter.
I'm finding out on
I
just
could
the lower leverage. I started off
try
100,
to.
made 2 trades, won those. Went down to 50, made 2 trades, won those, and now I'm at 25.
Yeah,
Leverage.
you could do it that way. You could do low leverage with a higher amount of money. But my deal is I don't want to use a lot of money. So I'd rather take their leverage. Let's see if they want to buy here in this average. This is 200.
Well, I know enough to be dangerous, but not enough to be competent.
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't know what I'm up against. You have to go to sleep soon.
Yeah, I know. What taking so long?
Your daddy's working. I have to make you for food. Turn the mic off.
No problem.
Why don't you take a break?
What's going on, y'all?
Hey.
Try to catch up on whatever I missed over the last couple hours. Bitcoin's setting up for another sweep like we had the other day. Not as intense, but we're gonna come up and grab both of these before it's all over. 108.4 to the downside, 110.5 to the top. It's a super tight range though. So yeah, for the most part, aside from CME being closed, I mean half a day tomorrow, being opened half a day, this should be our weekend trap as of right now. We'll see how it swings, but it makes sense. We're pretty much trapped between two buy walls and sell walls. Guns is still retracing. Small time frames. So it looks like we finally put in that right side we were looking for, or the middle of our W. So now we can sort of plot out where that higher low is going to come in at. I would still love 0.5, but more than anything, I think the golden pocket retracement here would be beautiful. Brings us right into this SR flip, which would sort of be the natural place for a retracement anyways. Right, so we got that confluence there with golden pocket. I mean, it's possible that longs are already trapped. So I would really be looking for a move down more than anything. Deviation out of the range, eat some liquidations, comes back into the range and sets the trap shorts.
Dbloc, are you talking and I'm not hearing you, or are you just
I'm talking. I hope somebody's hearing me.
around on the
He's
There it
talking.
is. See if you have him muted. I don't hear anything. Sometimes just restarting the Discord does it.
So if I was gonna magic wand it, we'd come through these liquidations, pop back up. I'm going sideways in the trap again, and then these would be our trap shorts. Something along these lines right here. And we could pull that off without panicking too much. I think we got it. Yeah, I'm kind of looking along into any trap short. I'm trying not to stay up all night. I just slept for like 4 hours in the middle of the day. And if I'm not careful, I'll be up at 8 o'clock in the morning and my schedule will be all screwed up again. Be right back. Give me a second, guys.
Soul just pumped out of nowhere.
Are other people hearing about the 10,000 Bitcoin news?
I haven't heard about it.
There's like I'm seeing it being spread around in private telegrams and on Twitter, but if supposedly there's an active wallet that was dormant since 2011, bought for 7K, held on to it this whole time, 10,000 Bitcoin, so it's worth about $1 billion, and that dormant wallet just became active. I put a tweet in the chat bubble here. But Sinless is making a good point that it could just be FUD, because this usually happens where some dormant wallet becomes active again. But that's some FUD spreading around right now. And then I'm seeing that there's actually 2 wallets that were dormant for the same amount. So $2 billion. But I haven't fact checked the second one yet.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't even know how to process that. I'm tired.
I put the Bitcoin wallet, like the Bitcoin wallet is the address is listed in the tweet. So I did a search of the address, and there was a tweet in 2021 regarding that same address. But the data has been updated since then. So I don't know what that one person is seeing on their end, but in 2021, that's when we double topped at 69K, like that whole year. I'm not sure what else we're doing. I'd have to look at total 3, but yeah, Tame even mentioned it. It was fun though. He's just straight up, someone's about to sell their Bitcoin.
So is he hoping for his 40K now?
I don't know, like the Discord in there is weird. I don't even see any streams or anything. I think he still has it on YouTube somewhere, but I don't talk in there.
I used to, when I type in the search bar, I type in Discord and his would pop up. So every day when I signed in, I'd check his out for a second, and I don't know, I stopped doing that. I just switched it to immediately go to this one. So I haven't even seen it in months, but it was just, there was nobody ever there.
Oh no, it was just an announcement that popped up because I had Discord open. I don't normally check it. I just randomly saw it pop up on my phone.
Yeah, I was seeing a lot of announcements popping up today from him. I didn't really have time to look at them, but it just seemed like more than usual. Well, I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it could be one of those times where you got the news first and you kind of just sit on it. This is just my experience. Like I've definitely heard news before, and then the chart reacts like an hour or longer later, and I go, "What the heck?" You know, I knew about this news, but I didn't see the chart do anything, so I didn't do anything. And then you're like, "Damn it! But I knew. I saw it coming. I saw the news." But this whole
I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, but of course I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm going to just sit in my play and not do anything.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. For a split second, I thought about hedging short, but I have so much room for it to go down that I'm tired. I don't want to make any stupid decisions. So
I was just thinking if we did see a dippy do, it could do all that stuff during the weekend and then like totally retrace it after the weekend. You know what I mean? Like just come right back up into the chart.
oh, for sure. I don't know if I want that to happen. I mean, it would be. I could DCA. It'd be fine. What are your thoughts on it? How do you feel about it?
Well, I don't have any longs or shorts open right now. Because my leverage portfolio is literally $5. So that's not gonna do anything. The only thing that would matter to me is if my alt got blasted from Bitcoin dropping. Then yeah, my alt could see a 12% retrace or more, 20%. And then I'll have to just ride that down and then ride it back up. So I guess I'll just do it that way if that does happen.
So we're kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, just sit on my hands.
And how we're reacting to it.
Yeah, I'm not reacting to it. I'm just kind of watching.
Well, thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, I just thought I should mention it. In 2011, Bitcoin was at 7,000.
$109, baby, $109.
Oops, I totally said that wrong. I just meant that he spent $7,000.
Even if we go there, come on.
$7,000. That's crazy.
Yeah, he spent $7,000 and he got 10,000 Bitcoin in 2011.
That's crazy. That wasn't even that long ago. And now he has $1 billion.
According to that one wallet, yeah, but I'm hearing there's two by the same user. I just can't confirm that second one, but
Right.
that would be 2 billion with 14,000 invested.
Wow.
But you know that the taxes would be crazy. Like, how would you even like? You'd have to take that out so slowly, and then move to an island, and I don't know. Like, you would lose a lot of money. You'd have to be so smart about it. You couldn't just like, I'm gonna sell all of this right now.
But just that he moved it, doesn't that automatically make it a taxable event?
If no, because if he just no, he would have had to swap it for He'd have to sell it, not just move it,
I thought,
right?
I mean, I definitely could be incorrect, but I thought just moving it like from one exchange to another, or I'm not sure from off your wallet to onto an exchange, but any of that I thought made it a taxable event. I mean, I could be wrong. I just remember hearing that.
I think it's any swap, but if it's any transaction, no. I mean, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's just you swap it. Like if you take profits or you take a loss, you're swapping it for like a stable coin or another coin. But if you're just moving it,
You take all the profit.
It would make it irrelevant because, I mean, if it were the case that it made it a taxable event, then he was now committed. But that's speculation.
oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well,
It's
he
a
said
nice.
that it's not a taxable event, and pretty much everything I've ever seen him say has been accurate. So it's probably
But we both learned something.
yes.
How far are we gonna drop?
How far do you want to drop?
$108, 200.
It's not even that far. I have no idea. I haven't really been looking at charts. I thought I heard Dbloc say something about that area. Isn't that at the bottom of the range?
There's like a weekly. Oh, that can't have Discord and trading be open at the same time on my phone, but it's either daily or weekly bull flag. And we hit the top part of it and then like started a breakout. Hold on, let me confirm. Oh yeah, it's daily. So there's a daily bull flag. And the target is 145,000 for that, for the bull flag. The daily bull flag, that's an AI target. It's an AI measured move for the daily bull flag, 145K. But we're at the top of it, so it's just like hitting a little bit of resistance, but if it hits enough momentum. So if that wallet is correct and it like is thinking of all of the, it could be in reaction to the big beautiful bill or whatever getting passed today. So maybe this person is thinking, oh well, we're about to get a breakout, let me get this situated.
We're adding liquidity.
So if you look at Dbloc's chart on whatever, he has a possible. Well, just look at I'm really tired and can't articulate. Just look at target 2 is a possibility, and that's the 800 on the 15-minute. So that's a possible target to look at.
Psychological high as well. Like double possible support, I guess. It's interesting when they have like those scenarios where there's like a 200, a 800, and a psychological high.
Shorty B.
First buy wall to the downside cleared.
Back, yo.
Welcome back.
Very little in the world beats a bowl of Fruit Loops at 2 o'clock in the morning. Just hits different.
I don't know, decent hot chocolate. And by decent, I mean great.
All right, let's see if we can get this flush here so I'm getting along before bed.
Yeah, I gotta go to work soon. Oh, an hour and a half. Hopefully I can do it too. Target 1 is target 2 on the chart.
These target 1s and target 2s were our targets on the way up. Target 3 is the only one we haven't hit yet at 116. But this dotted line is sort of my thesis for what I would like to see happen here.
I would definitely
Come
like to see
down,
that happen.
sweep those liquidations to the 800 psychological ranges. Maybe come down into those psychological ranges, trap our shorts for the weekend, and then come back up into the trap.
Have you thought about it just having other channels, like an ETH channel and a Sol channel?
Like streaming at once? No, that's too much
Yeah.
work.
Because everyone wants to see those charts as well.
Once we're more comfortably in alt season, we'll move to like a multi-chart sort of layout. Right now, if you don't know what Bitcoin is doing and you don't know what Dom is doing, it doesn't even matter what the alts are doing. Because you're going to get whipped around. So that's why I've been trying to hold that focus here.
I love that volatility though. It's good for trading.
Yeah, I'll look at Guns is still coming down. Yeah, Guns stole the show. Damn, it's actually Soul still halfway up the right side of its higher low fractal. Has a little bit of room to come down without killing that bullet. I'd really like to break up this bearish channel that we're forming here though. Means it'd be cool if we didn't stick around in this range for too long. You know? And your soul bears are gonna start drawing that bear flag. Excuse me.
My Sol target for this downturn is slightly lower than yours. than the W at 149.
Yeah, it could put in it could be that that bottom isn't in yet. We're still putting in a higher low somewhere. That's why I'm saying it's so important to pay attention to Bitcoin and dominance, because it's nothing to do with the appreciation of Bitcoin. It's just the effect that it's going to have on the alts. If we rip down and clear these liquidations with Bitcoin dominance doing this, then you're going to get a nice rip down on the alts.
And it should be bigger than normal too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that this next down is the down for alts, and it's up only after then.
Yeah, we'll take a look at ETH real quick. ETH is already making that move that we're kind of looking for, that we're looking for Bitcoin for right now. Still in the range for the most part, but starting to break it now. Liquidations and vector gaps bring you all the way to like 247. Remember, what's important isn't any of this shit. The only thing that's important is that that range gets reclaimed. So no daily candles underneath 2459. And then our overall pattern is still a higher low factor though. 3K. These are the times to focus though, because some of these retracements are going to be the entries that that hopefully you didn't chase, right? You didn't chase these moves. You've been waiting patiently. Now you're starting to see the chinks in the armor.
They should be safe for a long time.
Yeah, played correctly. Yeah. One thing that drives me crazy is watching people take great entries and ruin them with leverage. Like, what is a great spot entry, or what even's a good, low leverage entry, they'll take and then they'll slap 100x on it and just kill all the edge they had from the good end. You know what I mean? From the good entry. Like pile
Sounds
so
like one of
much
those
risk
people.
onto an asymmetric trade.
I'm doing XC, and they've got a futures trading thing on. I've got like some free
Competition
buddy
type
money
thing.
credit. Yeah. So
Nice.
I got some free money coming in. I was thinking I'll just do 100x on something.
Yeah,
And that comes in and just,
house money as well.
but I've been lowering as I've kept winning, I've been lowering my leverage from 100 down to 25 at the moment. Started at 30, up to 1500, so not too bad, just lucky though. So after this flush down, you expect us to range in the weekend trap for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I think we'll come back up. Tomorrow CME is on a half day, so we'll see where it closes. But we've already set the range. I assume that if we get any moves down, it's going to be vectors on the way down and vector recovery on the way back up. Sometime by noon tomorrow, I'll have CME close in this range. Could just run a painful flat though, and leave the sweep for the end of the week. Like, you know what I mean? Or at some point during the weekend. I would personally just like to see the traps set tomorrow. Have a better idea what we're looking at. All right, YouTube, let's reset the stream real quick. We got a little dead moment. It'll take less than a minute to fire it back up. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Be right back.